All right. Let's call this meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. Clerk, will you go ahead and please call the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Soria? Here. Councilmember Karbasi? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Miguel Arias?
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Bradfeld?
Here.
Council Vice President Maxwell?
Present.
Council President Esparza?
Present. Next, we'll have the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So please do stay standing when we're done with the invocation. The invocation will be by Pastor Brian Weeb of Bethany Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Righteous thrive, the people rejoice. Proverbs 29, verse 2. And my prayer today is that you will do everything possible to allow the righteous to thrive, to create the means for business owners and homeowners in this city to flourish without unnecessary bureaucracy or regulation, to create structures and infrastructures that are functional and pleasant. My prayer is that truth prevails and anything deceptive or harmful will be exposed so that you can root it out for the good of this city. My prayer is that you will be burdened to lead only for the good of the people, even when it is costly to yourself, and that special interests will not hold sway in your important work. Let us bow to pray. Our gracious God in heaven, we thank you today for the privilege that it is to serve you by serving others. I pray today for wisdom for our counselors, God, that you will give them insight into important decisions, that you will give them the ears to hear, ability to understand, and your wisdom to make great decisions. I pray, God, that they will have a conviction of what is right, that they will lead and serve for the righteousness of our city. God, we today pray for the protection over our city. Even today, as we're reminded of tragic events such as in Uvalde, Texas, God, we pray your protection over every street, every corner, every school, every business over this city, that you will keep us from that kind of harm. And today we pray for the words on this wall, and God, we trust to become true in our own lives and throughout our city. I thank you for these leaders today. I pray your blessing upon them for insight, wisdom, and courage. In the name of Jesus, our Savior, I pray. Amen.
Councilmember Chavez, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let's come on down to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to the agenda at this point?
Yes, Council President. We have the following changes to the agenda. Item 1C, regarding the 19th Amendment to the Salary Resolution, amending Unit 2. The sponsors of this item is Personnel Department and not the City Attorney's Office. Item 1R, regarding the resolution authorizing Parks Director or designate to respond to Fresno Unified School District, RFQ. This item is subject to Mayor's veto. Item 1II, regarding the Veteran Support Revenue Enhancement Ordinance. The sponsors should include Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Arias, and Councilmember Esparza. Item 1LL, regarding the proposed renewal of Measure C. The sponsors should include Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Soria, and Councilmember Chavez. The following items were removed from the agenda and tabled. Item 1U, regarding the Home Investment Partnership Program Agreement, has been removed from the agenda by staff and Councilmember Arias and tabled. Item 1V, as in Victor, regarding the summary vacation of P Street between Ventura and State Route 41, was removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias and tabled to no specific date. Item 1Y, regarding the artistic crosswalk policy, was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to June 9th. Item 5F, regarding closed session existing litigation, Nelson Esparza versus Gary Bredefeld, was removed from the agenda by Council Vice President Maxwell and tabled to June 9th. And the following items were pulled from contested consent to move, from consent calendar to move to contested consent for further discussion. Item 1H, regarding the new production well at Pump Station 372, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1J, regarding rebid of access structure rehabilitation in Jensen Avenue, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1O, regarding consultant agreement with Blaze and Associates, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1Q, the appointment for Kathy Bray and Robert Fuentes to the Planning Commission, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And item 1FF, regarding Jensen Avenue Overlay Project, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Also, I want to note that the budget hearings will begin Monday, June 13th, 2022, instead of Friday, June 10th, 2022. And Council President, we do have translators available on Zoom, as well as a Spanish translator in person. And Amelia, if you don't mind, go ahead and give us the instructions. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor ubíqueme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Gracias.
All right, thank you, Clerk. All right, my colleagues will go and, well, actually, yeah, if you want to punch up or if you have anything you also want to pull from the agenda or table or pull for consent.
I'm sorry, Council President. I apologize for interrupting. I do want to note that Councilmember Carbasi is online, so we will have to take a roll call electronically.
That sounds good. We'll keep that in mind. We'll do roll call votes going forward. Councilmember Soria, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull two items for discussion, 1R and 1T. I'm not sure if those have already been pulled.
Not yet, not according to this. 1R, 1T. Okay. Anything else? So that was 1R and a 1T pulled for discussion from consent agenda. Councilmember Redfield?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1Y, 1II, 1JJ, 1KK, and 1LL, and I would like to register a no vote on MM.
So let me repeat that. So let me go backwards. A no vote on 1MM. You pulled, and the rest of these are pulled for discussion. 1LL,
Yes.
KK, JJ, II,
And Y.
and 1Y. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Other council members? Okay.
I'm just going to chime in.
Oh,
Because.
Sorry,
I
yeah,
raised
go
my
ahead.
hand.
Sorry, I see your hand is raised now.
No
Sorry
worries.
about that.
Appreciate it. No problem. I wanted to add Vice President Maxwell as a co-sponsor of the proclamation for Tony Molina, please. I
Okay.
will not be able to be in the chamber, and he's graciously agreed to talk about Tony and present the proclamation. I wanted to actually remove 1LL from the agenda. And then I wanted to inquire about 5F. I'd like to actually discuss that item in closed session. I'm wondering why that was removed by the Vice President. It's kind of important.
So let's take one step at a time here. 1LL is actions pertaining to proposed renewal measure C.
Yeah,
So you're moving that from the agenda. That's 1LL is off the agenda. Okay, and then your other concern was regarding the removal of item 5F.
yes.
City Attorney, given two conflicts on the dais, are we allowed to be here for the discussion of that item? Or should we walk out of the chamber?
Council President, it would be up to you whether to entertain that discussion. At this point, council members remove the item from the agenda. If the item were to stay on, a council member could make a motion to keep it on, subject to majority vote to keep it on. Otherwise, at this point, it's being removed.
I don't want to make a motion without understanding why, because maybe there's a good reason for that. I have no idea.
I can speak to that. Councilmember Carbasi, I'm not going to say too much as it is a closed session
Right.
item. I could just tell you, looking over the agenda, I know this concerns a couple of my colleagues, but today we're going to hear a presentation from the mayor on our budget. We're going to be talking about city attorney's office and closed session. We have a lot of big items, and this just isn't
Right.
something I thought that we should prioritize with everything else going on today.
Yeah.
I also didn't want to leave it indefinitely, so I did have it come to the next council meeting instead of just
Right.
lingering out there, council member.
I think this is pretty big. I appreciate that. That's a good point. I think this is pretty big, though. And I would like to make a motion to keep this on the agenda to discuss it. I think we can take a few minutes to discuss this item.
So I think myself and city attorney, should we recuse at this point?
Yes, I would go ahead and step out.
Okay, so I'm going to hand the meeting over to Vice President Maxwell, given a
Thanks.
conflict on this item.
I'll wait till my colleagues are out of the room. Does he need a second for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he receive a second, city clerk? Before they step out of the room, is that necessary if no second was received?
Well, he would need a second on the motion to keep it on.
And at this time, he has not received a second.
Okay, so no second, so the motion fails.
All right. Let's move on.
We could bring council members Esparza and Bredefield back into the chambers at this time.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to keep 1LL on the agenda for today.
Okay, so there is a motion so 1LL is currently, as it stands, removed from the agenda. There is a motion from Councilmember Arias to keep 1LL on the agenda. Is there a second?
Can I ask, I'd like to know where the administration is on this in terms of whether they would like this heard today or not. Can I, before we take a vote, I'd like to know where they stand on that.
There hasn't been a second yet, but administration can chime in.
So just so I'm clear, so right now it's been pulled off the agenda. You guys are going to vote to put it back on the agenda. And
There's
you
a
want-
motion, there's a motion on the table right now to do just that. There's not a second yet.
Which one is this?
I think either way, I mean, we're prepared to
I'm
address.
okay, I'm okay giving us more time. If we need to have more time to discuss it, I'm okay with extending it for the next meeting.
I
just
just
to-
want to bring it up. I don't think this body has had an opportunity to weigh in as a body on this issue. I think that there is some critical deadlines that we do have to essentially have this discussion. Mayor, you've been at the table. We haven't. I'm on the Fresno COG and the Transportation Authority, so I've been kind of just privy. I haven't been able to give any input.
Right.
There is a lot of value on this, having this body weigh in.
Sure.
Since it's a huge tax measure that we're going to say that we're going to be okay with putting on the ballot and potentially supporting. So I do believe that there is a lot of value in this body weighing in before the County Board of Supervisors puts it on the ballot. It's our opportunity to weigh in. We are 50% of the population in the county. We have a lot of needs. And yes, our budget is very healthy this year, but this is our opportunity to really think about the future of Fresno County and the city of Fresno as a whole. So
Totally agree. And so here's what I thought. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there about what this measure does or doesn't do, what the percentages are. Can it go for expanding streets or just for neighborhoods? For example, 52% of it is for simply fixing neighborhoods, existing roads, not for expanding. So what I do think would be helpful, maybe for the council, is to have the FCTA folks present in a workshop to tell you exactly what the measure is, what the polling is, all of those things in advance. And then if you want to come back and then form a subcommittee of council members to make sure that we all have an opportunity to weigh in, no issue there. But I do think the best thing to do would be a workshop at this point so that we can get that information publicly in terms of what it is and what it's not.
yeah, no, and I think that that's a good idea. The only thing is that we have about 4 weeks left. I believe that the County Board of Supervisors has to take a vote by the end of the month. I just want to make sure that we make note of that, and that if we are serious about making sure that we have these conversations, that they happen very quickly. I do believe that there should be a contingent of this body representing, along with yourself, to be in the room figuring out if the current language will be satisfactory to the folks that we represent as a whole.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to meet individually with you as well, but also to have Mike Leonardo, Tony Bourne come and present at our next council meeting, if that's, when's the
Mayor,
next?
if I may,
Mike.
Sure.
as a sponsor of the item, Mike Leonardo and the team has had 2 years to present to us, and they haven't yet. You know, according to them, they've been at this for 2 years of community engagement. Secondly, you know, we just got your budget. We haven't formally even received it in a public proposal till today. The vast majority of the residential streets in my neighborhood depend on the general fund, which put us in a place to take money from the police department in order to fix them. I don't see this body or yourself ever recommending, you know, reducing the police budget in order to repave First Street or Olive or Blackstone. At least it hasn't occurred for 40 years. My concern is that the body is already going to COG for approval. The body is already going to supervisors for approval, and there's been no discussion with this body. And I recognize the 52% number that you referenced, but in that 52% number, there's also money for making Temperance 6-lane freeway, which essentially it would become. There's a ton of money.
Not that I've seen, no. That is a local decision by this
Correct.
council.
Yeah, the measure as currently written reduces public transit by 60%. It reduces active transportation by 83%. There's a whole lot of, whether you would frame it as misunderstanding, lack of information, misinformation. The fact is that this train is moving pretty fast.
Yes.
This body has not had a discussion. I know they've had discussions with you, but ultimately, you know, I'm the one that has to answer to a 95-year-old World War II veteran who's been waiting 40 years to get their street repaved.
Yes.
And who was promised that it would be done 40 years ago and is still waiting.
So I think
I'm
we're
willing
getting
to-
substantively into the item right now. Let me try and get back on track. I have folks punched up. I have Carbasi on Zoom, and then I'll start to go down the line here, and then we'll take the motion accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify why at this time I pulled this item. I'm just one of those people where I'm not very comfortable voting on something without having read it, and we don't know what the new Measure C is going to look like. We'll know in about 10 days because it's going to be released. And I figured it might be better as policymakers to actually know what we're talking about before we vote on it. I would love for them to come present something. And I can tell you that when it comes to passing things like Measure C, I know all our districts have equal population, but it's about voters. And my district's one of the highest turnout areas. They're going to have questions. They want answers. And then when it comes to there was a comment about the police budget. When we have budget come forward, Councilmember Arias, I'm happy if you want to pull money out of the Southwest Police District and put it into roads, and then we'll see how people feel about that. If you want to do that, you have that option during budget.
All right, so going over to the screen, Councilmember Bredefield, I'm not sure if you were punched up for this or something else. Councilmember Arias.
I would just suggest, Councilmember, as the author of this item, I'm willing to table it to the next meeting, contingent on a subcommittee of this council meeting with the COG and with the mayor in advance and having a public presentation. But I would also, you know, caution the mayor that it's premature to take a position of supporting the measure since it hasn't been presented to the public prior to that public presentation.
All right, Councilmember Soria.
And this item is going to come before COG, and that's where, you know, I know usually, Mayor, you are the representative. I fill in for you, and so I think that that's why I also kind of, you know, have a little hesitation. I haven't seen what it all entails, which I think that it's important for us to really have in front of us. So I do want to make sure that these meetings happen ahead of time, but we're going to be voting very shortly.
Okay. Yeah, we can expedite I can make sure that they expedite the workshop. I've already talked to them about that very thing about making sure this council's fully aware of what the percentages are, what Fresno's share will be. And I can tell you it's far greater than what the last Measure C was. And the city of Fresno stands very well. I can tell you last time regional dollars were were 30% of Measure C. Now they're 15%. Last time, the neighborhood street improvements for fixing roads was right around 15, 16%, and now it's 52%. And so, and there's a lot of other things in there, but you know, to your point, Councilmember Arias, about this being 2 years, it really hasn't been, it's gone through the process, but it wasn't until a week and a half ago where they actually started coming up with and voting on the percentages. So I think the timing is right for them to bring it before this body to make sure that everybody understands what that measure does and doesn't do, or will and won't do, because it is substantial. And this is our opportunity to pass a measure, to bond against it, and to start work in these neighborhoods immediately.
So Mayor, I need some reassurance. Are you not going to take a position on this measure until the full council hears a measure?
Publicly?
Correct, because you're representative of the city.
I am willing to wait until the workshop is done and have our meeting with the subcommittee.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most important issues that we're going to probably discuss here, because I think, what is the duration of the current, is it 30 years? 30 years that we're going to lock in, and Mayor, we've had kind of some rough conversations about what this means for especially our older neighborhoods. You know, you look at some of the parts in Southeast and Calawa and some of the other, 100-plus-year-old neighborhoods. I want to make sure that we get it right. I just want to be clear and upfront. I'm not interested in kicking the can down the road. I think we should go in November of this year, but I do want to make sure that it's something that it's a value to our residents, that we know are, a large majority of not just the constituents, but of the voters that will be approving this measure. So I'm willing to be, I'd like to be part of that conversation, whatever that looks like. Even if I'm not on the subcommittee, love to chat with those folks. I did meet with them last year for a couple of hours and kind of went through the rough but I know that has changed. And the most important thing that I would just want to get on the record is I want to make sure that as we're going through this budget, that we're also planning on what that revenue will look like, because I want that certainty. Everybody knows that it takes years to put together and combo money from other sources to repay one neighborhood, and I think this will give us that certainty that we need for those older neighborhoods and rebuild Fresno, which is what the council and your office has been working on. Thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell, Council Vice President,
Thank you, Mayor. I think it would be helpful to have both COG and the Transportation Authority to come in here and explain it. I understand that they just recently figured out these percentages the last few weeks. I don't know what those are. I would like that for my own edification, but my concern and my trepidation is they come in here, they tell us, we understand what it is, but a little too late to give any meaningful input for them to change that before the Board of Supervisors takes a vote. And to me, that's a little discouraging, because I've been reading quotes, and here's one, for example, from Tony Boren from Fresno COG. He's quoted as saying, this notion that everybody is going to get out of their car and into a bus is just kind of an idyllic dream. That's really disheartening. When he comes here, I'd like to know what the average income is of the families that he surveyed is, because I could tell you my working class blue-collar families in District 4 rely heavily on the bus. Maybe they didn't have an opportunity to get pulled because they're working several jobs, or they're taking a 2-hour bus ride home instead of driving home after their commute from work. Really disappointed and discouraged to hear stuff like that when I know it's a priority for me. I listened to your press conference yesterday. You're working on a trolley system, which I think is awesome. And I think there are ways to get people out of a car and onto public transportation. If we make it accessible, safe, affordable, there's ways to do it, but some of the quotes I'm reading are really discouraging. I look forward to Tony explaining some more of that when he comes in next council meeting.
Council,
If I can just add, on the, okay,
Well,
I don't want to interfere.
let's let Katie.
I would caution not
Yep.
to speak too much to substance, as the discussion right now is for the vote whether or not to keep it on the agenda today. It really should stick to the timing of the item and less about the substance that we anticipate would either be discussed if the item is approved for today or would come back at a later date.
Duly noted. Finish with my comments. Thank
And
you.
my commitment, we will be fully funded on transit, and I have fought hard for that all the way, whether it's through the transit dollars and or flexibility, will be 100% funded compared to the last Measure C.
Mayor,
where
just
we
let
are
me
today.
finish with this. $7 billion, a 30-year tax, and 6 weeks before the Board of Supervisors votes to it, they just figure out a formula. which hasn't even been presented to the largest city in the county. That's a problem.
And the reason for the formula is because I've been fighting behind the scenes to get the transportation dollars up. That's why.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we've got a motion. Was there a second?
So
Clerk?
it's coming, when is it coming? That way it's for sure. I'd like city manager, mayor.
Next council meeting.
Next council
Okay,
meeting, June 9th.
Perfect, thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. We need to do a roll call vote, and this,
No, there's no need for a
Well, there's
vote.
no need for a motion because there's consensus on continuing, right?
oh, so there's consensus on
Keeping it off.
to keep it off?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I withdrew my motion to keep the item on the agenda, so there's no need for action.
I'm in robot mode. You guys a motion, I'm gonna run with it. All right, so there's no more motion. All right, good. So, are there any other changes to the agenda? So that, the conclusion of that conversation is that 1LL will stay removed from the agenda. Right now, we have items 1R, 1T, 1Y, 1II, 1JJ, 1KK that are pulled for discussion in addition to the ones that the city clerk announced. Are there any further changes by my colleagues to the agenda?
Why was pulled?
One
Why-
what? I said-
To be removed from the agenda, I didn't know that. I was going to pull it for discussion, but it's already been pulled off the agenda.
That's correct. You're right. You're right about that on the front page.
Was pulled too?
We asked for that item to be moved to June 9th, so we can have more discussions.
Which item?
The one, why?
Why? Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Council President, I do have a couple of items just to clarify for the record. We provided updated language on 1JJ to respond to the concerns expressed by the Apartment Association. The city clerk has that updated language, and our city attorney office is prepared to present and answer questions when we get to that item. And then for the record, I am recusing myself from the 10 a.m. hearing, although I'm probably 1,000 feet from the property, which is beyond the 500 feet required. I will recuse myself from the 10 a.m. downtown P-bit item.
Okay. That recusal registered. Any further changes to the agenda?
Council President, just on that note, I'm also going to recuse myself on the closed session item for the UMC. I live in close proximity to that property.
Okay, another recusal. I'll join the party. I'll be recusing out of precaution today on item 1EE due to potential property proximity as well. So dig a little more into that before. But out of precaution, we'll be recusing today. That was item 1EE. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote to approve the agenda. Clerk?
Yes, motion made by Council Vice President Maxwell, seconded by Council Member Arias. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And President Esparza.
Aye. Okay, now let's get to the fun part of the meeting, our ceremonial presentations. First up today, we have a proclamation for Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Award winner, Dr. Anthony Molina, or as we refer to him, Dr. Tony Molina. That's sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi and Council Vice President Maxwell.
What's that? Yeah, one was fine. Hey, good morning, everybody. Council Vice President Tyler Maxwell. I did want to take a few minutes this morning to recognize Dr. Tony Molina. Councilmember Carbasi is on Zoom, and he'll be chiming in to say a few words also, but I agreed to help present the certificate today because I've known Dr. Molina for quite a few years now. This is a story I've told before, but I'm going to tell it again. Back when I moved back from college in 2016, came back to Fresno, interested in getting to know City Hall a little bit better at that time, getting involved locally, and I didn't really know how to do that. My very first time coming up to City Hall, very intimidating. If you guys seen the outside of this building, it can be a little intimidating coming up to City Hall. But my first meeting was a BPAC meeting, which is the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting. And to sit in on that and learn a little bit more about how to get involved in the community. And that's the first time I met Dr. Molina. And from the first time I met him, he reached out to me, became a friend, and told me different ways that I could get involved here locally and make a difference. And I remember sitting in on those early meetings of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which is now the Active Transportation Committee, and they were talking about certain things like building a midtown trail through central Fresno to connect neighborhoods, to add additional green space to Fresno, walkability. They're talking about adding class 4 protected bike lanes across the city, which I'm not sure if we had any back in 2016, or if we did, it was very few. But I could tell you now that we've added protected bike lanes that are going up in Districts 1, they're going up in District 3, going up in District 4. They're building some in District 2 in the near future, as well as District 7, as a way to protect our bicyclists, because you guys have seen the news, we've had a few fatalities of folks riding their bikes in the last couple of weeks, collision with a vehicle. These bike lanes add protection. And lastly, an active transportation coordinator was a big priority that these folks like Dr. Molina had brought up, which is basically a proposed position that we were able to get through the budget last year with the help of the mayor that would add oversight, education, and safety measures to make sure our bicyclists and our pedestrians were educated on their rights, how to stay safe, and to build the infrastructure to keep those people safe. And the reason I'm mentioning all this is because all of those priorities have been championed by a couple council members in the past, but it never would have passed if it weren't for the folks like Dr. Molina, who have been part of these committees for years and years and have been pushing and pushing and pushing, making phone calls, talking to council members and the folks that he works with to make these a reality. And that really would not have happened without folks like you. And so I'm honored to honor you today because you've made our city a safer place, and I appreciate that. So I want to hand it over to Councilmember Carbasi. If you're listening on Zoom and want to say a couple words about the doctor.
And that was very well done, Council Vice President. Thank you. I will add, Dr. Molina, Tony, you live in District 2. Thank you so much. You are a pride for our district, and I think everything the Vice President said is correct. This has been a heck of a week. I was going to talk in council comments about the tragic loss of life from the collision of Blackstone and Herndon. Those deaths between cars and pedestrians or bicycles, they're all avoidable deaths. And it's so tragic when these things happen. It's been a really tough time for Northwest Fresno. We've lost quite a few folks from accidents. I won't call it an accident, collisions like this, because again, they're all avoidable. But because of the hard work of yourself and Phil and so many other folks, Matthew Woodward, you keep us accountable and make sure that because sometimes it gets busy as a policymaker, but you make sure we stay very focused and keep our eye on the ball because the goal is Vision Zero. In the audience today, we have a delegation from Münster, Germany, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. And I was amazed how they have the same issues we do. Now, they have a very high population of bicyclists, but they also have safety issues like we do. And so we're not alone, but hopefully with collaborating with our partners from across the world, we'll be able to make Fresno a much safer place. And it's a great way to attract people to live here, to have employers come here, making sure we're a walkable, safeable community. A lot of work to be done. But Tony, I want to thank you so much for everything you've done to make this possible and for when you were the chair of the BPAC and for staying involved.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, I'm going to hand it over to the current chair of BPAC, Phil Arbayo, to say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Phil Arbayo, current chair for the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And, there's not enough time to say what I want to say about what Dr. Molina means to this community and his champion for bicycle and pedestrian safety. He's been my mentor for the last 4 or 5 years since I've been back and a member of BPAC, and it's been an honor to follow him as chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We all go to Tony when there is an issue coming up, whether it's for bicyclists, safety, pedestrian safety. He's in the know. He keeps us accountable as chair, as members as well on the committee. And it is my honor. This is our second year presenting this award, the Nick Palladino Bicycle Safety Award. And I couldn't think of anyone else who was more deserving of this award than Dr. Anthony Molina. So thank you so much for all the work that you do, Tony, and it's well deserved.
Thank you very much, Phil and council members, council president, vice president, and council member Carbasi for recognizing me. And I accept this award on behalf of the bicyclists and pedestrians of the city of Fresno. And I am, honored and humbled by this award, but I accept it because it elevates the importance of the work done by our members of BPAC here, as well as all of our council members who have supported safer infrastructure with cycle tracks on the Palm Avenue, Belmont, the Blackstone Smart Mobility Project, Barstow, all of these safer infrastructure which we desperately need. I also, though, want to recognize our public works staff who, as well as our police department and our planning department, who all work day to day to do the hard work of making our streets safer. And I want to recognize Andy Benelli, Scott Seam, Jill Gormley, Carla Gonzalez, our new ATP coordinator, and our grant writers, Mary, Shelby in the past. So all of you are very much appreciated, and we could not do our work without your work. And I also want to thank our mayor for supporting bike. I was delighted to see the mayor riding an e-bike to support Bike to Work Day. So look forward to having you join us with a mall to City Hall ride next year on your e-bike there. So, but I want to also, you mentioned the sobering effect there, Mike, that we've had in our district. I'm wearing a Paul Moore bracelet, and I had the privilege of attending a candlelight vigil last night for Monique Contreras, who lost her life at Milburn and Herndon. And so it really is a sobering reminder that we need to do more, that we have a long way to go, and that it's really something that we need to really seriously consider adopting a Vision Zero resolution. So I ask your support as we move forward to it. And the time is right for that. I would ask, as you enter budget deliberations, to consider allocating funding for a Vision Zero consultant to come up with a Vision Zero action plan that can be implemented, because the dollars for the Safe Streets for All is coming online this summer. The deadline for applications will be August or September. So we really kind of need to move forward to get those dollars that will support development of an action plan as well as implementation. There's billions of dollars under the IIJA Act. We need some of those dollars here in Fresno. So, I would urge you to seriously move forward with Vision Zero, and I also, no offense to my friends at Caltrans, but I'd rather see our Measure C dollars going to helping people feel safer on the streets so they can get out of their cars and reduce our congestion rather than expanding capacity with braided ramps. Sorry, sorry guys. But I'd like to see those safe ramp access to the freeways. We need safer pedestrian and bicycle crossing for the freeways. I'd rather see that than expanded capacity with auxiliary lanes and those sort of things. So think about that. So anyway, I just wanted to close with my final closing statement that I wrote down so I wouldn't forget it. I said, we must act with resolve to come together as one Fresno, all of us to do our parts to make our streets safe for all road users of all ages and abilities. So thank you, Phil. I want to thank you for coming up with the idea of the award. Thank you, Tyler and Councilmember Carbasi. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more round of applause, and we'll take a photo here real quick together. How about
Hey,
that?
Vice President Maxwell, before you read the proclamation.
We're not reading it. It's just a certificate.
Certificate? Okay. Dr. Tony, I just wanted to publicly thank you for the work you've done over the years. Thank you for coming out to our Jackson neighborhood meeting for our Safe Streets events. You got a chance to see the council president dunked in a tank. That was actually really fun to see. And just for the record, the bicycle that you gave credit for the mayor riding was actually an electrical bicycle. So he wasn't pedaling all that hard. But we're going to get him into a low rider out in Southeast Fresno. But I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Tony, for all the work you've done and publicly acknowledge you. All the bike lanes that we see in Southeast, the ones that lead on from Hazelwood on Butler all the way to Fresno Pacific, was it because of your advocacy and you coming to our council chambers and meeting with us and working with us. And remember the big Cal Viva event we did on Ventura, Kings Canyon. I know that a big part of that was your advocacy. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for your work, and a very well-deserved award for you today. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Dr. Molina, I just also wanted to express my gratitude for the work that you've done. At least since I've been on the council, you have not let up. And isn't it refreshing to kind of see the change that has happened in terms of the embracing of bike lanes and really active transportation projects, and really pushing the city in a direction that is friendly to those that are biking, to those that are walking. And so I will say that at least in my 7.5 years, it's been awesome to kind of see the shift and really the commitment, because of advocates like you haven't let up and have reminded us of the importance of doing these types of investments in our city and shifting in policy priorities as well. So thank you for the work that you have done. Thank you for pushing city leaders to do the right thing.
Let's go ahead and grab just a couple of photos together. Thank you so much, Doctor. Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Okay, so our next proclamation, also sponsored by Vice President Maxwell, is going to be a proclamation for our World Championship competitors, the Duncan Dynamics Robotics Team 3970.
Come on up, Duncan. Come on up, you guys. I always like being surrounded by people smarter than myself. So you can stand a little bit on this side, a little bit on this side. And then your coach is here as well today, too. There he is, okay. Are you coach? Coach. Okay, nice to meet you, sir. How are you? Congratulations. All right, well, good morning, Duncan. This morning, have the honor of presenting the Duncan Dynamics Robotics Team 3970. This is our Duncan Polytech High School 9th graders to 12th graders, and really some impressive people here, reading about the accomplishments that you guys have achieved over the last few weeks and the last couple months. Really impressive. We have folks here and really just astounded by the amount of time that they put into these projects. I read that you guys collectively put in over 2,000 hours towards the robotics team this past year, which I think is more time than I've ever put in anything in my entire life. So congratulations to you guys. I know that some of you individually put in over 300 hours. I know our coaches collectively put in over 1,000 hours. And that's why you guys were finalists at the 2 regional events that you went to and got an invitation to go to the finals in Houston, Texas a few weeks ago. So congratulations to you guys on that. I know you made it to the quarterfinals, unsuccessful, but the folks that ended up advancing were the folks that eventually took the world championship. And I think if you're ever gonna have to take second to somebody, it's the folks that are going to the world championships, because those are lessons and that you're gonna take with you next year as you guys advance forward, and those lessons are gonna be helpful, so you guys are gonna go on to the World Championships next cycle. But I know you guys have put in an incredible amount of work. I don't know nearly enough about robotics to talk about all the awesome stuff you have done. I see your project back there. So interested in learning a little bit more about what you got back there, Coach, a little bit about your experience, and then we're going to transition over to a PowerPoint that you've presented today. So do you want to take it away from here, Coach?
Well, actually, I'd rather have the students talk about it.
Whoever you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I just have to say that I'm a senior at Duncan. I'm the president of the club, and it has been the single most fulfilling experience of my entire life. Watching everyone learn and grow throughout the season, going from new students who've never been in the club before to some of the most experienced people I know and who I trust my time and effort and energy with, it's just beautiful. Teamwork and problem solving are two of the things that I think the world needs to see more of in their students and in their leaders. And that's exactly what we do here on the robotics team. The teamwork here is unlike anything I've ever seen before. You have to trust everyone who you're talking to because you're putting hundreds of hours of work in their hands whenever you let them drive the robot or let them work on it. And then problem solving, that's the entirety of what we do. We spend all of our time figuring out how to solve a problem and how to complete a challenge. And it's just incredible that we had this opportunity to go to Texas because some of these kids have never been out of the Central Valley, much less flying on an airplane to another state. So it's been a really wonderful experience. I want to thank Fresno Unified for funding that trip because there was no way we'd be able to take a week-and-a-half-long journey to Texas on our own funding. And it's been a wonderful time. I'm graduating, but I cannot wait to see what the club does in upcoming years. So thank you.
Let me ask a quick question. Can somebody speak a little bit to the machine that we got back there and what that does? I watched BattleBots as a kid. I'm not sure the capacity of that machine back there, but can somebody talk a little bit about what we got in the back of the room? They want to. And as they're bringing that down, are we okay to start the slideshow presentation in the meantime?
What I'd like to do is have one of our mentors sort of narrate what's going on.
Sure, who would you like to do that today?
Do you want me to play it through first or just talk through it?
Talk it through.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So clerk, can we go ahead and get the slideshow?
You could do Sam. He'll talk.
All right, we got our narrator today. What's your name?
I'm Raul.
All right, Raul, take it away. Thank you.
Hello, I'm one of the mentors for the team, and we're going to be presenting a small short video, a quick video of kind of our season and how the robot works. What you're going to see in the first half of the video before she presses play is prototyping. Oh, there's no sound, but I guess that's okay. So that's our prototyping, students working on the robot. The bumper. Oh, and then there's our robot picking up a ball. So basically what's happening here is our robot's progressing through the season. This is about probably a month of work, and then there's about a fast forward of 2 weeks. As you can see, we're picking up balls. And here's our Central Valley Regional here in Fresno. Robot's actually battling it out. So the goal was to pick up the balls off the floor and shoot them into a hoop, kind of like a game of basketball, a 3v3. And so there's us getting our award, our wildcard award that qualified us for champs. This is at Champs in Houston, Texas. As you can see, the robot is picking up a ball off the ground fairly quickly, getting past the defense, lining up to shoot, and scoring points for our team. Here is a point of view of the robot bumping against the others. And at the last 30 seconds of the match, you get extra points for climbing the hanger, which is a set of monkey bars. As you can see, the robot is bringing itself up. Yeah, it lifts itself up. The robot weighs about 125 pounds. So you have to create a mechanism that climbs itself off the ground. As you can see, there's our team. Yeah. Mantis.
So does somebody just want to quickly explain what we do?
So the challenge for this year was to basically pick up giant tennis balls. And so what we had to do was go from a complete, they don't give us a design to start with. We have to create the CAD, which is a 3D model of the robot. We design, prototype, and then build this entire robot from scratch. So our goal was to pick up those 9.5-inch tennis balls. And so we designed a mechanism where we would have this front portion of the robot drop down. These wheels would spin, and it would bring the balls up into this system we called the stager. So what this does is, as you can see here, we have some balls now. It contains them within it. It has sensors that we put in place so that it knows where to put the balls and how to hold them. And then we have these 2 flywheels up here on the top that spin quite rapidly and then launch the balls into the goal. So all of this is driven by 2 drivers and then controlled partially by autonomous robot code. And then we also have these 2 sets of hooks, which allow our robot to climb. We were actually one of the fastest climbers at the competition, even at the World Championships. The reason we got to quarterfinals is because of how fast our robot could climb. There are very few others who could do it as quickly as we could and as consistently. So that's the pride and joy of our robot, and we had a wonderful time manufacturing it to all the speculations and all the rules. There's an 150-page rule book each year that we have to follow to the letter so that we can qualify, and yeah, that's our robot.
Let me ask a quick question. For those of you that aren't seniors, how many of you want to continue doing this in the coming years at Duncan? You get something you guys want to keep up going forward? Anybody graduating this year? Anybody want to go into computer science, programming, engineering? I can tell you that's such an important thing. My only hope is that if you go to school outside of Fresno, that you come back, because it's exactly these kinds of skills that we need here in the Central Valley. You guys have an incredible wealth of knowledge, things I couldn't teach myself in a million years. I wish they had something like this when I was in high school so I could have landed an honest job. But just really impressed with what you guys have going on here. You've made Duncan proud. You've made Fresno Unified proud. I could tell you District 4 is really proud of you. And the city of Fresno, really what an accomplishment to make it to the championship. So what I want to do is I want to have the clerk read the proclamation to you, but let's go ahead and move this to the background real quick, and we'll all step up here in the front before we have the clerk go on record. Awesome. We'll all come up here. So we have here the proclamation from the city of Fresno, including the council and the mayor. Coach, you want to come up here and hold it while I have the city clerk read it into the record for us?
Whereas the Duncan Dynamic Robotics team earned finalist awards at the 2 regional competitions and a wild card invitation to the first FRC championship in Houston, Texas. Their performance during the championship led them to be chosen as the first robotic pick by Alliance 8 in the Galileo division, where they were defeated in the quarterfinals by the eventual world champion Alliance 1. And whereas the Duncan Robotics team offers students practical experience using tools, equipment, reprogramming, and computer aid design to prepare them for post-secondary experiences and careers. And whereas Duncan Polytech High School is a magnet school open to all students within Fresno Unified and surrounding school districts, every Duncan student takes 4 years of career technical education courses in addition to their academic courses. So they are eligible and ready to take on post-secondary opportunities or move into high-skilled, high-demand careers upon graduation. And whereas this year, the Duncan Robotics team dedicated more than 2,300 hours outside of the school day designing, building, testing, redesigning, and validating the robot design for competition. Many students logged more than 300 hours after school during the 4-month build season. And whereas the Duncan Robotics team members include Robert Capps, Toby Inns, Kayla Herr, Alex Lee, Xavier Romero, Ryan Rosas, Stephen Padilla, Keithan Savanarath, George Vang, David Wells, Ethan Yang, and Yingi Yang. Their team is grateful to their mentors, 5 of whom are returning Duncan alumni, and their teacher advisor, Douglas Urabi. The mentors invested over 1,400 hours in their students this season. And whereas all students on the team are in Duncan Innovative Design and Applied Technology Academy and range from grades 9 through 12. This was the first time many of these students participated robotics competition. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Mayor of City of Fresno and City Council, do hereby commend the Duncan Dynamics Robotics team on their performance.
Let's hear it for our future leaders, you guys. We got certificates for all of you guys in the lobby today. If you want to go out there, Carmen, we'll meet you in the lobby, and she'll give you guys each a certificate recognizing your accomplishments. But congratulations. Keep up the good work, you guys. This is awesome stuff. Thank you again. I appreciate it. So who gets to keep the robot when it's all over? I do. They get decommissioned, or? We use it. Gotcha. Wow. Really impressive stuff, you guys. It is, yeah. It's good to bring in. It is. Meet Carmen in the lobby. She got a certificate.
Hey, Vice President Maxwell, does the robot have a name?
Mantis.
Maxwell?
Mantis.
They didn't name it after me because I can't do a pull-up.
Mantis.
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 The arms come down like a praying mantis.
Very cool. Great job, guys.
You guys, thank you so much for coming out today.
All right, congratulations again. Our next proclamation is going to be for Lupus Awareness Month. That's going to be sponsored by Councilmember Soria.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Manisha Vittel. So good morning, everyone. I am going to take this time to bring awareness to lupus. So the month of May, around the nation, we celebrate and proclaim May as Lupus Awareness Month. Today, I want to recognize our local doctors, Dr. Manisha and Dr. Vivek Mittal. They're both local physicians here in our community that are very involved beyond, their daily practice. And one of the issues that they're very passionate about is lupus, and making sure that here in the city of Fresno, this issue is made, that there's awareness on the issue for our local community, and especially those people suffering from lupus. Just a little bit of a fact, over 500,000 of Americans live with lupus, with over 90% of those folks being women. And studies have shown that women of color are the most heavily burdened by this disease: Black women, Latinas, and Asian women. Lupus, for those of you that don't know, really devastates different parts of the bodies, making daily life very difficult. So imagine having this disease that makes your daily life really difficult by impacting your organs, tissue, joints, heart, and kidneys. I actually personally know 2 people that are suffering with lupus. And any given day, this disease can be very debilitating, where it impacts just the daily activities that people like you and I that are healthy are able to enjoy, so much that some people can't even show up to work or do just the daily tasks in their own homes. While the causes for lupus are not very known, it is important to raise the awareness about what is out there to combat that stigma that may exist, and also support those that are affected in our local communities, and most importantly, advocate for additional research to happen to find a cure to this disease, along other diseases that are debilitating. I want to recognize today our local doctors who have been trying to bring awareness to this issue. This is the first time here in the city of Fresno that we recognize May as the month for Lupus Awareness Month. I want to thank the doctor for Dr. Mittal for really coming and reaching out to us to make sure that the community knows of this disease, but more importantly knows that there are people in the community that are not just providing medical services, but are advocating on behalf of this issue by sitting on the California Lupus Foundation Board that again is trying to raise money and awareness to find a cure for this really debilitating disease. So I want to thank our local doctors really for promoting also wellness and disease management for women that are here in our community battling this disease, at what they have is called the Moksha Holistic Center, which they founded back in 2018. So thank you, doctors, both for being here this morning, for making sure that our community is aware of this disease, and for the work that you guys do in our community to make sure that patients across this city or across this valley have access to people like you that have the knowledge and the resources to help people manage this disease. Unfortunately, there's no cure yet, but that's the goal, to work hard to make sure that there's investments made to help people across this region and across the nation with this disease. Would you like to say a few words before?
Thank you to Councilmember Esmeralda Soria. Thank you very much. And then thank you to the mayor, the city hall, and thank you everyone. Lupus is an autoimmune condition, and we are wearing purple and dedicating, and our mayor's wearing purple too, so we're all wearing purple to create awareness about lupus. It's a very life-threatening condition that affects various organ systems. However, there's a lot of advances in treatment, so the more we make people aware and educate and empower them, they can seek timely intervention. So it's very important, especially for Fresno and Central Valley, that we create more and more educational resources for them. And I thank the City Hall and our Council Member Soria for creating this awareness. And we look forward to doing more events in May so that people have more access to education and care. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Yes. Systemic lupus erythematosus, referred to as SLE or lupus, is a chronic autoimmune disease that affects over 500,000 people in the United States, according to the Lupus Foundation of America. Over 90% of those diagnosed with lupus are women. Women of color are afflicted with lupus, as studies have shown that the disease burden of SLE is highest in Black women, followed by Latinas and Asian women. And whereas lupus is an unpredictable and misunderstood autoimmune disease, causing the immune system to attack healthy tissue, damaging different organ systems. It can affect the skin, joints, kidneys, the lining of the lungs, heart, and brain. Many patients experience low-grade fever, fatigue, hair loss, and Raynaud's disease. Lupus is a great mimicker and can be difficult to diagnose early on. It is difficult to diagnose, hard to live with, and a challenge to treat. Many of the symptoms and impacts of lupus are subjective, like fatigue, joint pain, having flu-like symptoms, to the more obvious clinical signs of damage to the organs like the kidneys, heart, and lungs. Because many of these symptoms are invisible, it can often leave those living with lupus feeling misunderstood and isolated. And whereas, through consistent work with individuals battling lupus, board-certified rheumatologist and internist Dr. Manisha Middle of Fresno has assisted numerous people in living and learning how to better manage lupus and maintain a quality of life. Dr. Middle practices integrative medicine and advocates for healthier lifestyle choices, diet, exercise, meditation, and medications as key interventions. And whereas, in 2018, Dr. Middle establishes the Moksha Holistic Center located in Fresno. The center focuses on Ayurveda, the science of life and longevity, and holistic healing to promote well-being and disease management for women battling lupus. In addition, she advocates for investment to find a cure for lupus as a board member of the California Lupus Foundation. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim May 26, 2022 to be Lupus Awareness Month.
Thank you again, Dr. Manisha and Vivek, for being here this morning, and thank you for the work that you all do in the community.
Okay. Our next proclamation is going to be a proclamation recognizing our sister city, Münster, Germany, and that's going to be sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager, as well as Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. And if I could have Mayor Leva, please come forward, and you can bring your, if you'd like, you can bring your delegation. And I know Council Member Carbasi is not able to be with us in person, but Councilmember Carbasi has played a vital role this week in being able to show the delegation around. I had the opportunity last night to be at the Fresno Grizzly game, and it was interesting because I did not know that this was the first baseball game the mayor's ever been to. And then to stand out there and throw out the first ceremonial pitch with him was equally interesting. And then had the opportunity to share with them how baseball is played and what those things do. But the reason we're here today is to recognize this long-standing relationship that we have had with Munster, Germany, as our sister city. And now for 39 years, at least according to our records, I think a little less for their records. But we know over that time that the relationship has waned a little bit. What I didn't know was that as part of this sister city relationship, no mayor has ever been to Munster, Germany from Fresno. So we're going to change that, I believe, next August of 2023. And we're going to make sure that we have a delegation that goes that includes myself and Councilmember Carbasi, and I think Tyler Maxwell, but he's not here. So he is asked to go. So what I'd like to do is just talk about the importance of this relationship. The relationship is important for a lot of reasons. Certainly to share best practices, to be able to learn from one another, as I did last night, quite frankly, on some of the things they're doing with high-speed rail. I think they are #1 in the world in terms of their being not only bicycle-friendly, but very few people actually drive cars as compared to the people that are driving bicycles riding bicycles in Munster. And there's a lot of other things that we can learn from each other in terms of education. I know that our youth Philharmonic group went back to Munster at one point, and there's been some other exchanges with students, but we want to take that to the next level. We really do. And it is really going to allow us to focus more on the economics and the commerce, and we're going to make sure that that happens. So with that, I'd like to have Mayor Leva say a few words. He speaks very good English, by the way, very good English. And my German is not so good because the one we had to say last night, play ball. So he said play ball in English, and I said it in German. Spielball. Say it again. Spielball. Spielball. That's it. Don't laugh at me, you guys. So with that, I wanted to have our mayor, who's already become a friend of mine and is definitely a friend of the city, say a few words.
Dear Mayor, dear Jerry, dear Council President Nelson, dear City Manager, dear Joanne, and dear Mike Gambassi, he's online now. I hope you feel good. And Brett, Stephen, you are a long friend of our twin city, of our partnership. Thank you for your achievement, therefore. That's great. And also, Mike, it's great what you do for us here. And also, I think it is a huge experience that we can get the experience that we have also bicycle programs, Dr. Molina, and then the wonderful ideas from the students from the Duncan Polytechnical High School. Congratulations, it's great what you do here worldwide, and I wish you a lot of success for the future. And also for you, oh, she's gone? No? Okay. Congratulations here, for the first day. First of all, it is a huge honor for us. Also, that is a big surprise that we get a proclamation. This is a big honor for us, and now I think it's time to say thank you. Thank you for this wonderful days here, a lot of interesting meetings, and a great hospitality. All the people we meet here, and this is a compliment to you, the citizen of Fresno, are very kindly, and so it is great. It is a symbol of our American-German partnership. And you can imagine, since February 24, the terrible attack from the Russians against Ukraine. And so we can get a feeling, therefore, our freedom and our peace is not obviously. We say thank you for your achievement, the American people. Thank you for all this. This is a very important point of this. But on the other way, I think we have a lot of possibilities to work together. So Münster is a city with around 315,000 inhabitants in the middle of a region with 1.6 million. 42% of our citizens ride with a bicycle, 42%, and only 32% with a car, and the rest bus and train and other things. Also the mayor. I ride every day with a bicycle from my home to the city hall. It's in 7 miles, and I like it. It's very, but the secret of this is not only build bicycle ways close to the road, but several bicycle rides through the forest, through the parks. And so bicycle riding is not only a traffic solution, it's good for health, it's, I think, a part of an intrinsic motivation. So this is a symbol, therefore, that it is so important that we change our knowledges. So we have a huge delegation now. The member of the delegation was also the city planner, Jörg, here. So this is one of his I think it's a big challenge how we create modern livable cities. Then we have Philip, he's a member of the city council. Dr. Klenners is also a member of the city council, and Elke, she organized the whole trip. Thank you for all. It was great that you do here. But also we have the rector from one of the biggest universities in Germany. He was here some days. Later he changed to the Stanford University. I was also there 2 days ago. We have the managing director from our Chamber of Commerce here. We have the president from our police as they exchange also their knowledges. And so this is a huge symbol, therefore, that we are able to change our knowledges. So I'm not also the mayor from Münster, I'm also the president from the German City Association. This is an association with the biggest city in Germany. So it is for me a huge pleasure that I send my greetings from the German cities to our friendship city, Fresno. And I think it is a huge challenge for us. We get the possibility for a competition. And so we both cities were selected for a competition to be the best city friendship between USA and Germany. So I think we have a lot of application. We have trust. We get a frame of trust a long time. And so I think this, I know my last words, if I look from a perspective 8,000 miles away from Fresno, then I think this city here has the best perspectives ever. You get a new fast train. You are close to the Bay Area. You have 3 national parks. You have the possibility to change your food industry in organ food and other things. These are also the topics that are so important for the future. And so you have until today affordable housing. And so if you get a fast train, you will get a modern city of startup companies and other things. So I think in 20 years, the city will be changed, and I think you get enough money. Therefore, the council is responsible. Therefore, I listen to your interesting debate. Sorry, I would like it, but it's very interesting. I wish you, the citizen of Fresno, a good future, a good perspective, and I invite you, together with the citizen of Münster, to come to Münster, and that we can get more and more experience, more and more friendship. Thank you for all. You are great, the people and the citizens from Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. And I think our city council would find it interesting that, sometimes I think I have it rough here. He has 67 council members to deal with. Wow. 67.
And
so
I'm the leader from the council also.
Yeah, so he sits where the council president is as well. I did learn a lot about the planning last night in terms of how they deal with the housing. They have a housing shortage as well in Münster, and so we're trying to, we were sharing some ideas last night as to how to address that. The difference between us is their homeless population is probably 200 compared to ours of about 4,200. So, and their unemployment rate is very, very low as well, which is ours at 3.8%. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk.
Mayor.
Oh, Mike, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You guys did a great job last night at the baseball game. And so to the Münster delegation, and I'm just so honored to have been able to host you while you were here on behalf of our city. and the residents of Northwest Fresno. Since 1983, we've had a sister city relationship. It's the second oldest relationship we've had with a sister city in the city, all my life pretty much, since I was born. I want to share with my colleagues and the public something. On Monday morning, a C-17 plane landed in Indianapolis from Germany. And on that plane was 35 tons of hypoallergenic infant baby formula. In our country, we have been very challenged right now with shortages for baby formula, which impacts so many, especially people that are vulnerable and lower income. And it was through our friendship with our allies that we were able to have those resources. With the recent, as Mayor Leva mentioned, the challenges with the Ukraine and the heinous attack by Vladimir Putin in Russia. NATO is more important now than ever. And the fact that it's growing and the bond is strengthening is so important. Now, one thing that happens, federal governments change. They have a new, chancellor in Germany. We get presidents that come and go. But what's important is we have local municipalities across this country that have these relationships and keep the back channels open so that we can provide aid to each other. And that's so very important. And continuing to build the bond of this relationship with Münster, Germany, a community that, has some advantages that we can learn from, and we have some advantages they can learn from. We can exchange that information. That's really big. But what I like the most are the youth opportunities. So we have someone in our audience named Nick Yovino, and he, in 1986, actually, as a young student, did an exchange in Germany. We have a council member who's also from Germany, Philip Hagemann. When I went to the airport and greeted him, I said, "Oh, is this your first time in Fresno?" He said, "No, it's my 25th time." He came here many years ago as a youth. And when what's one thing that's growing in Germany are sports and American sports, American football, baseball. So, they may be very soon building a baseball stadium and a football stadium over there, which we're excited about, so we can get our Grizzlies over there if we can. And hopefully we will be able to join you when you open that stadium. But the fact that we can send kids that never had that opportunity before to study abroad and learn about a different culture, and then bring those resources back here to solve some of the most challenging problems, like with mobility and transportation, that's a really, really big opportunity. And we have to foster these relationships to make sure those opportunities are open to our youth. And what I want to add, though, is there's a lot of people to thank. Mayor's staff, thank you so much for your help in this process. Thank you to John Ellis. I do want to thank the Yovino family. I want to thank Nick and Nick Jr. For your help, making sure we stayed on task and made sure this was all possible. Brad Stevens and Ellie Sweet, thank you so much for all your help with the Grizzlies game. Thank you to the Fresno Grizzlies, Alex Costa from Mad Duck. Everybody just came on board to make sure they were very, very welcome. And hospitality is something that's very important in our shared culture as Americans. And I hope we can say at the very least you were very well fed and taken care of here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to host you. And the last thing I want to add, Nick, if you're there, I think we have some flowers for a very special person who I'm so honored to have been able to get to know. If we can move the camera back to the delegation. So Elke Wirtz is now a very good friend of mine. We spent a lot of hours over the last 6-7 months trying to make this happen. She's a wonderful human being. I suggest everyone get to know her. She's very passionate about the sister city relationships. And Paulette and I were so happy to host you and get to know you. And we wish you safe travels. And thank you for everything you've done, Elke. And I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you to say a few words. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, now you really put me on the spot because I'm almost in tears here. Mike, thank you so much for your lovely words that I can only give back to you. I want to thank you, Mike, and Nick, and John. We've been working endless hours to put together this program, and we've established a friendship that goes way beyond this delegation visit, and that will last for a lifetime. I know already Nick, I've met first time in 2015, when he was appointed by Sister Cities organization to help with the football exchange. And we quickly realized we are on the same terms, as in thinking this is a global friendship that needs to be extended to many, many people, not just children, but also adults, not just the cultural exchange, but also the economic exchange. And we've come together a couple of times this week, turned to each other and said, I think we've done it. So thank you so much to all of you. Thank you, Mayor Dyer, for hosting us, and we had a wonderful evening with you yesterday. We were sorry that that you couldn't be with us on Monday, but the more we are happy today that you're here with us, and we're looking forward to many, many years to come with a mutual collaboration between our cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I want to add, I kind of recruited Tyler to go with us to Germany. I hope all the colleagues want to go. Tyler, just so you know, if we ever go to their stadium they're going to build, there's a baseball stadium and we're running the bases, Elka will shove you out of the way of the base, just letting you know. She did it last night too.
I look forward to going.
You're in August. We already counted you in.
I'll be there.
Mayor, before you finish, just want
Yes.
to point out that the rest of the council would like to go on your city credit card, of course, so
Okay.
that, our
I
colleague doesn't have a
can't.
problem.
We have one big account, and you guys maxed it all out.
Yeah.
I wish I had a city credit card, but no, actually the good news is we are one of the finalists for a grant from the federal government of Germany. They're going to pay for a delegation to continue this relationship. So that's a really cool opportunity. So it'll be revenue neutral to our taxpayers.
Yeah.
On a serious note, Mayor, I do think in the next delegation to Germany, maybe we should invite some people from the COG. It'd be good for, Director Boren to see what good public transportation looks like and that, human beings can actually utilize it effectively.
Yeah, and we're also going to take Leanne Eager as well. Probably we're going to invite her for the high-speed rail and a number of folks. We want it to be a big delegation, and certainly anybody that wants to go from the council would be welcome to go. And I would like all the council to come down here. I think it's important for us to all take a share in a photo. And
As long as
we
you
present,
put your mask back on.
I'm not. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Whereas on May 10th, 1983, the Fresno City Council approved a resolution naming Münster, Germany, a historic, cultural, and university town as a sister city. Now, 39 years later, the pairing between Fresno and Münster is Fresno's second longest current sister city relationship, surpassed only by Kochi, Japan. And whereas over the years, the Münster-Fresno relationship has been mutually beneficial with many student exchanges and visits by citizens and officials within the two cities. In 1991, for instance, a Münster delegation toured Fresno area agricultural venues. In 1993, the Fresno Youth Philharmonic Orchestra toured Münster. Visits such as these enrich both cities and strengthen the relationship. And whereas in 2009, Marcus Liba was elected as Münster's mayor. He was reelected in 2015 and 2020, and in his 19th year leading the city. And whereas Mayor Lua was the Münster's City Council and Fresno Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council desire to continue this very important relationship as we welcome Mayor Lua and the Münster delegation to the city of Fresno in May 2022. And whereas to not only continue but also to expand this long-standing relationship, Münster and Fresno have signed an economic alliance with the goal of strengthening economic development ties. This agreement will pave the way for the sharing of information and best practices and assist in the development and commercialization of new technologies as well as businesses, attractions, and expansions. And whereas the city of Fresno appreciates this long and fruitful relationship and looks forward to many more years and decades as partners, with the goal of enriching lives not only to both cities, but also by our close working relationship in the world at large. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council proclaim Thursday, May 26, 2022, to be Münster, Germany Day.
Thank you to our good friends for making the trip here to Fresno. We do have one more proclamation for Affordable Housing Month. That's going to be sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager, as well as myself.
So if I could have all the representatives, I know our Fresno Housing Partners are here, Tyrone, CEO, Tyrone Williams, Tiffany's here, and Michael Duarte, and a number of folks. And any other organizations? I know we also had Drive. Anybody here from Drive? Upholdings, Fresno City College and the Housing Opportunities Promote Education Initiative. Anyone from Lowell CDC? Fresno Community and Economic Development Partnership, and then Self-Help Enterprise. So this is Council President Esparza, my opportunity to recognize really the people that do some meaningful work in our community. And oftentimes we take for granted housing when we have a house or we have a roof over our head, where a lot of people don't have that opportunity. We're not only talking about the homeless populations, but that people that may not be able to afford to live in our city. And what we've found through the One Fresno Housing Strategy was how that demand has increased in recent years, largely because of the affordability factor in our city, where the Fresno has been deemed, in many cases, the hottest housing market in the nation. It's a good thing. People want to live in our city, but the bad news is it drives up our housing cost, and people can't afford to live here. And certainly we want to increase, good paying jobs in our city so they can afford to own a home and to rent a home. But we also have opportunities outside of that through our housing, Fresno Housing and others, to be able to make sure that they're able to get into a home. We had a good meeting yesterday, a long meeting. We meet frequently with our Fresno Housing Partners, and it's really for the purpose of finding ways that we can partner to create more homes in our city. We need homes of all natures for all income levels, market rate, affordable housing, workforce housing. We need housing in our city, and we're committed. And I think you saw that yesterday, and I'm going to be rolling out our budget here to the council, but the mayor's budget contains $40 million to support housing in our community this coming year, and we need that. And it's the largest commitment that we've made in our history. I know Council President Esparza has been a driving force on housing in our city. Is actually last year was pushing us to create a housing trust fund, which we were able to do collectively. So I just want to say thank you to all those people that do God's work in providing a roof over the people's heads in Fresno that otherwise, unfortunately, would not be able to do that. So thank you, Councilman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Housing is the #1 issue for this city, probably the single most important thing, critical to the continued economic development here in Fresno. I think you ask any council member, you ask anyone in the mayor's cabinet, and you're going to say housing is critical. And it's something that we cannot do alone. Something that myself, my colleagues have been tackling over the years since we've been here at City Hall. I'll give credit to the mayor for coming in and listening to us on our housing ideas, combining them into a comprehensive sort of plan, as well as to our community partners who have other ideas as well, seeing blind spots that we may not be seeing and making sure that input is received as well. But again, I think we're here to recognize the fact this month that it's not something that the city does alone. It's in partnership with many of the folks you see here and many others, even beyond that, to produce the number of housing units that we need to produce here in Fresno. Again, I have the privilege of representing a good chunk of the Blockstone corridor. I believe it to be right up there with downtown in terms of very conducive opportunities for housing. And I'm looking forward to standing with the Housing Authority next month, and as we do the groundbreaking for the Arthur. Very excited for that project. Been a long time coming, almost my whole first term, but we got there. So that's one of many examples, right? That's one to highlight that one, given that we're standing with our partners here. But housing's our #1 critical issue here in Fresno. Last budget last year, I was asking for $25 million. Didn't get it for housing, but the mayor came back, and he came back with almost double that. So obviously the devil's in the details, but we're gonna take that step by step, and there's gonna be a significant amount invested in housing this coming month and in the budget. But again, thank you all for being here, for joining us, for your very hard work. We quite frankly could not do it without you.
Well, partnership is everything, especially in a housing crisis. And I have to say that thank you to the mayor and all of the members of the city council for your partnership and support in all of the housing options that we work in. At Fresno Housing, we're involved in not only building and developing housing, but housing choice vouchers, providing housing for the unhoused or unsheltered. And we are committed and we are elated to hear about the $40 million. Talk is cheap, but money changes things. And so we appreciate that, and we look forward to continued partnership as we move toward making Fresno one Fresno that has housing opportunities for all of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name's Emily De La Guerra, and I'm here to represent both Fresno Housing and Drive's Permanent Affordable Housing Initiative. I'm happy to stand beside one of my colleagues from Self-Help Enterprise to talk about Affordable Housing Month. So together with Drive, we want to say thank you to the mayor, to Council President Esparza, and to the entire City Council for recognition of Affordable Housing Month. Affordable housing is so important to our community because everybody deserves a safe place to call home. We celebrate Affordable Housing Month to both build support for housing and provide education on who benefits from affordable housing. And the truth is, we all benefit when individuals and children have a safe, stable, quality, affordable place to call home. So while we celebrate today, this is also an opportunity for all of us to recommit to the mission of serving the families and residents of Fresno. I think everyone up here knows that this work is not easy. There's rarely quick wins, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution. But we have to continue to be relentless in our mission. We have to be relentless to protect our vulnerable populations, our seniors, and our kids, and ensure that they have a safe place to live and where they can grow and thrive. So thank you again for this opportunity, for this recognition, and your dedication to affordable housing in Fresno.
Thank you. What an honor it is, and Drive is going to be a critical component as we go forward to help us carry out some of these initiatives. And the One Fresno Housing Strategy, we just had a meeting this week talking about who our partners are going to be going forward in terms of funding. So that's very important, and self-help obviously is big for us as well. And Fresno, incredible reputation. So with that, or any council?
Mayor, if I may, I just
Yes.
want to reinforce the fact that we probably owe the Housing Authority a couple of appointments so that they can maintain quorum and get the business work done. I know your team is working on that, and I'm hopeful that it'll be on the next agenda for our council's approval. And then secondly, as has been indicated, affordable housing is extremely difficult to do. On average, it takes us 5 years from the moment that we secure funding and put all the layers together and all the planning. And it's been a constant challenge for us. I'm glad that the city has now dedicated Terry Cox to work on all these housing projects, because it does require a full-time liaison to get all these projects through. And then lastly, you know, there's nothing more gratifying, although it takes a long time, to see somebody who went from becoming a renter to an owner, and within their own neighborhoods and their own schools their kids have been going to. And thank you for Self-Help for doing that, and for the Housing Authority for building projects where no one else would. And I would just ask this council that, although we're excited about 40 million, in the context, 40 million built to one project. And, you know, housing for 80 families, if dedicated to one spot. We're gonna have to come up with a very aggressive plan to do this on an ongoing basis and have this kind of commitment every year versus just a one-time, because it's way too hard. And also equally important, to give people an opportunity to have affordable housing across the city, not just in the southern part of the city. So good luck and welcome to the team of the struggle. It's real, it's hard, and I'm glad that you guys are all here and that we're rowing in the same direction.
Mayor and council, I just wanted to thank the folks here that are here today at City Hall, recognizing housing as a huge issue in our community. This has been an issue on my to-do list since day one. I'm glad that I finally get heard, 7.5 years later when we're in a crisis, but it's okay. I did have forethought, I think, when I first came out as a council, but I'm grateful that we do have a mayor that acknowledges that we're in a crisis, and look forward to seeing, if 40 million is really enough in terms of the one time. I think that the issue is really ongoing. This issue isn't going away. We know that every day this issue becomes much more challenging for the average poor working family in our area. And as I've said before, I'm an advocate, yes, of making sure people have an affordable house to live in. I've been working on some of these same projects. But what we need to also do, and I've had these conversations with the Housing Authority, is that beyond just managing poverty, we have to figure out how to get people out of poverty and to really enjoy what many of us enjoy, which is home ownership, building economic wealth in the greatest country on earth. And so, that's the challenge as we're trying to build more affordable housing. Let's make sure that there's enough options for folks to also buy entry home levels that will forever change their lives. Thank you.
Whereas the month of May is dedicated to affordable housing awareness and advocacy, and whereas the City of Fresno and its partner organizations recognize the need and importance of housing affordability, and whereas all individuals should have access to safe, healthy, and affordable home within vibrant communities that provide inclusive opportunities to jobs, amenities, and education. And whereas everyone benefits from quality, affordable housing, including the residents, their neighbors, businesses, employers, and the community as a whole. And whereas the Fresno Housing and the Permanent Affordable Housing Initiative is committed to ensuring the families and individuals across Fresno can live with dignity in safe, vibrant, and affordable homes. And whereas united to raise public awareness, organizations and communities throughout the city of Fresno are participating in Affordable Housing Month in order to elevate the critical need to create healthy communities with ample affordable housing. And now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council proclaim Thursday, May 26, 2022 to be Affordable Housing Month.
Okay, that'll conclude our ceremonial presentations. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments, and we will go ahead and take those in order by district. Councilmember Soria.
I want to give a couple thank yous to city staff and the administration for working with us. One on obviously, there's a lot of street paving construction happening throughout the city. I know that families in the Ashcroft-Durant Way Avenue between Indianapolis and Van Dyke in the central part of my district are very, very happy. We've received a lot of good feedback, so thank you to our street crews for the work that you guys do every day, especially as the weather starts getting hot. Thank you again so much for the work. Want to thank city staff who quickly met with us also to make sure that the Veteran of Foreign Wars Post 8900 had their electronic sign up by their 75th anniversary. They were very grateful. And so I want to thank the staff for working with us to make sure that that was expedited and in time for their 75th anniversary celebration. Lastly, I just want to announce that we have a community meeting that will be happening next Tuesday, May 31st at 5:30, with obviously the budget being rolled out today. We want to give our residents the opportunity to engage and let us know if they like what they see or if they have other ideas. We will be meeting at T Community Resource Center at 4718 North Polk Avenue. So we want folks to come out, tell us your concerns, and then also hear about the investments that we're making over the next couple years west of the 99. And then lastly, want to invite folks to go to attend the Super Health Festival at Lions Park that is located on Marks Avenue on Saturday, June 4th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's a Super Health Festival happening with free food, clothing distribution, haircuts, music, Zumba, still COVID vaccines, and a lot more. So a lot more information on local resources. We invite folks to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Next up will be Councilmember Carbasi via Zoom.
Thank you, Council Vice President. So I just wanted to once again thank the council for taking a photo with the Minister delegation, and so glad you had a great time in Fresno. It's been a pretty busy week. So we had the Pinedale community meeting. It went very well. We have those once a month on the fourth Tuesday of the month. The centennial for Pinedale is coming up pretty soon, so I'll be inviting all of my colleagues later next year when that comes along. It's going to be fantastic. Also, we had a community meeting at River Bluff Elementary on the central unified side of the district just this past week. A lot of great questions and concerns from our residents. I appreciate city staff that attended, including Scott Mosier, Lupe Perez, Gloria Myers. Of course, she lives there too, so that worked out. But there were a lot of questions people asked, and staff was able to answer those questions. Lots of questions about infrastructure, Veterans Boulevard, traffic safety, street racing, still a big issue, and then just general speeding on our roads. I wanted to add before I mention the mayor. Mayor, I'm so glad you're doing well and you're back. I think with COVID, it's always a good reminder, be careful. I mean, that's why I potentially was exposed, but I'm okay. No symptoms or anything. Followed protocol, just wear a mask to socially distance, but good hygiene is important. Washing our hands, not forgetting, sanitizing. It helps to remind ourselves. But a couple things that have gone on, obviously, we've had a couple of pedestrian deaths. Dr. Molina mentioned Monique Contreras, who it was the case where she was hit at Herndon Milburn and dragged like 6 miles. I really hope our state laws are strong enough so that when there's a jerk that does something like that, because there's no way you don't know you hit someone. Look at the damage in that truck. Killed her dog, hit a shopping cart, and then just dragged her and let her die. I hope that person goes to jail for a very long time. That's just not okay. And then, of course, we have the tragic shooting in Texas. I know a lot of people in District 2 have been thinking about that. I mean, these are some of the young victims we have right here, and the brave teacher. These are little kids. And I know, unfortunately, the conversations become very political. The kids haven't even been put to rest yet. But I hope when that's all over, as humans, we can have a real conversation about the underlying causes, because God forbid that happens in our community. That kind of behavior is just not okay. And we can't tolerate that. I am glad to see in the mayor's budget, he's included money for returning SROs back and hiring more SROs for our school districts. That'll be a big help. And we know from the studies that kids do feel safer with someone on campus. So that being said, I really appreciate all the residents of District 2 that have donated to the GoFundMes and have expressed condolences and just real heartache and anger about this tragic accident, tragic massacre in Texas. And that's the report I have. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Last week, Councilmember Maxwell and I joined the city manager to go visit Camp Fresno. And I know the mayor liked my little video of it. But it was important for us to visit because we learned one critical thing. I did not know that any member of the public could rent a cabin in Camp Fresno. That was news to me. It's one of the best kept secrets, I think, in Fresno. There's, if you enjoy camping with limited, modern amenities, which some people do, the weather is much, nicer up there and the air is much cleaner. But it just goes to show that although we've been on the council now 3.5 years, there's a lot of things we don't know. And it's important for us to be intentional in communicating to all our communities about that benefit available to them. So I'm looking forward to seeing the city's official communication to all our residents, especially in ethnic media outlets, so that they would be aware of the opportunity. And City Manager, I had a question. Are the cooling centers officially open?
So all of our community centers, which are air-conditioned, are opened. Technically, cooling centers where there's free transportation get triggered when it's 105 degrees outside, but when it's lower than 105, all of our community centers are open to the public and are air-conditioned.
And I know all our community centers are operated by nonprofits. Do they know that they're required to let anyone into those community centers?
Yes.
So we wouldn't have anybody being turned away if they're not participating in a formal program in those centers?
I'm looking at Director Aguirre, and he's saying they know and everybody should be let in.
Okay, thank
And
you.
if there is a problem that you hear of, please let us know.
Perfect, thank you. Splash Park is officially open. Thank you, Director Aguirre, Dickey Park. And then just a reminder, if the council approves this RFP response to offer free swimming lessons to kids across the city, again, just a reminder that we need to aggressively communicate to the Spanish-speaking media outlets, Hmong, Punjabi. Everybody needs to know that their kids can show up to a local school to get lessons so that they don't end up in the canals and we don't end up with more tragedy. So thank you for that. And then just a reminder, 559, the night market returns to Chinatown tomorrow from 5 to 10, so those of you who are interested. I did have a couple of other follow-up questions, City Manager. Where are we at with the second phase of the energy efficiency plan? I recall we're supposed to approve the second phase in April.
Well, you won on Stump the Manager.
Okay, well, we can follow up later.
Okay, will do.
And then our mobile restrooms that we purchased and we've acquired, I know there's been some questions about what is the plan to get them out there. I don't need an answer right now, but based on the proposed budget, the city is proposing to add hundreds of new positions. So I don't think we're in a position to not be able to deploy those mobile restrooms for the homeless on the position of we don't have staffing. So I'm looking forward for the plan soon. The summer is starting. When the summer gets really hot, people start using exterior walls to do their business, and I want to be able to avoid that. And then lastly, thank you for meeting with the business owners and downtown partnership on the parking issues in downtown. I know we're still rolling things out. I was at the zoo board meeting yesterday at Roding Park, and there's, people are still learning how to use the kiosk systems. So there's quite a bit of adjustments we have to do. And congratulations to our parking coordinator, I think is the official title, who's come on board. We're looking forward to that, position being staffed and the work taking place. So thank you. Those are all my comments, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez.
At the risk of not earning the blah, blah, blah award today, I think I'll yield my time.
Councilmember Butterfield. Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I've got a few updates today. Just want to let folks know what myself and my office have been working on since our last council meeting. We've been doing a lot of stuff in the community. First of all, I want to thank the mayor and his team for the invitation to the State of the City address a couple weeks ago at Chuck Chansey Park. Had an opportunity to hear about some of the good work that the city's been working on this past year and some of our visions going forward. Appreciated the invitation to that event and to drink a couple El Jefes while I was out there. A big issue that we've been dealing with in our district that I've had tremendous help on was the issue of volleyball at Vinland Park. Some of you folks might have seen this in the news. There was some tension between some of the players out there that wanted to play tennis or pickleball or volleyball. And I really appreciate the Hmong community and the pickleball court community who both reached out to me and let me know about the issues they're having. I immediately took these issues to our Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, and our City Manager, Georgianne White, who really didn't waste any time in coming up with solutions on how to fix this. And so if you go out to Vinland Park today, you'll find that we have 2 new volleyball nets for turf playing. We installed new double-headed lights to allow for court and turf volleyball playing. We have put in new multi-use poles at Vinland Park, so you could play tennis, and then you could raise the poles to also play volleyball if that's something that you like. We're coming up with a new reservation system that we hope to have in the first half of the next fiscal year, where you could go to the City of Fresno website, make a reservation on your phone instead of having to do it by telephone. And then we're also looking at repaving, resurfacing, and relining the 2 courts out there so that the folks who come from all across the city to play all kinds of sports at Vinland have the ability to do so safely. And really, I want to thank Georgianne White and I want to thank Aaron Aguirre, because I wouldn't have been able to make those changes out there without your guys' quick work. So I appreciate the haste on that, and I know the community does too. I went out earlier this week. I talked to about 20 to 30 pickleball folks who are also really happy at the changes, and I look forward to working with both sides going forward. Last week, I attended the Central Valley Honor Flight. For those of you that don't know about this event, really cool. So first time they've been able to do this since COVID-19 struck our valley. But several times a year, this nonprofit tries to send veterans from World War II, Vietnam, and Korea to Washington, D.C. to view the memorials, view the names of friends that have passed, to meet elected officials and tell them their stories. And then we fly them back home. And I was fortunate enough to attend that meeting when they came back to the Central Valley last week, where we had 66 veterans. My office was proud to pass out flags to the children that were there in attendance, but really it was just a heartwarming event to see all these veterans from so many different wars that have given so much to us back here at home, and to welcome them back to the Central Valley. It was really a beautiful event. We had our business of the month a couple weeks ago, which was Maya Cinemas, my favorite movie theater in town, and we're happy to honor them for all their great work in the community, bringing families and friends together. And we celebrated by inviting 100 kids and their families from District 4 schools to watch Doctor Strange. Paid for that out of pocket, but that was important for me to recognize all the good work that those students have been doing this last year. A lot of them have helped us with different projects throughout the district, including planting, our 1,000 trees across District 4. So really appreciative of the students as well as Maya Cinemas. Last week, I attended a ribbon cutting at EPU, Exceptional Parents Unlimited. Their executive director, Lowell Inns, was one of the parents in here today for the robotics students. But he runs EPU. They just opened up a child development center, which is targeted at children ages 18 to 36 months old with developmental disorders, and their parents on getting them the resources that they need. They're located off of First and Gettysburg over by Fresno Ag. And if you haven't been there before, if you know a child that has developmental needs or a parent that's struggling to learn how to take care of a child with developmental needs, I strongly encourage you to check out EPU. They offer some really tremendous services and just expanded their operations as well. I also had the opportunity of attending Camp Fresno last week with the city manager and Miguel Arias, Councilmember Arias. Really good opportunity. I'm going to help spread the word with some of the kids in my district. I'm also learning about ways that we could reserve it, and I am interested in finding ways that I could sponsor District 4 kids to spend a week there to get some skills and do some bonding time. So I'll be reaching out to some of the Boy and Girl Scout clubs to see if they have an interest in that. But I appreciate the tour, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right. Over in District 7, a few things. I know it's 11 a.m. already. We want to get over to the rest of the agenda. But we had a great Beautify Fresno event this past Saturday at Hidalgo Elementary School. 20 bags of litter cleaned up around the neighborhood. Very grateful for the volunteers who came out that morning. Also thankful to the folks who participated in our latest Kings Canyon Transit-Oriented Development Workshop. We appreciate you and the participation. That's really what's driving the driving force behind those workshops is the people who take the time to attend. Joined the mayor last Thursday. Is very supportive of his initiative to provide zoo tickets for 10,000 children this coming year. Very excited. I want to get the word out to all corners of our community that opportunity is available for children throughout the community. Lastly, with respect to different events that have been happening, This week had the privilege to attend a meeting of the Blackstone Merchants Association. We really want to thank those folks for stepping up, keeping the corridor clean, and being a good partner with the city of Fresno in our combined efforts to continue to uplift Blackstone Avenue. Lastly is I want to congratulate our most recent Maddie intern, Anissa Viveros. She recently completed her internship with us and secured a full-time job, and also graduated with a bachelor's in business administration. So I want to congratulate Anissa Viveros here on the record. Always so proud of the work that our staff does in and outside of the office. Really proud of her. With that, that'll conclude council comments, and we'll move on to city manager and/or administration comments.
I have just a couple things. Want to highlight, we've put this out on social and would love for you to help us as well. We're having an hiring fair for the Animal Center for all positions June 1st and June 2nd over at our new Animal Center. So we're trying to get staffed up in anticipation of opening towards the end of June for many positions. Also want to highlight that we have a new method for our residents who are interested in paying their utility bills in cash. Instead of coming down to City Hall, there are a number of places that they can go pay their bill, including Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Family Dollar, Dollar General, 7-Eleven. Just provides an extra opportunity for them to be able to go closer to their home to pay their bill in cash. I think there is a small fee associated with it, but with the prices of gas, I would guess that it's cheaper than driving all the way down to City Hall. So would also welcome your getting the word out to your constituents as well. And in the interest of time, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any comments from the mayor? Is he going to save it all for the budget presentation here in a little bit? Okay, don't see the mayor. All right, that'll conclude comments across the board for the administration. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Are there any additional items to be pulled by my colleagues? I think we went through it pretty extensively in the beginning of the meeting.
Mr. President, can we encourage him to unpull items?
Oh, we should have had that conversation earlier. Put them back on. Okay, I think what's pulled is pulled. So what we'll go ahead and do is we will take public comment. We must take public comment on the consent agenda before we pass the balance of the consent agenda. So at this time, I'll open public comment for whether you want to say something about the consent agenda or unscheduled communication or even closed session. We'll go ahead and open that public comments portion now. I do have a stack of yellow cards from folks who have previously submitted them. So if you're in the chamber and would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card and hand it down over here to the clerk, and they'll get them up to me. If you are on Zoom, simply raise your hand, and we will move over to Zoom here shortly. But for now, I'll start here in the chamber with a few of the cards. So we have first up regarding CDBG, Michelle DeBudio. Welcome, Michelle. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me okay? Great.
Yes.
So I'm the Executive Director for Valley Caregiver Resource Center, and I want to tell you good morning and thank you to the Community Block Development Grant Committee for proposing to allot $40,000 to Valley Caregiver Resource Center's Oasis Adult Day program for those dealing with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. This program has been around and serving our community for over 30 years, 17 years under Valley Caregiver Resource Center. We have served hundreds and hundreds of families during this time. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 and a change in grant requirements, we had to close in October 2021. We are currently in the process of reopening the program, and while there is no other freestanding programs around our valley, we think it's vital to do this as soon as possible. Currently, just for your information, there's about 35,000 families in Fresno Madera counties with some form of dementia in their home. In my tenure with Valley Caregivers, along with my personal experience, I know what it takes to walk alongside someone with dementia 24/7. I'm sure some of you here on the council has too. With the funding that we're requesting, we'll be able to generate more participation in our program. We need these funds to let caregivers in our community know there is hope, not only for themselves, but their family member too. Now they can know that their loved one is in the best place possible and can not only maintain their dignity, in fact, experience joy in the last phase of life. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next will be Diane Smith.
You have several cards for me, so would you like to tell me which one I'm talking about?
I had a couple of cards from you. Looks like this one is actually regarding the substantial amendment, which is going to be a separate item from consent, actually. Yeah, so city clerk, city attorney, for that item, on the substantial amendment, that we'll have a separate hearing for that, correct?
Correct, that's 10 a.m., item 3.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call you at that time with respect to that card. Thank you.
Well, I have some other cards up there. If you want.
Did you, I mean, you did have another card with respect to
Yeah,
the
22.
COVID-19 item. That's also a separate item as well. But you are welcome to speak just sort of on unscheduled generally if you'd like.
No, I'll wait.
Next, we have Burnett. Burnett. Annual action plan. Okay, I see that here. Put that up to the side. Annual action plan. All right, Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Peace be with you. Well, I came up with a solution for the homeless. I don't know if you're going to like it, but it's true. If you quit displacing them, you wouldn't have to place them. Code enforcement is always displacing these people through their, it's called nuisance, but it's really nonsense. Some of the codes that they came up with, it's bullshit. Put it that way. Okay, today we have people that are moving all over the place. Why? Because the code enforcement goes in there, and for some so-called violation, they get thrown out. They try to throw me out. That's why I'm here. But I happen to be a federal government inspector, retired, and I knew that these guys are not inspectors. Why? Because of their terminology. They don't even know what terminology. First of all, they don't even have PR, public relations. They shouldn't even be in those places. So today, I'm asking you to consider calling back the troops from the code enforcement. I see that Salone is gone. He was behind all this. He was making all those excuses and all that. He shouldn't have been left. He's still got to answer to that 600,000 that's missing. Okay? Mr. Esparza, be careful. There's a conspiracy going on to remove you out of office. Okay? Some of the key players are Gary Bedefield, Mr. Chavez, and Mike. So be careful. I see that conspiracy coming on. So take care. I call them like I see them. And I'm not taking money from nobody. I'm here on my own. So thank you.
Okay, next we're going to have Stan Hansen.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak real quick. My name's Stan Hansen, and I'm the National Softball Association Youth State Directors for Girls Fast Pitch. For over 10, 11 years now, I've been renting your park, regional sports complex on Judson Road. Just recently, in the last, 12 months or so, there's been a lot of changes there where we've had to cancel events because of new issues that have come up. Had a Zoom meeting with the new director for parks, also somebody from the city manager's office. After probably about 10 or 12 emails, they finally set up a meeting. After talking with them for almost an hour, they said they would look into it, asked me to change my application to special events, and upon probably 2 dozen emails, no response, back and forth. Call them that. Finally, a couple weeks ago, I got an email from his secretary saying we're going to leave things as is and look at it at a different date. We've canceled so many events of teams coming in, 40-plus teams our last event, hotels, restaurants, gas stations, losing a lot of revenue. I just want to see if there's a possibility that maybe somebody from the council can possibly look into why we're not getting the responses that we need and to work with the parks. I mean, your longest reigning event out there for over 10 years, probably close to 60-plus events. And we've canceled 2 already. Last November, we had a big event. That Friday night, they came out, said we had to do things different, and our organization lost over $3,800 on one day. So if there's any chance that we can get some input or help, we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so next in the chamber, going to have Julie Casader. Julie?
Director Gitter, can you make contact with that individual?
Good morning. Now, some of you know me. My name is Julie Cussiter. I'm the Public Information Officer with the Fresno Veterans Home. However, today I am not here on that capacity. I'm here to represent somebody who can't be here today, and that's Charlie Waters. Charlie Waters was a very close friend of mine, obviously a driving force behind the Fresno Veterans Home. But what you might not know, he and I had been planning for quite a long time the creation of a Fresno Memorial District, Veterans Memorial District. In early 2015, I attended numerous meetings with Charlie and some other members of the community to create a framework to build a new memorial district. Unfortunately, in September of 2015, he passed away. When he passed away and died, I feel like the dream of a Veterans Memorial District for the city of Fresno also died. We created this framework, like I said. It included all kinds of things, everything from employment, resource opportunities, a dedicated office hub for veterans. It included a special facility for veterans to have collaborative meetings. So many things, I can't even include it in 2 minutes. But what I wanted to include was the fact that last November, I got a call from Chavez's office, Councilmember Chavez, which I was really quite floored and surprised I received that call. And they wanted information about the Veterans Memorial District that we had been planning. This was Charlie's dream of creating a local location for veterans to receive services, to receive help, to be a real true significant impact on veterans' lives. And when I received that call, I was glad to share any information I had. I shared with them the plan that we had put together. It was quite an extensive plan. And when I saw it on the news last night, I was so excited I had to come here this morning and just encourage you to go forth with your plans. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to future communications with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Brandy Nus Villegas.
Thank you so much. much. I know that Des has things to say, and I in support of both of the things and the dementia support. This week, I watched the HEART team officers force people who have already been displaced to move. The older woman was distraught, and a 70-year-old man said he was so tired of constantly being moved and would love shelter. They told me they didn't know where they were going to go. The officers had the audacity to be offended that I said that they weren't being offered shelter because the POV was there earlier that morning, but the unhoused told me so, and two authorities from the POV later confirmed that there was nothing available, even if they came out, they wouldn't have gone to help. They will likely be forced to move again wherever they go, in fact, impacting their physical and mental health. The mayor's budget, of course, lauds project off-ramps, but as we said, there are so many that are more vulnerable due to health and age who have been shut out of the motels this entire time, while people who are reluctant to go have left because of safety issues. People are being villainized by the HEART team because they are breaking the law just trying to exist without shelter, so I ask you to stop sweeps. I know 1U was tabled, but there's people at the Days Inn that are currently being displaced with no relocation. I ask that you intervene and ensure that everyone at Days Inn is relocated to a shelter or permanent housing. Thank you for bringing up the cooling centers. I ask that you make sure that the community knows about it through signage and other things, and that there's transportation all summer. I ask that you truly listen to the community when it comes to the budget, and thank you so much, Soria, for the May 31st thing. I ask, like Miguel, that there will be multiple meetings in the evening so that people can be able to participate who have to work during the day. I also want to note that on the budget, there is the park ranger thing. Park commissioners have asked that the city, mentioned that the community needs to have input on the park ranger program. And I ask that there's also community input on the mental health team and what department runs these. Regarding Affordable Housing Month, thank you so much for that. A huge key to success in affordable housing and sustainable housing is the Here to Stay report. I ask that you bring this to action and vote on recommendations. I agree with you guys on more affordable housing than the $40 million, that you get the mobile, the bathrooms and showers, and thank you so much for Dr. Molina and what he said. Thank you very much.
Okay, so next up we have Des Martinez.
I'm just waiting for everybody to pay attention, that's all. We give our respect, and we only get 120 seconds, so.
Des, please proceed.
I'm here to demand that we do not allow any more people running for election to take money from developers, because it makes me feel that when Brettafield took money from Sean's dad, it allowed him to commit 22 years of crime in our streets. 22 years Sean Ginder has been committing crimes. But there are several other past mayors and city council members that are taking money from developers. And you, sir, by taking money, it makes me feel like you were paying off for his son to run free. We sit up here and we talk about holding people accountable. You guys talk about Newsom and him just letting people go. What about Monique? What about Sean Ginder being released on a 9-year sentence and walked out the door with his mom and dad to a rehab? Did Monique get chances like that? No. So I'm here to start demanding that we start making changes in the systems, that we do not allow any elected officials or anybody in office to take money from any developers anymore. And I'm asking you, Brettafield, to return all the funds that Ginder Development, Ginder Realty, or Rick or Deborah has given you to you running. And I'm asking everybody to return money if they've gotten any money from this man. I want to say congratulations to everybody that worked on the lawsuit, because we won. There is no more ordinance. There was an injunction, so I want to congratulate everybody that's out there that worked hard and stood up and fought. No matter how powerful people are sitting up there, just because little old people like me, I stood up, I spoke out, and everybody came together and we won. Housing Authority is closing the Days Inn right now, and they're paying them $450 to leave. So it's okay to pay the unhoused community to leave off property, but it's not okay for them to panhandle. Think we all need to get together and start rethinking this. People are being paid $450 to leave the Days Inn. So please, Breda Field, return the money. Kerbasi, you should have been there last night. This is your district. I want to see as much awareness raised as it did for rest in peace to the teacher that also got hit. And we need to work on more bike lanes and safety precautions in our city. This is ridiculous. Too many people are getting hit. But this was the most malicious
Thank you, Des. We're
death
well
in
over
Fresno
time,
County to be drugged
right now,
8
so
miles.
we're going to move on to folks on Zoom, but thank you. So next up, actually we do have one more card here that came in. Jonas Paulos. Jonas.
Good morning. Thank you. I became a veteran even though I'm a civilian now. Thank you, Luis Chavez. I think you guys heard me clear when I came into your office. You know, the suicide is 8 times the rate right now. So they need a center. The only place they go is the VA to huddle up in the parking lot or that little lobby that they have. It's much overdue, and I'm all for Measure V. Let's do it, right? Let's not just be talk. Let's make it happen, and I think we can. As the 5th largest city, thank you for serving. You know, hearing those Vietnam veterans, they're dying on me big time, and they're living longer, actually. So we need to, this would help a great deal for their mental health. And I'll be able to even volunteer there, do a group session. I'm not a counselor, but I do have a lot of compassion. And a lot of them are dying on me right now because of COVID. PTSD and then social distancing is really took them out, you guys. Hear me on this, and some of them I encountered. More than a handful suicided. So we do need that center, and it's urgent. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so next up, we're going to go over to Zoom, and we have Lisa Flores. Welcome, Lisa. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, all. Just a couple of items. Thank you for pulling the appointments to the Planning Commission yet again. My application is in. You know, I think I should still be in the running for a position on the Planning Commission. God knows you need a planner instead of all this pro-business people that you have. Second, I have to agree with Des Martinez on returning funds, ill-gained contributions from people who basically abetted the murder of Monica. You know, I look at her little dog Lucky there in that picture, and it just breaks my heart to think of how he died and how she died. It was a gruesome, gruesome hit and run. In fact, I would categorize it as murder. And to know and to see the linkage of, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm gonna start to cry and I really don't want to. But you guys need to all get your houses in order. Because anything that you've given this individual or his family a privilege means that you have blood in your hands. Also too, the housing plan, especially dealing with the homeless, I asked for freedom of information about the policies and procedures, and all I got back was, hey, Lisa, we don't have any, but we have a PowerPoint. You are spending millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars, and you do not have a policy procedure manual that the public can come in and look at, but you have a PowerPoint procedure. What the hell, guys? The devil is always in the detail. This is how you get set up and how you end up getting sued. Get your act together.
Thank you, Lisa.
One last thing, and this is a very important point.
10 seconds, because we're over time.
I want to personally thank you for your lawsuit because, you know, Gary has been defaming me left and right for the past year. So, you know, thank you, thank you, thank you. And also too, in the budget, will there be a line item to find out or figure out how much taxpayer dollars is being wasted by Gary Bredefeld? Because I really would like to know. Thank you.
All right, so next on Zoom, we have Mr. Greg Terzakis. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you, Council President Esparza and council members. I'm here to speak briefly on item 1JJ, which has been pulled for discussion later. First of all, I want to say the gentleman who is changing the microphone guards and mopping up between speakers is like an Indy 500 hit crew. It's an amazing job how quickly he does it. So I think he needs a little credit. And I also want to thank staff for working with us. For us and our members, our number one issue for our members is compliance. And so our concerns with item JJ has how it relates to state law, which may supersede in some cases the ordinance. I spoke with Christina Roberson in the city attorney's office, and it's my understanding from hearing the meeting earlier that there are going to be some changes to make it more consistent with state law. And that's our concern, is that we don't want to put our members in a position of trying to figure out if they're going to comply with state law or local law, because we encourage our members strongly to comply with all laws. I know if you put, the old saying is if you put 10 attorneys in a room, you'll get 11 strong opinions. So I hope that our attorneys at CEA can work with the city attorney's office moving forward on the implementation of the amendment to MORPA. And I would also suggest at some point, since that ordinance was originally written in 1998, that the city attorney and council look at the ordinance as a whole, because there are a number of aspects to the ordinance that have been superseded by state law in the preceding 24 years. And we would love to work with you moving forward on that. And I look forward to hearing how the ordinance will be amended so we're able to get it implemented with our members and work to address the issues raised by Councilmember Arias in the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, perfect timing. Next up on Zoom, we're gonna have Robert McCloskey.
Thank you, Robert McCloskey here with the Homeless Union and reporter with the Community Alliance newspaper. I was at the vigil last night for Monique Contreras. Such a sad vigil. It wasn't, there were also other people that were being memorialized there, members of the unhoused community. The week that Monique was killed, 5 other homeless people were found dead in the same week. You need to stop these sweeps. The sweeps put people into unsafe conditions. Yesterday, Brandy witnessed tents being thrown away. Where are these people going to go? It's a form of torture. Please stop the sweeps. It's madness. We need to reconsider establishing safe camps where people have a safe place to stay. When people go out after these sweeps, they're forced all over the city, and many of them wind up in unsafe situations. The city is responsible. I want to reiterate the Days Inn. I got an email from a gentleman that's being evicted from there. He has been evicted. He was offered no shelter. This is wrong. The Days Inn Sun Lodge now was supposed to remain open for 2 years as a shelter for the unhoused. It's being closed 8 months early and being converted. That was not the intent of Home Key. It was intended to be used as a shelter, not as state money, and that was the intent of the state. Please get the showers out as soon as possible. I know we've been bringing this up for several years. I know I have brought it up at least 2 years ago to get these showers and restrooms out there. So please, thank you for that, but let's get it going. One other thing briefly, the abatement.
Very briefly, Mr. McCloskey, we're over time, so very briefly.
Thank you. The court order, the decision, ruled the abatement order as unconstitutional. I urge you to cease and desist from trying to rewrite it. Thank you very much.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Gracia Elenes.
Good morning, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Grecia Lenes, and I work for the nonprofit called Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I briefly wanted to just speak on the Affordable Housing Proclamation this morning. Though we appreciate very much the intent behind this proclamation, enough is enough. For months, years, we, along with resident partners and organizational partners, have been asking and urging this council to take action. And, we recognize, this goes before some of your time, and, you all inherit a not perfect system where we're behind on meeting our housing needs. However, we need to act. For years, we have been waiting on a plan after plan after plan, hoping to create implementable policies and programs to help address our housing needs. And here we are still waiting, despite having a housing element with 27 programs that have been about half implemented, despite having a displacement risk report the city created identifying some of those needs, and despite having a report paid by the state of California to help identify the city's needs and create specific anti-displacement policies that will help our city, yet here we are. With a very healthy budget, a council that the Fresno Bee calls progressive, and the tools, we have several plans in place. Now is the time to take that action and move forward with addressing the severe housing need that many of your constituents are facing. Lastly, I do want to echo some of Des Martinez's comments. We do need to create a community that works for all. We need to create the services, comprehensive wraparound holistic programs that help our communities, all of our communities, including our unhoused community members. And we do need to be holding everyone accountable at every single place. We can't just talk the talk, we have to take action. Thank you.
Okay, next on Zoom, we have Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I am a community organizer with Communities for New California Education Fund and a District 3 resident. I wanted to give some comments on parks and police-related issues as it relates to the year. First, it's great to see a city partnership with the Winster Fund. Something I would like to see all of you add to your itinerary when visiting Germany is to pay attention how the Europeans, including Germans, provide and maintain for their public to play soccer, or as the Germans refer to as football. Fresno's popularity is just as big as it is in Europe, but we have not invested in a way to acknowledge who is and has been using our parks. Something you can see all over our country pop up, and what you can see all over the world, are spaces for the public to play smaller versions of soccer, like futsal, or what we call in Spanish, fútbol rápido. The mayor's proposed budget states that the city provides futsal for its residents, but the truth is we do not have a dedicated space with the right dimensions or amenities to practice the sport, or even a pair of goals for the residents to play on their own time. I am aware of future sites including futsal courts. However, we do not have a place now dedicated to futsal or any form of fútbol rápido that is available now. Also, it is concerning to see the pickleball community get so many investments. I believe I heard that only 6 people play pickleball in the city of Fresno. In the city of 100,000 people, that is only about 0.1% of the population. If you compare it to soccer, there are tens of thousands of people that play the sport weekly and hundreds of thousands that are familiar with it. Most people in Fresno do not know what pickleball is, and I know that the investment on this particular sport has overwhelmed its popularity. Sure, if you water it, it's gonna grow, but why can't we invest on small-sided soccer courts like futsal too immediately? The popularity and the need has been established. The tennis courts at Vinland, East Rotary, and Cary Park have a long 20+ history of also being used by the soccer community. We coexisted with the Hmong volleyball brothers and sisters, and that has been taken away from the soccer community. So what about us? One way to reconcile this would be to allocate Measure P money to resurface the tennis courts at Lions and Lafayette Park into futsal courts. It is also my understanding that another $150K is allocated to build pickleball courts at Woodward Park. Why can't we make those multi-use and make space for futsal soccer players as well?
Pedro, we're gonna move on. We're about 30 seconds over time, but thank you.
One last comment. In regards to
So
police,
Pedro,
I have-
we're over already by quite a bit. So I'm gonna move on to Carla Martinez. But thank you for again joining us this morning. So Carla Martinez on Zoom, you are next. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Carla Martinez, a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I'm making comments on the mayor's proposed budget for 2022. We continue to reiterate the need to meaningfully engage the public in a transparent, inclusive process for how to spend these public dollars. Further, this presentation was just released, not providing the public enough time to evaluate the mayor's proposed budget, let alone provide feedback that could be included within this proposal. This is the first time the public is getting to hear about the mayor's plan, and it is not conducive nor quality of one Fresno, if we're not even including people, especially those who have historically been excluded in the first place. Communities have continuously called for accountability of our local governments to begin funding and investing in projects, programs, and plans driven by the people that will allow for equitable growth and access. This administration continues to push a "we work for you" culture, and we have yet to see it. The city of Fresno has had some of the highest revenues come into the city this year. So how does the city plan to address the deep inequities and inequalities in disadvantaged communities in Fresno? In community meetings we've hosted and have invited some of you to, folks have raised some of the following priorities, and we urge this council and mayor to prioritize and make the following investments: 10 million for homeowner and rental assistance, 6 million per year for 3 years to fund a comprehensive eviction protection program inclusive of all residents regardless of immigration status, a comprehensive rent stabilization ordinance that allows reasonable rent increases and provides rehab dollars in return for covenant agreements to units that are excluded per Costa-Hawkins Act, 10 million for climate resilient infrastructure improvements in areas with the highest temperatures and deferred maintenance, 9 million for youth and community resilience centers, funding to support a comprehensive homelessness solutions that are allocated in alignment with unhoused folks, advocates, and other experts. And finally, funding for agreements set forth by the city in the South Fresno Community Alliance when North Point was approved. This list is not exhaustive, and so we continue to encourage all of you to conduct your own outreach, talk to your constituents, especially those you've never heard from, and follow through on the priorities that folks bring up. We will be sending a draft letter shortly to you all with more details on this. And I want to thank you in advance for taking the time to review the letter and extend invitations to every one of you to have a conversation on those details with residents. Finally, I want to echo some of the points that Des has made, and it's time to act
Carla,
now.
we're about 30 seconds over, so we're gonna have to move
That ends
on.
my
But thank you for
comment.
joining us. Next up on Zoom is going to be Kimberly McCoy.
Good morning, Council President, Council Vice President, and the rest of the council members. I just have a few comments to make. We must continue to invest in our community programs, organizations, and all of our residents with our FY23 budget. Programs like parks must continue to be a priority in this year's budget. Our residents have seen the impact of what their voice can do for their neighborhoods. We must allocate our dollars towards these community programs in an equitable way that include all residents and make us feel safer no matter our zip code. We must actively create one healthy Fresno by investing city dollars towards air quality, land use, and environmentally conscious city planning. Our residents in Southwest Fresno have sacrificed their health for Fresno's agricultural success. Let's have a budget that factors in their sacrifice. Residents have pleaded time and time again for City Council to listen to them when it comes to housing. The mayor's housing plan is developer-focused, not family-focused. Our unhoused community and all Fresnans deserve a fair chance to have affordable, clean, and safe housing, and the budget must reflect this priority. City Council must back a plan like the Here to Stay report that has a comprehensive housing approach. Plans like this one are made for and by the community, not developers. Thank you.
Okay. Here in the chamber, we have Philip Cervantes.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm the incoming district commander for District 9, Veterans of Foreign Wars, and I just wanted to come here to applaud you as a board, and especially board member Chavez, for initiating the Fresno Memorial District. It's long overdue. This place can act as a hub to provide resources for veterans and veteran families. housing, emergency housing, suicide prevention. Most service organizations, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Purple Heart, Disabled American Veterans, American Legion, most organizations within our community run out of the trunks of their cars because they don't have a place. And that's not a boo-hoo. They get it done. We get it done. But it would be nice to have a stake in the ground. That's a beautiful Art Deco building there. It's pretty much outside of the American Legion Museum. There's not a lot of traffic there. There's not a big footprint. There's not a lot of light there. And by taking that building and rejuvenating it and getting this accomplished for a very small amount, a very, very, very small amount. I think the reasonable amount of what you're asking for in terms of a tax assessment is more than reasonable. All veterans will support it. We're ready to rally ourselves, and we're ready to rally our community. But with that, again, I just wanted to give thanks and to say how grateful we are to see this happening. And one more accolade, I'd like to thank Board Council Member Soria for helping with the sign and the ordinance and the rest of the board and the support. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, going back to Zoom, we have Shara Thompson. Shara Thompson, if you wouldn't mind unmuting, you have 2 minutes. Shara, are you with us? Okay, looks like we're gonna move on. Seeing no one else on Zoom with their hand raised, I don't have any more yellow cards. We're gonna go ahead and conclude public comments for unscheduled communication, for the consent agenda, for closed session. Let's move on to approving the remainder of the consent agenda now that we've heard public comment.
Motion to approve remainder of the consent.
Second.
We have motion, we have a second. All of the different recusals have been noted already. Is there, actually, we need a roll call. Let's see here. No, we don't need a roll call vote.
Yes, we do.
Is there any, oh, we do need a roll call vote. He just hopped on. Here we go. Nick of time.
Sorry
All right.
about that.
You're good, you're good. All right, so clerk, roll call vote.
Yes, motion to approve the consent calendar by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye. Consent calendar passes 7-0. We're at 11:45. Let's see if we can squeeze in a couple of contested consents. And what we'll do at 1:30 when we come back from lunch is we'll go ahead and hear the mayor's budget presentation. I know he's eager to get that out there. But for now, we'll see if we can knock out a couple of these contested consent items. So we'll go in order, which they were pulled. And I believe 1H is going to be first, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Is staff available?
Sorry, what item?
1H,
H.
public utilities.
Yeah, we're gonna go in order, try and knock out a few.
Jesus, come on down. Yeah.
Good morning, Council.
Your name for the record?
Jesus Gonzalez, Public Utilities Manager.
Hi, Mr. Gonzalez. Couple questions on this item. What's the location of the pump?
It is located at the most specifically, it's on North Point Drive, but it's northwest corner of South and Central.
And what's the purpose?
Orange and Central, sorry.
What's the purpose of drilling a new well in that area?
So the purpose being that we do have a lot of demand, there's a lot of growth going on down there. Additionally, there are some wells that have reached their end of useful life. And based on the fact that we're needing to provide a reliable system that's mostly what's driving the need out there, the development needs themselves, as well as end of useful life.
Okay. And City Manager, if I'm correct, this is areas what serves the distribution centers, and it's also the area that the neighbors in that Orange Center community have been complaining that their wells have gone dry based on the all the extra pumping that's taking place by the city to serve that distribution area.
I saw that too, council member, and that's incorrect. Those residents are on the city system, I believe, and the development projects pay towards the capacity fees to, and staff can correct me, for us to be able to have resources to drill new production wells. But I'm pretty sure that the Orange Center, I know the Orange Center School is on city water.
I think the residents surrounding the area are not on city water.
Are you talking?
We've extended the infrastructure, but we have not connected them because of the connection fee significant for them to connect to the city system. So they're on their individual wells.
Which residents are you speaking of? Are you speaking of the ones directly
Across
east?
from Amazon and Ulta,
Are you talking about Daleville?
all that general area.
Jesus, are you, I'm almost certain that as part of extending the infrastructure, the State Water Board also asked us to consolidate to provide connections. Pete, do you know the answer to that? Or Jesus?
Well, itself, we do have some commercial entities that are connected along Central Avenue. I do know that much.
The residential.
But the residential, no, I do not. Peter, would you?
So we are currently working with those residents through self-help enterprises to get them connected. We are applying for grants, state revolving fund grants, to get the communities kind of on that Orange Central. Some of them are connected. It depends where they are, but we're currently going through that process right now. We have regular meetings with State Water Board to get them connected, as well as the ones along Brighton Avenue who are a little bit south of Central. So,
City Manager, we have a existing legal agreement, a settlement involving this area, and in that settlement agreement, it includes connectivity to the city water system and us applying for state resources to make that connection. Is there any way that we can table this to the next meeting so that we can have a discussion? The last thing I want to do is violate the agreement or, authorize a new well that's going to further deteriorate the existing wells that the rural residential folks are using. I need some time with staff and the legal folks to make sure that we're not in any violation of the settlement.
We are not violating the agreement, but that's fine if you want to push it to the next meeting.
Thank you. Make a motion to table, and then we can just sit down with public utilities before then.
Second your motion, Councilmember. Okay, do we need to vote, city clerk, city attorney, or do we vote? Okay. All right, so the motion is to table item 1H until the next meeting, June 9th. Let's have a roll call vote. We have one member on Zoom.
Motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Council Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria?
Yeah.
Councilmember Carbasi?
No.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza?
Aye. All right, motion passes 6-1. 1H will be continued to the next meeting, next regular meeting. And next up, we have item 1J, also pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Hi there.
That would be myself.
I know we've been playing phone tag with our Director of Public Works on this Jensen. This item is specifically for the rehabilitation of Jensen from fruit to cherry. What exactly is the project?
So the project itself is a rehabilitation of access structures to our sewer main along Jensen between Cherry and Fruit Avenue. So we're talking about a 2-mile stretch, but we're looking to coat. So what ends up happening with hydrogen sulfide, it deteriorates our infrastructure. So we're needing to go in there, make a couple improvements, then come through and recoat it to give it a little bit longer life.
In layman's terms, what's access structures? Can you describe what they actually are?
So essentially, it would be manholes as it were typically known.
Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Roll call vote, clerk.
I apologize. Maxwell, was that you second?
Oh, no, it was me.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carabasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. That was item 1J. Let's move on to item 1O, so pulled by Councilmember Arias.
I haven't seen us outsource grant writing in a while, and I know you guys are proposing we contract with $450,000, but what I didn't see, which is standard typically on these agenda items, is who were the competing bids and what's the rationale for selecting this contractor?
So there are 3 bids. It was one local firm, which was just a sole person. It was this one, Blaze & Associates, and somebody else who was from Southern California, Dudek. And so we had our evaluation committee set up, and we read through all the proposals, and we provided our evaluation. And based on fees, staffing, their previous experience, they were selected from that evaluation.
Just more question for city manager. City manager, on these grants, people who write our grants, which is critical, typically we do that in-house. Why wasn't this being recommended to do an in-house grant writer versus an external contractor?
So this, when I took a little brief hiatus from the city, I believe, DPU, this is a kind of a renewal. They previously had a firm. They did not have anybody on staff. It was just being done as an additional duty for existing staff, and we were not able to take advantage of the millions of dollars available. So at that time, DPU decided to outsource the activity. These are predominantly State Water Board grants and loans, which are very technical and very specific on how you approach the application process and the loan process. So once they had success with the previous route, and so they decided to continue moving forward. Go ahead, Pete.
And not only the state, we actually, the 2 recent grants that this Blaze & Associates helped us get were actually both federal ones.
Okay,
And so from
yes.
an original contract that we had with them for $25,000, they've been able to get over $650,000 for the city. And,
Yeah, I understand the value of having a grant writer, right? We see that's the value of having lobbyists and consultants, but my question is, why not have it in-house? We have an in-house grant writer for the police department, for parks. Why go outside? Wouldn't you want to build the technical capacity in-house?
Well, let me get this, Pete. I have to tell you, we have a really, really hard time keeping our grant writers on staff within the city. There's unfortunately a lot of turnover. And every time we turn over, we lose all of that internal expertise. I would love to get us to a place where we have a really robust internal grant bank of grant writers, grant managers. We're not there yet. Could we go the route of trying to recruit a grant writer that has the level of technical expertise to go after these funding sources? We could. That is another option. That's not what our recommendation is, but it is an option.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Council President, I did have just a couple comments.
Sure.
And this is on this item, but I think what I've noticed in the last few meetings, as I'm digging deeper into the staff reports, is that we need to do a little bit of better job in articulating why you selected. Those points that you made about this group were never touched upon. We didn't know who was part of the selection committee. We didn't know who applied. I did not even know that Blaze had already done work for us. There was nothing of that on the staff report. So we're not doing a really good job in giving us the assurance as to why you guys are making the selection. I get it, you guys are the experts, but we're the policymakers, and if you guys are not giving the rationale where I feel that it's compelling enough, it makes it hard. I also had it noted to pull the item because of those reasons. I don't disagree that we need to go this route. I understand we actually, in terms of the ROI, I know that for a long time we were very critical of consultants. I think that especially one of my colleagues down to the far left here on this dais always pulled the consultant agreements. We haven't done that as much over the last couple years. But I think that we need to get back to, at least for the council, I do read the staff reports. And so just, you know, I think a note for all the staff, as you guys are putting the staff reports together, especially when it's, you know, RFQs and bids, that we do include all the information so that the folks that have to make the final decision have all the information necessary for that. So City Manager, I'd request respectfully that we do a little bit of a better job when asking us to vote on some of these things.
Understood.
Thank you.
Motion to approve the item?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Get a roll call vote, please.
Yes, motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye. All right, so again, what we're gonna go to lunch right now. We'll come back, hear the mayor's budget presentation, and then we'll snap back into contested consent following the mayor's budget presentation.
Council President, what time were we returning? Council President, what time were we returning?
We're returning at 1:30.
Thank you.
The mayor is en route to provide his budget presentation. That's going to be the 11 a.m. item. So we'll give him a couple more minutes to come on down, and we will go ahead and get started. There he is. Where's your walk-up music, Mayor?
Walk-up music, man. Where's my introduction, Tyler?
DJ Grundy ought to provide some music and intro music for you.
I think Councilmember Carbasi should be on his.
I think his introduction is going to be longer than his presentation.
I made it extra long for you. A reiteration. All right.
Yeah, it used to be a 2-page presentation. Now it's 4 photos.
Okay, we can put that first slide up there if you would. So I want to thank the council. I know, as I said, Councilmember Carbasi's on his way back, but I wanted to highlight, similar to what I did yesterday with the media, and then at the end of this or conclusion, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to address those or answer those. The fiscal year 2023 budget it totals $1.727 million. Of that amount, the general fund is $556.6 million, while the enterprise combined with the internal service departments account for $814.7 million. The other dollar amounts that make up that total $1.72 billion are special revenues such as the SB1 gas tax, American Rescue Funds, funds that we have for transformative climate communities, Measure C, Measure P, et cetera, which are about $355.7 million. And what we have seen is that the recovering economy has produced a steady growth of both property tax and sales tax. Property tax increases by $5.4 million this year, projected, as well as a dramatic increase in sales tax of $9.8 million. And as part of not just my administration, but all of yours efforts as well, I know we have a common interest of securing or maintaining long-term financial stability in our city. And so at the end of FY22, we expect a reserve budget to be just under 10%, which is $40 million. The increased revenues combined with Measure P, Measure C dollars, American Rescue Funds, and some of the other dollars that are coming to us from the state and the federal government with the Build Back Better program, I think is going to allow us to meet many of our most pressing needs today and into the future. In terms of community safety, 2 years after 2 years of steady increases, we're beginning to see the number of violent crimes finally decrease in our city. And I think it's very, very important that as a city we build upon that momentum. Based on the current hiring trends and proposed funding for additional recruitment, staffing is projected to be at full strength by the end of FY23, and that includes all of the additional positions that I am proposing. The proposed budget increase will authorize sworn positions from the current 851 officers to 888. That's an additional 37 sworn positions in the department. 33 of those are police officers, and 4 of those are sergeants. Of those, we'll be doubling the size of our Metro Bike Unit downtown, as well as utilizing that team in the Tower District as well. And that is an additional 5 officers and 1 sergeant. We're also, as you know, we do not have any officers in our middle schools. So we'll be adding back 13 police officers and 1 sergeant, and they'll be returning to our various middle schools. Again, that's going to be cost neutral because of the funding from Fresno Unified. The street racing team is going to be a new addition. I think we're all well aware of the dangers of sideshows and street racing throughout our community. So the addition to our traffic bureau of 10 officers and 1 sergeant solely focused really on street racing, sideshows, and some DUI enforcement as well. We project that's going to be at minimal cost neutral as a result of some of the vehicles towed or impounded and citations issued, many of those from out of town people coming to our city. We do not have any current officers assigned to our fax unit. This budget will add 5 officers and 1 sergeant. And as you're already well aware, we're going to be creating a park ranger program with funding from Measure P. That's 20 employees added to the police department. There'll be community service officers initially, and they'll be assigned to our various parks 7 days per week. 5 dispatchers will be added to keep pace with the growing number of 911 calls that we have coming into the emergency call center. $630,000, which you're already aware of, is included to continue the department's gunshot detection through ShotSpotter, allowing for a rapid response to gun violence in our city. That's a continuation of funding, and I know many of you are very supportive of that. The department's existing emergency communication center is outdated and far too small. I think we all agree, which is why this council allowed for $2 million to be appropriated this past year. We're going to be adding $8 million to that for the actual development, and it will be at our Municipal Service Corporation yard. So a total of $10 million is in this budget. 2 of those millions were already approved, and it is through our American Rescue Funds. Lastly, we have set aside $1.2 million. About half of that is in the police department. The other half is in general city purpose to establish a mental health triage and response program, which addresses the recommendation from the Commission on Police Reform, and that is to develop an alternate response by the police department to these calls. And the idea is to have a mental health professional in the dispatch center as much as 18 hours a day to be able to triage those calls, and then to be able to assess who should be responding, and then to have a field response from clinicians in lieu of officers or in addition to officers, depending on what the circumstances are. Within the fire department, we continue to have one of the busiest fire departments in the nation, handled 48,000 calls last year. This budget, as you're well aware, calls for 24 firefighters that's being added through the Federal Safer Grant at $1.8 million. And that is not just pending the approval from the federal government, but also pending final approval from the council, but it is included in our budget. That will bring the total number of firefighters from currently 347 to 371, reflecting a 2-year increase in firefighters in our city of 66 firefighters. And this will increase the daily number of firefighters in our field from 95 to 103, and allowing for a faster and safer response to both fire calls and medical aid calls. And just a reminder, 2 years ago we were at 81 firefighters per day in our city. This will take us to 103 firefighters. And it's also going to allow, and we have funding here assigned to the American Rescue Fund, similar to what we did last year, for $1.1 million to pay for the fire drill school and some associated equipment for that. The additional firefighters will also allow for the creation of a 4th medical squad. As you know, in FY22, we created a new medical aid response. That is 2 firefighters each respond to medical aid calls 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this will provide a 4th medical aid team. Budget also funds for the fire department, radios, hazmat equipment, and chemical detection. In terms of homeless, you're not going to see necessarily designated money in this budget for that because of all the state money that we have in the pipeline. You're going to see money for housing, but not necessarily targeted for the homeless. But we do believe that we're making great strides in our efforts with homeless in terms of what we've done with Project Off-Ramp, the reduction in our homeless population on our freeways as well in many parts of our city. And I'm very optimistic that we will continue to receive state funding over the next 2 to 3 years to assist us with providing emergency shelter and transitional housing for the unhoused, as well as ongoing services, which can be very, very expensive. Currently working with the other part of the 13 big city mayors, requesting $3 billion over 3 years for this sustained funding. And very confident we're going to get that funding. I just don't know what amount. It could be $2 billion, it could be $3 billion, but Fresno City is one of those 13 cities to receive dollars. And so we're going to continue to seek financial assistance from the state and the federal government so that we can free up some of our precious general fund dollars. In addition to funding for the emergency shelter, we must provide permanent housing solutions. We all agree on that, and especially for those that are exiting our emergency shelters. And if we do not do that, we're going to have very limited success in the future in dealing with our homeless population. In terms of housing, the booming real estate market has certainly been something that we can be proud of, and it has increased our city revenues, as I shared with you regarding our property tax increase. The reality is it's also increased housing costs in Fresno, and that many of the Fresno residents are priced out of being able to either own a home or even rent a home here in Fresno. And so more and more people are becoming rent burdened, as was demonstrated in the One Fresno housing strategy. And again, people that grew up here are not able to live here or purchase a home. And that's what prompted the One Fresno housing strategy that many of you set on. And it provided, that strategy provided 47 recommendations that will serve as a roadmap over our 3 years. And I do want to pause there for a second, because the Here to Stay report, we have many of the recommendations that were in the Here to Stay report in the One Fresno housing strategy. And so I don't know that people have read the One Fresno housing strategy, because many of those recommendations are in there. And I think they're good recommendations. And so it's important that we continue to pursue innovative ways to expedite housing in our city at all income levels, affordable housing, market rate housing, et cetera. But absent funding, the recommendations that we have are really meaningless. And so the FY23 budget provides the largest investment in our history in the city, which is a commitment of $40 million of American Rescue funds to go towards housing, and that's going to be on top of our traditional dollars like home money, state dollars, federal dollars, CDBG dollars. That's going to be in addition to that. So at the end of the year, we could be contributing upwards of $60 million to housing in this city. And so this not only help us meet our short-term housing demands, but also to provide long-term housing stability in our city. And in terms of downtown, I know we all support our efforts in downtown, even though it's not in our particular council district. But we all want a safe, clean, vibrant downtown that we can all be proud of, because great cities have great downtowns. And this budget will, again, double the size of the Metro Bike Unit downtown, increasing them on weekends and nights when we have a lot of vibrant entertainment going on, especially within our brewery district. In FY23, there'll be an additional $300,000 worked with Council Member Arias on this as part of the P-bid to increase trash removal, daily pressure washing of sidewalks, as well as more frequent street sweeping. And then $300,000 is being proposed in this budget to promote special events and parades unique to downtown and other entertainment districts, to include the Tower District. We had $140,000 in there. Now there's $300,000 in order for us to take care of that. Plans are underway at Chichansi Park to replace the turf. I think you all know this year there was a replacement of the scoreboard, the lights, the sound system, and it's incredible. It's really increased the fan experience. And so this year we're going to make plans, or we are making plans to replace the turf, which is long overdue. Recycled water delivery system, painting the stadium and other facility improvements, and that set-aside budget for that is $2.7 million. And the goal of drawing more people downtown and satisfying some of the requirements of Major League Baseball. And in order to expose more young adults to all of our downtown, has to offer a free trolley service. Yes, Councilmember Soria. Free trolley service is being planned that will take people from the Brewery District through the Cultural Arts District, Tower District, Fresno City College, ending at Campus Point, next to Fresno State, for the purpose of introducing more students to our downtown, what it has to offer, in hopes that they will become our future residents of downtown Fresno. So in terms of ordering it, by the time it gets here, lease payments are going to be minimal the first year, as well as contracting out operators, should we go that direction. And it's $161,000 in the budget. We anticipate purchasing 2 and be operational spring of '23. In terms of our Beautify Fresno efforts, or litter abatement and cleanliness, I think we all agree everyone wants to live and work in neighborhoods that are beautiful, absent of blight and graffiti and trash, and neighborhoods that have quality streets, sidewalks, trails, and parks. And so this FY23 budget will support that vision. $250,000 for an additional graffiti abatement team who will operate a lift truck for those hard-to-reach areas in Fresno. I think we all experienced this last year, frustration of not having the equipment to reach a hard-to-reach place near Gottschalk's or at Gottschalk's because we just didn't have the equipment. And so this will give us that ability, and then most of those hard-to-reach places are within our industrial areas. There's $4.7 million in the budget to continue solid waste and division's litter abatement efforts. Of this, $1.75 million is to enhance beautification efforts on business and transit quarters. This was actually a recommendation that came from our budget subcommittee this last year. And not only our business and transit quarters, but also our airport district, to ensure those who are visiting Fresno have a good first impression of our city. And then again, as previously mentioned, $300,000 in furtherance of beautification of downtown Fresno. This budget will prioritize infrastructure, parks, trails, and leverage local, state, and federal dollars. And over the next few years, I know it's an incredible opportunity for all of us to be able to work to invest hundreds of millions of dollars into neighborhood infrastructure, which will improve our streets, curbs, sidewalks, and trails in our neighborhoods. I'm going to transition now to a little bit about the American Rescue Funds and general funds in terms of how it supports our beautification efforts. The budget contains $26 million in American Rescue Funds, which was previously approved, $12.4 million in additional general funds, both of those to improve neighborhood streets, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. $400,000 is in the budget to support Councilmember Maxwell's 1,000 Neighborhood Tree Initiative. And then under Parks, Measure P. Measure P was initially supposed to generate somewhere between $33 and $35 million a year in sales tax revenue to the city. However, due to higher than normal sales tax revenue, Measure P is projected to be at $58.3 million in FY23. So in FY23, Measure P funds are budgeted at $74.8 million, and that includes $16.5 million of carryover funds from this year. And of the 74.8, 62.2 million, or 83%, has been programmed, with $12.6 million remaining unallocated. And I'm just going to give you a brief breakdown because there's not a lot of specificity in this, but $33.5 million is programmed for improving and maintaining safe, clean neighborhood parks. That's a parameter set by Measure P. $16.1 million for programming in new neighborhood parks, senior and youth recreation facilities. $7.3 million is programmed to support safe walking and bike trails, street beautification and litter removal in the San Joaquin River Parkway. And then $4.2 million is programmed to support youth and senior recreation programs. In addition to those Measure P dollars, $9.5 million of American Rescue Funds and $500,000 of general funds are being programmed to design and develop the first phase of the 49-acre Southeast Regional Park, as well as to continue with the development of the Van Ness and Weldon Neighborhood Park near Fresno High. In terms of the last department or area that I want to cover is the Planning and Development Department, the hiring of 3 people. One of those is already on board, and is to ensure expediting development is ongoing in our city. Regardless of what we do, if we don't have people that can move projects through, we're not going to be able to build housing, commercial, downtown, or anything else. And so in expediting that, 3 new project administrator positions in the Planning and Development Department are proposed. These positions will ensure customers are receiving concierge-type service on housing, commercial, and downtown development projects. So I want to close with this, that although overall revenues continue to rise in our city, like many cities across the state, history has taught us all what goes up must eventually come down. And we must make the most out of the local, state, and federal dollars we have today while preparing for the likelihood of a tapering of these dollars over the next few years, which could include some form of a recession, which many people are forecasting. And so it is important that we do the things that these dollars are intended to do, make our city beautiful, safer, etc., but we also got to be prepared for what may come in the future. And I do want to close with this, and it's, I don't know if I should do it or Georgianne, but there has been some recent developments, and I mean recent, after we had actually put our budget together. There's a new funding formula that comes out from, came out from the United States Treasury Department that allowed for a different formula on general fund revenue loss and how they calculate that. So that calculation is such that I am very confident that the American Rescue Funds, that we're going to have the absolute flexibility to be able to spend those dollars the way we like. And I say that because initially there was like $27 million that we had set aside of American Rescue Funds. 26 is in this budget of it. And that 27 million, we weren't thinking we could use it necessarily for streets. It had to be for infrastructure and sidewalks and trails and lights. But now, as a result of this new formula, we think we can substitute that in our, well, we know we can substitute in our general fund. So I don't want anybody, as we go through these budgets, to get caught up on necessarily whether or not we're able to do that with the remaining ARPA dollars we have, because we feel very confident of that. So with that, I'll close, and if you have any questions of me or the city manager or the administration, be more than happy to answer those. And I do want to say thank you to Henry Fierro, our budget manager, who has done incredible yeoman's work in his team. And I mean that, putting together a budget of $1.727 billion, meeting with all department directors as we have. We spent hundreds and hundreds of hours of meetings to put this together in the manner in which it has, and I know it's going to be dissected and modified, and there'll be budget motions, hopefully not as many as last year. But I do know there'll be modifications made to it, and that's the way our system works. But the staff did an incredible job, as well as Alma Torres from our office, Georgianne White, both of our assistant city managers we have, Greg Barfield and TJ Miller, as well as Kelly Furtado, my chief of staff. So I do want to say a special thank you to all of those, as well as our department directors that work diligently to make sure that what we're presenting to you today is as accurate as we know it to be. So with that, thank you.
All right, Mayor, I've got two folks punched up so far. I've got Council Vice President and then Councilmember Carbasi. So Council Vice President, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, Mayor. I did watch the press conference yesterday, so I had a little bit of time to prepare. Thank you for your staff. And also thanks to Andy Heath, who's going to be helping folks like me understand all this budget stuff in the coming weeks. I'm going to save some more of my in-depth commentary and critiques till we get to the actual hearing dates. Just kind of some broader questions today. You mentioned this kind of serendipitous doubling of the Measure P funds that we had anticipated. Close to, if not.
Yeah, 70, I think it's about 70% increase.
Right. So we can't rely on that to happen every single year for the next 29 years. So what has been the administration's plan on spending those extra dollars for this budget cycle?
Well, they are programmed categorically according to Measure P. We have made sure on the maintenance side we're ramping up in public works to be able to beautify our parks and trails. We have a full-time trail team to maintain all of our trails. First time we've had that. So really that's ramping up the hiring to make sure that we're able to deliver.
Well, that was kind of what I was getting at. I mean, are we spending this on overhead if this is not a reliable extra stream of revenue going forward, as opposed to one-offs?
Yeah, correct. So, you know, we feel confident that the people that we're hiring are going to be consistent with at least the revenues we get in the future. You know, the challenge with Measure P, I think you all know, is that you cannot bond against it.
Right. Right.
So we're only limited how much we can spend per year based on what we have on any new park development, et cetera, trails. So, and some of this is honestly going to be discussed during the hearings in terms of how those dollars are shifted back and forth within there. So, but you're going to hear from Aaron Aguirre, you'll hear from Scott Mosier in terms of their plans for those dollars. And then, as you know, you get to make some modifications, tweaks, however you think, in terms of parks. You know, I think it's going to be, here's the good news. We're going to be discussing how we can spend more money.
I appreciate that. I got a couple more questions, Council President, if that's all right. You mentioned the Metro Bike Unit. That's, of course, of interest to me. This is just more commentary than a question. As you know, a couple decades back, we used to have the Northeast Policing District located in El Dorado Park neighborhood. That was then moved up to Cedar and Shepherd? Cedar and Teague.
Yeah, you mean the district
Right.
station, yes.
There was a little bit of a vacuum left behind when it came to the public safety that I think that neighborhood really relied on and built some really good relationships with. My predecessor established a bicycle unit in that area. When I came on, I talked to Chief Balderrama, who explained the insane gun violence issue in Southwest Fresno that he needed those folks for. You talked about a Metro Bike Unit in downtown Fresno and Tower District. Just want to let you know I'm not going to be able to support additional police officers in other parts of our city until my district at least gets back what was taken from El Dorado Park.
Yeah, thank you. And there is a plan to address not just the El Dorado area with bike officers, but the Tower District with bike officers and Kings Canyon with bike officers.
Is that in the budget?
It is part of what you did at the mid-year, and that was we approved 13 or 14 civilian positions that are going to be hired that will then backfill where current officers are in certain desk assignments, like the duty office and a number of others. Chief Balderrama can answer it. But those positions will then free those officers up so that we do have bike units in those. So that is in the works right now, and will more than likely, well, it will occur before we're able to get through our budget, the hiring of those people. So that's the goal, and I think it was 15 positions, and I think that was going to free up 15 officers. Come on up here.
Yeah, just Chief, as you walk down, just so you know, I don't expect you to have it today, but when you do come and present your department's budget proposal, I would like to hear that specific proposal for the bicycle unit before I vote on these positions to add bicycle units in other parts of our city. That's going to be the contingency for me to feel comfortable with.
Yeah, that's a big commitment on my part, and that's something that I've wanted to bring back, not just for El Dorado Park, but also for Tower. It's not just doubling the Metro Bike Team, which is going to be specifically for the downtown area and the Tower District, but it's also adding additional units at every district. I don't just want to add them to Northeast. I want to add them to Southeast, Kings Canyon. I want to also add them to Northwest, Southwest. That's where the Metro Bike Teams is housed at, so they don't need them. But every single district will have a bike team. One of the things I'm not counting on yet until I get it, but the Fresno Police Department is applying for a federal grant for police community relations to add additional bike officers. That would give me about another 3 per district. So I've got 2 or 3 plans to return those bikes. I believe in them. You know, I was part of one of the first teams in Oklahoma City. I supervised the bike unit. I see the value in having those police officers on bikes, engaging with the community, much better than a police car, and we want them back. Unfortunately, being police chief, I have to make tough choices. And you know, when we're setting records the last 2 years in homicides, that's where the focus has been. This year, we're shifting gears. Violent crime is being driven down, and we can start bringing some of those things back. The other thing that the mayor alluded to earlier is the fact that for the first time in a long time, about this time next year, we will be fully staffed. There's very few other large cities that can say that in the entire country. And those additional bodies are going to give me those resources to bring that to you. It's very important, high on the priority list, and I make a commitment to bring those bike teams back.
I appreciate that, Chief. I won't hold my breath on the grant. I'm hopeful that you get it, but I won't plan around any grant until it's signed, sealed, and delivered, obviously. You have a citywide scope. I have a more specific scope on East Central Fresno, which I'll admit you've done a terrific job serving the District 4 families and businesses in your 1.5 years in office. For me, that bicycle unit's important. So again, just to reiterate, before I take a vote on that, when your time comes to present before this council, I do want to see those plans, either here or behind the scenes, something solid and specific with dates in place for when we could get some folks back.
It's already in the works, and it doesn't even include the grant that I spoke of.
Okay.
When is it coming?
At the end of June.
I'm going to want it before the budget vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Chief.
I'm sorry?
Before the budget vote.
What you're wanting to see, just to clarify, you're wanting to see where it is, or you want
I
to
wanted
make sure?
to see the laid out plan that kind of goes into detail, how many officers, where, what's their schedule going to be.
Yeah,
It's done now.
it's done. We'll get it to
Are we
you.
gonna, present it? You want to see it? Yeah, you guys mentioned that you guys were gonna bring it back in this month, in May.
Mayor,
Sorry
we
about
like
that.
photos, but we like to,
You guys want
trust and confirm.
transparency, huh?
Trust and confirm.
Couple more questions, Mayor, and then I'll let Carbasi go. The trolley system, this is something you've been talking about since you started office. I know it's a priority for you. Is that going to be funded through transportation or general funds?
It will be funded with general funds at this point in time, but that's going to be up to council, quite honestly, in terms of how we fund it in '24. In 161,000 is set aside for '23 because it's not going to operate but about 3 months, and we'll only have, I think, one lease payment. Greg, or do you know? One lease payment in '23. So it would cover a lease payment for 2 vehicles and then the operations for
That's
3
a
months.
lease purchase, correct?
Lease purchase.
Can you talk a little bit about what you hope for the schedule of these 2 trolleys to be?
Well, I think it's going to be trial and error, but starting out initially, we want it to be there for those evening hours, definitely when we have cultural arts happening. But those areas are going to draw people to downtown Brewery District, et cetera. The weekends for sure, every weekend. And then we'll have to play it by ear after that. And then if the demand grows, then I think we're going to need to figure out, and we should know by May of next year how that demand is. And, then we'll be able to build our budget based on that.
Starting off weekend special events, going from there.
Yes.
Man. Okay. These are unrepresented positions?
So, Councilmember, let me just chime in. We have programmed a schedule around the first Thursday of every month, because that's Art Hop, and then Friday, Saturday, and potentially Sunday in the late, beginning at 3 o'clock and ending as late as 1-ish a.m. They would not be part of the Department of Transportation. Because of the federal rules and regulations on charters, it's just easier to keep it in our fleet operations. So that's where it will be. We have not decided whether we're going to staff it or we're going to put it out. We're leaning toward putting it out.
That was my next question was about, are these going to be represented folks?
They could be, but maybe not. They may not be city employees. Because ATU does represent, if it goes to like EOC or Keolis or MV, they represent those drivers too. So they could be. But again, with 2 trolleys, you're looking at potentially 4 staff folks at maximum that you would need.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. I noticed there's CNG. Is there an appetite from the mayor's office to spend more money on electric, or was that not in the works?
There was a big appetite on my part to do electric, and I pushed hard, but they only get 102 miles at best. And to do that route,
Why is that when our buses can do much better than that?
It's the technology, Councilmember. So we worked for the better part of about 6 or 7 months during this fiscal year, looking at that. And for the type of technology for this size of vehicle and the weight, we could only get a little over 100 miles. The actual circuit that we had laid out was about 28 miles. So we'd be running out of juice before we were done. And so maybe, in the future, we could look at, swapping out our lease for the electric technology. You got to remember that just a few years ago when Councilmember Soria was asking us for electric buses, the technology at that point just quite wasn't there. And so CNG, we can get those fast.
Well, that brings a
service.
question to the purchase model, Assistant City Manager. If we're doing a lease purchase and this technology comes out in a few years, I mean, we're kind of unable to then go purchase the electric ones if we're already in this commitment for a a lease purchase of the CNG models, correct?
So what you could look at doing is the expansion of the fleet, because we know that 2 is the bare minimum. The sweet spot is more like 3 to 4. So we don't want to ramp all the way up and then not have the demand. We want to create that demand and see how far this can go.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
While we're on the matter of FACS, talked about 5 officers, 1 sergeant for the FACS police team. Is that going to be an interdepartmental transfer between FACS and the police, or is that general funds?
That's going to be enterprise dollars. So really, and I'll just take it a step further, of the officers for the schools, that will not be it'll be general fund, but it'll be reimbursed from another government agency. In terms of the FACS, that will be enterprise department. And the downtown officers would, in fact, be a general fund expense. The street racing team.
The last one, repeat that.
The FACS, which one? Downtown? Downtown is general fund.
The bicycle?
Yes. And then the street racing team will be, it'll be self-funded like many of our traffic officers are, based on impound revenue and so forth, yeah.
And fines, you had mentioned.
You got it.
Is that going to be a similar model to what we did in the past with the FACS officers, where it was extra time that they had to fill those slots, or these?
We're going to start out with, as we do today, there's dollars that are set aside in the FACS budget for contract officers. Is the ramping up, or the hiring ramps up in the PD to where they'll be the last ones that we fill, in terms of once the hiring ramps up to where they're near full staffing, then those sergeant and 5 officers will be added. Up until that time, the dollars will be contract law enforcement, but they're still set aside in the FACS budget.
So does that mean that the city is essentially competing against private businesses for those contracts?
Up until that time, that's the way it's been the last 2 or 3 years.
2
yes.
years. Yep. Last 2 years.
But I think you know we prioritize contract law enforcement now. The chief has put together a policy that allows the department to determine which positions get funded first, which contracts.
Well, you know, some of the conversations you and I have had about contract officers, and that's why I asked,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I like the idea of keeping our buses safe, but I also want to make sure people that go shopping in my district feel safe too.
Yeah.
That's a...
Well, as the department grows, you're going to have more opportunity for contract law enforcement. And as the department grows, you're going to have less opportunity for overtime in the department. Therefore, more officers seeking contract law enforcement work.
My final thought before I hand it over, you mentioned you wanted additional graffiti abatement for those hard-to-reach places. I want to bring to your attention as well for DPU, one of the things our city and myself have really started to prioritize are these Class 4 bike lanes, in which you have a bicycle lane with bollards to the side of it, followed by parking. A lot of trash building up in those areas that's really hard to reach by our street sweepers. I think it would be a lot easier for residents of Fresno to digest and accept these protected bike lanes if there wasn't so much trash building up in them. I can tell you that's been a major point of contention for some of my folks. And so I know you want to get those hard to reach areas for graffiti. I would encourage you to come up with some ideas about how we could get those hard to reach places when it comes to trash buildup next to those areas like our protected bike lanes, because I think they're a great investment, but I don't think we thought through all the unintended consequences, like the difficulty getting the trash that builds up on the side of it.
Yeah, can't get a street sweeper in there, right?
Right.
Unless we get a smaller street sweeper.
A really small one. Overall, I appreciate the budget you've put together, Mayor. I know you're really emphasizing the public safety of Fresno, the parks, the housing and the infrastructure, which I think is the priority of everybody up here. Obviously, we're going to take a month to make a little bit of a Frankenstein, mixing and matching some of our priorities with your budget. I think overall will reflect the same priorities: public safety, parks, housing, and infrastructure. So I appreciate this very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilman.
All right. Before I pass on the baton to Councilmember Carbasi, just wanted to piggyback off of the conversation about the new sworn officers. As you know, Mayor, I mean, we really leaned in on the contract earlier in the year. You know, we leaned in financially to a great degree. And, you know, with respect to the officers that are going to be funded through enterprise, that's no problem. But in terms of adding general fund sworn officers, I think the council is going to remain, I guess, wary until we see the current unfilled positions be filled, right? Not that we don't need these officers. I think we do need them. But in terms of us putting dollars towards positions that are not getting filled, I think we want to see the evidence. So I think we'll have a whole day to discuss the police budget and see where we are at in terms of filling the current vacancies. But I can't help but feel a little discouraged, right, at the fact that we're not there yet. We're not where we want to be in terms of the hiring. So again, adding enterprise-funded or cost-neutral officers, that's great, but I remain skeptical about our ability to even fill those. And not because I think the contract's a good contract. I think it's a great tool. But these things just take time to get where we want to be.
Yeah, the chief said, Chief Valderrama said yesterday at the news conference that I believe he has 92 people.
94 in training.
94 in training at Academy.
60 vacancies.
60 vacancies. So we're actually going to be able to exceed that. Then with attrition, what did he say, 2.75 per month now. So the plan is in place, and he has a good plan.
So those are the kind of numbers we want to see to make sure we are on track to hit our mark. Yeah. And then I think at that point, council does very much is open to considering authorizing additional positions and money to fill those positions.
He'll provide those during his presentation.
And we've all been rooting for Chief since he came on board and said he was going to get us those officers. We've been rooting for him. So we hope to see those results.
He's doing a great job. Thank you.
And my last comment is, the general fund reserves, I think it's more about 7%, not quite 10, based on the increased revenues that we have here.
There are certain dollars that are calculated in that 10%, because, well, there's a formula that is done, but the goal is to get it to 10, and some of these revenues came in at the last moment, so.
Yeah, under the Reserve Management Act, I know while it looks on the surface, the total general fund, I believe there are certain parts of that don't go towards that 10%.
Don't count against it.
When Mike Lehman, Finance, can get us to that point when we do his budget presentation, can go through that.
The goal for me was to start the budget at 10%. Then the revenue projections came in a little higher, but maybe during the mid-year, depending on where we are with salary savings, we can boost that up again. That would be good.
Well, I'm not making a statement about we should be higher or lower, but that's good. That's good clarification.
Yeah. 40 million is a dollar right now.
Based on your formula, yeah. All right, Councilmember Carbasi, you've been punched up.
Thank you. Mayor, I want to thank you and your staff for the work that we went into creating this budget. I mean, there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next month, and we're going to really dissect this plan. But, happy times are here again. That's a great thing. Though I am a little bit nervous when things are well that I grew up, I know I've said this a lot, I grew up in small business, and you've got good years and bad years, good months and bad months. And what I want to avoid is, God forbid, we do have a recession, and economic forecasts are looking that way, that we're just ready for that. And that's why we have a rainy day fund. So maybe this is a question for the city manager. Unfortunately, I wasn't a big fan of the last budget. One of the things that was done during the council process was not increasing the reserves. What are the advantages to having a healthy reserve, let's say at 10%?
Well, I think the last recession shows what happens when you don't have a healthy reserve, which was when the economy goes down, we have to cut expenses drastically, and that affects people's lives as far as layoffs and drastic cuts in services. So when you are in a situation where it is an emergency, and at that time it was the foreclosure crisis was a lot of what was driving it. And there's an emergency where you are going to start affecting public safety, then having that cushion there helps provide relief in times of crisis. So we didn't have that option last time, like we do now. And having lived through that and the pain, the reason why we have so many civilian positions in the police department is because we gutted the civilian workforce in the police department. And as a result, we had officers doing work that really they shouldn't have been doing, but we had no other choice because we had nobody else to do the work. So we're just now being able to start building those civilian forces back up, but yeah, definitely having a reserve is a critical thing, and that's why that Reserve Management Act was put into place at that time.
I can speak as the former police chief. We lost 260 civilian positions in the department, 60% at that time, and those were layoffs. And then another 160 police officers that we lost through attrition. And so our budget cut was somewhere around $22 million that we experienced. Very, very painful.
And
we don't want to do that again.
No, and I mean, I also want to look at what we did at the Parks Department. The Parks Department was gutted. Community centers were shut down. We had to get nonprofit organizations to come in and run them for us for free. It was just, we don't want to go back there again. So having that cushion is really important.
So it's just to clarify, it's across the board. It's not just PD. I mean, it's services across the board to residents and the livelihoods of our employees. I feel like we're just getting out of this after so many years. So, okay. I appreciate that answer. I have a question for Chief Balderrama, if he's available.
Go ahead,
Chief, thank you. Yep, thank you so much. I read something recently that really struck me as odd. I don't think it's true, but it was in one of our media outlets that I'm so glad with this budget that we are going to resume SROs in our middle schools, and you're looking at multiple school districts. But what was written was that it was our city and our department that took them out of the schools. That's not quite true, is it?
No, it's not. They were actually, the Fresno Unified School District decided to cancel the contract for the SNROs who were in the middle schools. That was 15 police officers. So that actually happened in the spring of 2020, about 8 months before I became chief. And those officers were reassigned. Obviously, by that time, we had about 80 vacancies, so we easily reassigned them back to patrol where we really needed them, since we set a record for shootings in 2020, and then later again in 2021. Last year, we actually reduced it about 6%. So they were reassigned. They were providing a very important service, which is to respond to emergency calls. But now we have a plan to bring them back. And Fresno Unified last year, in the spring of last year, they actually approved their budget to bring them back. I simply didn't have the bodies to give them at that time. But looking forward to fiscal year 23, I think we will.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. No, that because I know we had Baird and Tenaya in my district, and the officers there had running clubs and different other things for the kids, and they really interact with them on an after-school basis, and that was taken away. So it's amazing what the kids lose when you do that. So thank you so much, Chief. So I've some questions about recruitment. So I wasn't a big fan of last year's budget. I was really worried about, the ability to retain officers and supporting our department, because safety is important. Police, fire, it's all important for a city. And it's no surprise that that's how I feel. But I see your face everywhere. I see recruitment everywhere, and it looks like the numbers are looking well. I mean, we had a September and October of, was it 2021 record number of just attrition, and now it's just picking up. Can you give us an update on that?
Sure. The worst I saw it was, I believe it was in the month of October. We lost 12 or 14 officers in that particular month. So we were losing them, and frankly, I was kind of worried that we weren't going to be able to recruit and retrain or retain, because that's an issue that not just Fresno's going through. Every single big police and small police department in the country is having a problem and difficulties recruiting. Right now, we're in a very, very good position, and the position is that we have 94 police officers who are either in a police academy or they're going through a background check to be in the next police academy, and we only have 60 vacancies. Now, if the budget proposal that the mayor's put on the table, if it goes
Hold on.
Go ahead.
One more time. That's a very unique thing I haven't heard in a long time. How many vacancies and how many people in the academy are in the background process?
We have 60, and we have 94. We actually have a total of 118 if you include the rookies who are training in FTL right now. But those positions I'm not counting. I'm counting them as full-fledged officers,
right?
Or else we'd say 80 vacancies.
That's a big difference, though. Thank you. That's good. Okay. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That just really surprised me. That's a really, really good turnaround. Those are my only questions regarding. Oh, last thing. Please tell us more about the street racing team. This is a really important issue, not just in my district, although we've had a lot of problems, and you and Deputy Chief Reed have been very helpful, along with Fresno Sheriff, CHP, and Bureau of Automotive Repair. Impounds work. Impounding those racing vehicles for 30 days makes a difference. I can tell you that the calls I get to my office every time there's an operation go down in the area that they have the operation in. So can you tell us how many people are we going to have on those teams if the council approves that?
Sure. Well, illegal street racing is a significant problem in all of California, but especially here in the Central Valley. It seems like these groups and clubs come south from the Bay and they come north from Bakersfield. One of the things that we're proposing is to add a team, one supervisor and 10 motorcycle officers who do nothing but specifically gather intel on street racing events, go out there, break them up, give citations, impound vehicles. I think we have to be very proactive with this. The vast majority of this community does not want street racing here in Fresno. It's dangerous. It puts bystanders in danger. It's a nuisance all throughout Fresno, and it's something that we want to be very proactive. Most of my complaints, honestly, is not violent crime. It's street racing and homeless issues. So I think it's very important to the community. Additionally, we have 11 vacancies, 11 vacancies in motors.
Right.
Motors used to be one of our strongest units. At one point, we had 85 plus motorcycle officers. That made us one of the most effective motor traffic units in the state of California because we were very much focused on DUIs, which Fresno was leading the state in, and you know that number's been diminished. I would like to grow that in the next couple of years to 60, but definitely this specific team focused on street racing and sideshows is really going to help.
No, that's great. I think when we got the grant for the 80 motor units, we went from having more deaths from traffic accidents to there were more people dying from traffic incidents than murders. And we keep talking about the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians, but we need our laws enforced in the streets. So that's really helpful. Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Those are my only questions for you, Chief. City Manager, I have some questions on our housing strategy, but I'm wondering, is it better to wait and hold off till we have the 10 a.m. number 2 item regarding CDBG, or do you want to do that now?
Is it budget related or is it related to the other item?
It's related to both. It's about, I'm sure you received the email from the Marjorie Mason Center. It's kind of related to domestic violence and homelessness.
I think it'd be more appropriate to take it during the other item, the housing item, if you don't mind.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Not at all. That's all my questions. Thank you very much, everyone.
Councilmember Soria, you are next, followed by Councilmember Arias. And then there's somebody else behind you. I can't see the name yet.
Thank you, Council President. I do have a series of questions, but I'm going to reserve them, I think, for when we actually go through each department. I've already had a chance to kind of peruse the budget, not in detail like I do every year, but I've started to go through the line items to figure out where the funds are being invested in. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, and your administration for, making a budget. I think that includes a lot of the things that we have been asking for over the last few years. And more importantly, I know that I've had several conversations with you and your staff about some of the needs that exist in District 1. Hey, guys. You guys are being loud. And can't focus. Sorry, I wasn't able to focus because I had chatter in my ear over here. Anyway, I know, put the wall back up. No, anyways, I do want to say that I'm grateful to see the investments that are happening. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that the city of Fresno has. I know that there are folks on this dais that probably have PTSD, especially folks down on that way, that, right before I came in had made some significant cuts and, challenges that were faced by, staff that had worked for the city of Fresno for a long time. So it's good to be in this place. I do think that, and I'm hopeful that as I go through the budget that I do see those investments that are going to have long-term impact in our community. Again, because these dollars are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see real impactful change, especially in areas that for a long time were disinvested in historically. And I know that this administration, the council, also has been very supportive of investing in a much more equitable way when it comes to disadvantaged neighborhoods. But the reality is that the needs are even greater than what the budget is today. Even though we have a record budget, $1.7 billion, which I think when I first came, it was maybe shy. It was about 1 billion. So it's grown significantly in the last 7 years. And so just want to, be thoughtful, I think, as we go through the budget and recognize, obviously, some of the issues that are extremely critical, housing, public safety. I'm grateful to see that what also the council has asked for will be included in the budget. But I will reserve a lot of the questions that I do have that are in much detail for the days that you guys go through and thoroughly in detail on the investments that you guys are making. But just wanted to show appreciation. Thank you to the staff, and look forward to having a very positive and robust debate over the next few weeks. And I know that we're going to pass a budget because I don't think that we have to fight about the resources. There's so many, and like you said, we're probably even going to have an opportunity to spend or invest, I would say, additional dollars in the coming months. The only question that I did want to ask, and I don't know if this for the city manager or the budget folks, when the budget was created, as you guys started, there's I think, for this year's fiscal year, are those numbers really close to what the real numbers will be as we close out the year? Do we have a sense of the actual, how it says actual versus?
In terms of carryover?
Yeah.
I think they're from probably about, 2 weeks ago when we finalized the numbers. So they're as current can be in order to put a budget together and get it printed.
Okay. And then, I think I'm going to reserve my questions. That's totally fine. Thank you for that. I'll reserve all my other questions that I have, like I have questions on parks and so forth, but I'll reserve that for the budget discussions. I just wanted to say thank you. Look forward to the discussion.
All right, Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Bradfield.
Thank you, Council President. City Clerk, can you pull up photos? I know the mayor likes pictures, so do I. So I got some photos for you, Mayor. You can go through the slides there, Brianna. So as we know, Mayor, a lot of our city streets that are not in the new development areas rely on the general fund. Same fund that pays for police, fire, and every other service. These are some of the streets in West Fresno, some of the streets in Tower District that all rely on the general fund. 40 years ago, when we passed Measure C, the promise was it would fix local streets. Every year, we have this debate where we're trying to, fix as many things as possible. But if you look at the Tower District neighborhoods, these are chunks of streets that are being, falling apart. I know a lot of your leadership doesn't live in the Tower District. They don't see these residential streets firsthand. And every year we try to do as much as possible. What I struggle with, Mayor, in this budget is that it is the most money we've ever received in the city's history. Sales tax, property tax are through the roof, but it doesn't reflect a record amount of resources for the neighborhoods that rely on the general fund. I know we have a lot of projects in here, but for the neighborhoods like the Tower District, West Fresno, South Fresno, it doesn't fund any significant new projects to finally fix these streets that have been broken for 40 years. So when it comes to amenities like a trolley from downtown to Fresno State, I'm going to struggle with that because how do I tell my Tower District residents where chunks of streets are falling apart that we're going to fund a trolley so that people drinking at Fresno State and Tower can get to the Brewery District or to a stadium event easily. It's a nice amenity. When it comes to the stadium, $3 million of general funds. We just made a significant improvement at the stadium. $3 million would fix a few blocks in West Fresno that have needed road reconstruction for 40 years. Another special events department, I recognize the need to centralize special events. The economic development department, several millions of dollars are spent there. Your your balance, but your budget reflects that we have a historic unemployment rate. It looks to me like we're in full employment in the city. Everyone that wants to work can work. But yet, we continue to invest millions of dollars on economic development department that I have yet to see the fruits of the labor. We also have a community affairs department. But yet, on the agenda later today, we're planning to appoint people who previously served on the commission because we can't seem to recruit anybody new. So, you know, I'm going to look at this budget thoroughly, and I do appreciate, Mayor, the amount of work that you've done, the amount of cleanups, the amount of improvements, the amount of attention that you've paid to the southern part of the city. But I still struggle with this challenge that we have historically de-invested in South Fresno. We redlined West Fresno. I have a 95-year-old World War II veteran in West Fresno who built a house in the only place he was allowed to after coming back from the war. That street hasn't been fixed in 40 years. The freeway was built. The only thing the freeway did was further ruin the roads around the 180 area because everybody takes the back roads, and yet we don't have money to fix those residential streets. No fault of yours. You've been mayor for 2 years now, but structurally speaking—
17 months, yeah.
Yeah. Structurally speaking, I don't think because of your charm and your history and your ability that you would ever allow a city council to say, we're going to take money from the police department to fix a street that hasn't been paved in 40 years. And I don't think we should put any part of the city in that predicament to pick between being safe in their neighborhood and not having to replace, you know, their tires every 6 months because of road conditions. So I'll be looking closely at the Public Works budget to see what projects are prioritized. And I know that we're relying a lot on state money, but we all know that the state gas tax is a declining revenue source. There's less money going in as people are spending less on fuel because of EV cars. Your budget recognizes 3 other taxes that feed the streets of Fresno are also declining revenue. Measure C will be a part of that solution once we get that funding formula correct. But overall, Mayor, I'm still going to be looking forward to the fact is we have a housing crisis that started before you, will continue after you, but this budget only offers a one-time temporary solution in the form of $40 million, all of which is dependent on state revenue. Not one local penny of the general fund is being committed to the ongoing homeless and the housing crisis before us. And I know why that is, because we have a significant amount of state money coming in, and the general fund, again, 70% of it goes to police and fire. But the crisis will continue in future years. I also looked at the amount of money invested in our youth. So we have a jobs program funded by the state with one-time money in the grant. As a city, we're funding a trip to the zoo and Camp Fresno, great things. But in essence, the youth of our city would get 3 days, less than 1% of the youth of this city would essentially get 3 days of activities outside of Measure P. If Measure P was in here, that's what we would be looking at in terms of general fund commitment to the youth of the city. It seems to me that every department, as they have an obligation, responsibility to do, made significant requests of the general fund that is ongoing for future years from police. In the case of the police department, they have several vacancies, and yet they're asking for more bodies, which would lock up general fund money. I'm going to be very cautious about locking up any money that could be used today to fix a road or to provide youth services immediately instead of holding it for the moment when vacancies are full. And then my last point is simply this. We also know that besides homelessness, mental health is a challenge in our city. Not $1 of our city budget is going to mental health services. To your credit, we have a team now that you're proposing in the police department to respond to mental health crises. but not mental health services. It's to react to folks who are having a crisis and are a clear and present danger to the community. I don't think we necessarily have the responsibility to do that when we have the county of Fresno across the street, but that just goes to show that as a city, our general fund does not have the ability to fund mental health services for those who need it. It doesn't have the ability, nor is it being proposed to fund ongoing housing solutions in the crisis that we're in. All of it, in terms of ongoing general fund money, is to grow the bureaucracy that we currently operate. And the budget process will kind of prioritize those things, but I just want to share from you, as you know, I'm always upfront with you, that before I'm comfortable funding amenities, whether it's a trolley, I'm gonna want the streets where that trolley's gonna travel to be rebuilt. I'm gonna want the streets in the Tower neighborhood where folks have been owning their homes for 50 years to be repaved. Before we fund improvements at Chachansey, I'm gonna want the parks in the neighborhood to be fixed. I can appreciate the road that Chachansey has. We all go there. It's a great place. But $3 million is a heck of a lot of money.
2.7, yeah.
Yeah, of general fund dollars that can go in different places. As an example, this budget proposes $1 million for roading. Roading is used as a neighborhood park. It proposes $500,000, $300,000, $100,000 for neighborhood parks. Those are the places where residents go on a daily basis. I don't want to be in a position, Mayor, where my neighborhood in Tower or West Fresno or South or Central Unified are asking me for a new playground. And our response is, you have to wait 2 years or 3 years because Measure P dollars take a while to allocate, when it took us 30 days to give Chachansey $3 million, on top of what we gave them the previous year. So just know that I'll continue to be upfront with you. I'm looking forward to the discussion. And I am very cognizant that in a year where we have record resources, if not now, then when will we make record investments in the parts of the city that were intentionally de-invested in our city? No fault of our own, but I think we all have the responsibility to correct the historical wrongs, and I don't see this budget in its current form doing that yet.
Okay. So on the infrastructure, there's $38.4 million of ARPA and general fund in the budget to do that very thing, additional this year. So monies that weren't spent last year, almost 39 million more on top of SB1 and Measure C. And then speaking of Measure C, if a commitment was made years ago in 2006 or 7, that budget measure was going to take care of our neighborhood streets, that's not true. In no way it could have been, because it was only 15% of the dollars allocated towards neighborhood streets. A lot of it was geared towards expansion, freeway expansion. This one's being flipped. Instead of 15%, it's 52%, not for expansion, but for local streets. And the faster that measure gets voted on and passed, the faster we can bond against those future dollars and start work immediately. So that's important to us. And not only 52% is for neighborhood streets, 19% is flexible for local jurisdictions, so we could even increase that. So, and then in terms of youth and seniors, there's $4.2 million in here for youth and seniors as part of Measure P, and there's more monies available to do that. You know, we did get $7.4 million from the state that we fought hard for 2 years for our workforce development, and I'm very confident we're going to get additional funding from the state for the following year or two. So I think we have some good things on the horizon. I will push back a little bit on mental health. Mental health is not our responsibility, as I think you alluded to. When you consider the behavioral health department in the county of Fresno's budget far exceeds that of our police departments, we're going to rely on them heavily to partner, but we're going to do our part with the money we have allocated to do mental health triage and response, but we still need the county to step up and provide those services to us.
I totally agree with you, Mayor. And just the last thing for the city manager, a year ago when we approved last year's budget, we adopted rebuild plans and lists of projects in every district. It took us nearly a year to get a list, get estimates. none of those projects are yet in the queue. So although on paper, we're saying 40 million, what I want to see, just like we referenced the police department, we want to see the details, the timeline to implement, and what projects will be done when. Because that's really where we have to respond to our constituents. When will this road be fixed? Because based on your proposal, the trolley will be operational a year, and the roads might be another 10 years before they get addressed.
I think you're going to like her response.
Show us the bacon.
We'd be happy to sit down and meet with the budget subcommittee on the council priorities. We've been waiting for the council to prioritize its projects, and we're ready, willing, and able to get together with you all whenever you all are ready. So while it did take some time to get estimates together because there were over $200 million worth of projects submitted, and the same staff who are working on designing and constructing funded projects had to be pulled off of those to provide estimates for $200 million worth of projects that you submitted as part of your Rebuild Fresno. They did that. It did take some time. We provided those to you. We asked you to prioritize them. We did receive a list. We had a meeting scheduled. It got canceled. Absolutely, we need to sit down and meet. We're happy to get together and get moving on that.
Thank you, City Manager. And two other questions. In this budget, how do you plan to address the, pending eviction tsunami that we all anticipate coming when evictions get the green light both for small business and residential? Is there anything in this budget that addresses eviction?
Well, I think as part of the emergency rental assistance program, I believe we were putting in, Councilmember Maxwell increased that budget here for right to counsel. And there's another potentially over a 2-year period, 950, I think is what we were looking at is recommended in the One Fresno strategy, was 950,000 to address that, so.
Is that in the budget?
That is recommended, but please remember the $40 million are flexible. Those monies have not been designated where they're going to go based on policy because that has to be adopted by the council. Yeah. So you'll get a recommendation how much we think we should put so much under this one, and then it comes to the body of the council, people vote, and we decide. We'll just give you our recommendation how much we think should be for each.
And Mr. City Manager, my last question here. Where are we at with the rescue funds for the community-based organizations that we did an RP process and people submitted? I think it's been several months since that submission occurred.
I believe the selection committee is meeting June 2nd.
So will we have recommendations before the budget's voted on?
Yes, before the budget's voted on, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You bet. I think there's 10 million in there for that as well.
Councilmember Butterfield?
Yeah. First of all, you said something, City Manager, about the meeting with the Budget Subcommittee to represent the council's priorities. The Budget Subcommittee doesn't represent my priorities, so I want you to understand that when you're going through this, that you're going to need to talk to me, not that subcommittee, because they represent somebody, but they don't represent me. Mayor, I want to congratulate you on the budget and all the staff who've worked so hard on it. I haven't gone through it other than what's been presented in the media, and I like a lot of it, and there's some questions that I have which we'll present. I don't know if the police chief is still here. I see he's not. They might have stepped out. I appreciate, of course, the effort by the police chief to increase the levels. You talked about 1,000 police officers. I don't remember if it was over your term.
Yes.
Was it over your term?
Was actually over the former mayor's term, but that didn't happen.
No,
so I guess
we know about
it'll be
that.
over my term.
No, we know about that. We're talking about present. Is that the goal for you?
No, not necessarily. The goal for me is to make sure we have sufficient number of officers and add as we need them, but to utilize them in a way that, number one was said earlier, during the recession, there were a lot of officers that were let go. A lot of civilians. So police officers were put in positions they probably shouldn't have been in, but that was the recourse. So now freeing up those officers and maximizing the numbers we have, it could be 950. Okay. So we'll be at 888. And I think next year we'll we'll hit the 900 mark easily, and we'll see what happens after that.
And Police Chief, do you feel like you're going to have those positions actually filled as opposed to we're just funding them? Because it sounded like that's what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We're in a really, really good position. As you know, I'm part of Major City Chiefs. It's the 70 largest departments in the nation, and I can't think of another city that can say that. Everybody's still struggling with recruiting.
Okay, well, that's fantastic, and I appreciate what you've been doing in terms of taking on the violent crime that's going on in our community with the homicides. Frankly, I think that's what Chief Dyer was also doing many times. Really liked when he was the police chief. Sometimes the mayor, I'm not so sure about, but just kidding, just kidding. So I appreciate that, Chief Balderrama, and I'm going to always support your efforts, as you know. You mentioned, or I guess the mayor mentioned about the mental health component, that not getting a mental health department here, exactly, it's the county. But you're talking about having some counselors, I think you alluded to counselors going out, or you may need counselors to go out. Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Sure. Over the past year, we've been doing a lot of research as far as the best practices across the country when it comes to crisis intervention, mental health, and frankly, I'm very much a believer that there's not enough services, and all those different calls, the police department has stepped up and really taken on areas that we should never have taken on. Mental health is one of them. My police officers are not counselors, they're not clinicians, they're not psychologists. Obviously, if there's a threat to public safety, we're still going to be there. That's why this started under Chief Dyer at the time, having a very high percentage of our patrol officers trained in CIT. We're going to continue that. Our police officers are going to be trained in the best de-escalation methods, how to deal with with people who are in crisis, and try to de-escalate those situations. But I don't feel that we should be the primary responders when somebody is in crisis. There's professional staff that are much better trained to deal with those. So we are coming up with a much better system than the one we have now. It includes having a triage center inside of 911. What that means is that we're actually going to have dispatchers that are going to assess those calls and try to determine what the need is. Is there somebody in danger? Is there somebody that's off their medications? Is it somebody that just simply needs somebody to talk to? And then connect them to the proper services. Those proper services are not, in most cases, is not the police department.
So if you determine that, who will you call? Who will go out to talk to that person?
So we do plan on continuing a contract that we have with various providers so they can respond to the scene and give those services. Like I said, we're not going to leave them on their own. If there is a threat of public safety, then the police department will be there to keep the peace.
Okay. So 60 vacancies, 94 in training, so you anticipate being able to beef up the police department and fill all the positions?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you, Chief, as always. You know, the concerns that are raised always about the streets. I think, what was the estimate we were talking about if we were to really do all of the needs? Was it $1 billion for, and I don't know if you know.
I think streets and sidewalks is around 1.3 billion or something of that nature.
And I think that's what we see, as Councilmember Arias points out. It's a huge need, which is why I thought Measure P should have been about fixing sidewalks and streets. And frankly, when they polled it, that's really at the top of the list for many people, was fixing their streets. It wasn't about trying to create new parks. Clearly, we have a need for our parks and maintenance. It's not about that. But there's a great need. So we're, generating 39 million or 57 million or whatever it is now. None of it is going to fix streets. It should have. That measure should have included at least both of those issues, not just parks. And so here we are. So yes, you put money in your budget. We need to put money in the budget, but there's never enough money to put in the budget, obviously, to fix the level of repair that we need. And I want to say also, in my district as well, there is a need to fix many streets. Many people have been promised 40 years as well that their streets would be fixed. It hasn't been. We have a development that took place along Maple and Copple, where children are not able to actually walk on the street without going into the, walk on the sidewalk without going into the street. And that's obviously dangerous, as it is, I know, in other districts as well. And so I would like that to be included in the budget, something we can talk about. And I think that's about $1 million for us to repair that. So that's something that I would like to see fixed because it's about kids walking safely to school. And that's in my district as well as it is in older neighborhoods. You know, the criticism of Chichanza, you know, we must remember that that's the city's asset. That's the taxpayer's asset. That's not giving it to somebody in the private sector. That's our asset and maintaining our asset. And as Councilmember Arias said, everybody likes going there. Everybody utilizes it. It's a fantastic asset, and we have to maintain it. We have to continue to ensure that it's a place that is maintained and people want to come there. So I look forward to your budget. I think generally, as it's outlined, I think it's a very good budget, and obviously, you know, it'll be tweaked. And many people have many needs here in all the districts, including my district, and so we'll be talking about that. And again, I want to thank you and all of the staff working. I know it's not easy to do, and I know you're always going to be subject to criticism as soon as it gets unveiled. But I think it's a good start, and I appreciate it, and appreciate the city manager and all of her leadership on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wish Scott Mosier was here, but he's under the weather, because he has really done a really good job of I think it's the pavement management studies that have been done, and he really talks about the amount of work that has been done in the southern part of the city and amount of work in the middle of the city that is yet to be done, and even the northern part of the city. So we have work throughout Fresno to do, and when he does his presentation, I think I think all of you will be very pleased with what we've done and where we're heading.
Well, I think that's absolutely true. And I've always supported, as somebody from representing Northeast Fresno, always supported other parts of the city. I know that they were left behind in many respects in terms of repairs and things that needed to be. So there's a lot of need there. At the same time, I'd be derelict if I wasn't advocating for my own constituents who have a lot of needs as well. And I think this budget this year, it is time for them to also receive some of the benefits of the tax money they put into the budget, which is a lot. And so I'll be pushing for that. And I hope my colleagues will be as supportive of me as I've been supportive of them in their needs in their districts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, you are excused.
All right, thank you very much.
The light cross-examination.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Save the tough questions for the department directors.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I'm going to go take my afternoon nap like all you think I do. I know you do.
Mayor, you should take the opportunity to ride your bike back to Copper River.
Only my e-bike.
The weather's perfect.
Yeah, save some emissions.
All right, thank you.
And don't forget to bring us the cookies on the first day of
you know I will.
Yeah.
And maybe a donut for Tyler. A vegan donut.
Jeez. Okay. All right. So that's the 11 a.m. Let's get back on track. Let's see if we can power through the rest of the contested consent agenda. We left off we passed item 1O, I believe. So we're gonna move on to items 1Q, R, T, II, JJ, KK. So let's get on to item 1Q. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Just want to make a motion to table. I think these two individuals are, fine individuals, but they've served already, and the Planning Commission has had a long history of commissioners who have too many legal conflicts of interest to be able to meet quorum. I think we could benefit from doing some additional outreach and looking at other potential candidates. That's my motion.
I'll second that. I do just want to make comments in terms of, I think that we need new blood. These people, one of them just got off a few months ago, and then I don't know when Kathy got off, but I think that we need to make sure that we're doing better outreach. We do have a community affairs office. I think that that's we have the resources here to reach out to community and get them to apply. So I'd like to see new faces come forward.
So we have a motion and we have a second to table the item for the appointments in 1Q. Is there any discussion on this item or any further discussion? Okay. Do we have Councilmember Carbasi online?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's go ahead and conduct a roll call vote then. Yeah, he is online, yes.
Motion to table by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi? Councilmember Carbasi? Absent. Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradfield?
No.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Nay.
Sorry. Council President Esparza?
Nay.
So then that's, motion failed.
That was 3-3. Okay, so the item is not tabled.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion on the table.
I'll second.
There's a second for that motion. Okay, any discussion on the current motion on the table?
Well, so do we have no other options? I'm just putting it out to the city manager. I'm just like, we're recycling the same people. And I'd like to really see new faces and people having the opportunity to serve, especially in decisions that impact the future of our city.
We have brought forward other people and the council has voted them down, so.
I haven't voted anyone
They have
down.
been removed from the agenda in the past. We have brought other recommendations forward. We have done extensive outreach. It's a serious time commitment. It is a very hard position to recruit for. We have asked council for input numerous times on applications. So these are our current recommendations. We do have quorum issues at the Planning Commission with business not being able to be conducted. So these
City
are.
Manager, for the
Yeah.
record, we have made recommendations, but the administration has not brought them forward for consideration, just to be clear.
Yes, you have brought some forward, we have brought some forward. So it's not that we haven't had, apparently you'll support the candidates that you bring forward, but you won't support the candidates that we bring forward. So these are our recommendations for today.
I've supported your candidates in the past. I offered even one of my candidates that serves on District 1. You guys rejected it, brought a new candidate, and I supported the District 1 representative. So it's.
You did, you're right.
It's flat, you know.
You're right, you
yeah.
did support Haley, you did.
Yes.
You did.
So
these are
for the
our
rec-
recommendations for this meeting. We
Okay, well
stand by
then we'll
them.
call for the vote.
Well, so we have two folks punched up. We have Councilmember Carbasi, and then we have Councilmember Bradfield.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of frustration from folks because everything, instead of being objective, becomes so personal and political. You've got people that are not from District 2 or District 6. That box is checked off. It's good to have people with experience. So you've got one new person and one person who's been around for a while and has served on the West Area Steering Committee for, oh, excuse me, that's someone else, never mind. But I don't see the problem with these. These are two solid recommendations. It's perfectly fine. I've dealt with vacancies on my steering committee. It's really frustrating. And having quorum issues at Planning Commission, it just bogs everything down. Got two good candidates. If for whatever reason you don't want to vote for them, don't. But I mean, I think we should just move forward. Kathy Bray and Bob Fuentes do a fine job.
Councilmember Bradfield?
Yeah, I
And then
take
it'll all be Council Vice President after that.
I take exception to calling these people recycled. It diminishes their service. They work hard. They're willing to serve. And you may not like them. They're not your people, but they're not recycled.
You're absolutely correct. I should have used a better choice of words,
Okay.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Okay.
I accept that criticism.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we are really doing the appropriate outreach.
Okay.
So
Appreciate
fair,
that.
that's fairly taken.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Okay, thank you.
Council Vice President.
Yeah, kind of going to the conversation that Councilmember Soria and Bredefeld have brought up. I did speak with the administration about this. You know, better choice of words. I think we just talked about how going forward we could pick folks who have not had an opportunity, you know, in a city of 500,000 people to represent on the Planning Commission going forward in the future. I think that's a commitment we can make on both sides. Quick question, are these, one of the terms for each of these expires, City Manager? Do we have that information
These are 4-year terms.
for each individual?
Mayor, Chief of Staff, I think, has an answer.
Okay, thank you for the question. Sorry,
Ms. Furtado.
Thanks. Kelly Furtado. Both of these will be 4 years. They're 4-year terms on the Planning Commission. So they're staggered throughout the different members, but these two in particular would be for 4 years, the vacancies.
Those are not prorated in any way?
I think they're in June. I think they're 4 years.
I'm looking in the packet and
But
it
didn't they
shows.
quit midway through their term? They both quit midway to their terms. Why would we give them another full 4 years?
So the vacancies are, I don't have the exact date in front of me. I don't know if Chris does either, back in our offices. But I looked at it earlier to see if these were like a remainder of 2 years on their term. But when I looked a couple weeks back, they were pretty much 4-year terms in existence. So
Kelly,
so
somebody
they could
can.
have been
So,
at the end
so
of
Kelly,
their term.
somebody can quit their 2 years in their term, and then come back a few months later and get a full 4-year term.
No. The term goes with the vacancy, so the position. So let's say it was the term doesn't change. So let's say that there was only
The answer
a
is
year.
yes, though.
Theoretically, yes.
But it's
Because
not
it doesn't
theoretically-
go with the person.
It doesn't go with the person. It goes with the
I know, but it's not theoretical. It's what we're doing today. It's practically what we are literally doing.
I understand, and I think, you know, one of the people did quit because they had a conflict. And we have encountered that over the time because they were going to be running for office. And so when people are running for office, we don't we generally want to avoid any sort of appearance of conflict. So they stepped down from the commission, and it turned out that particular person did not run for office. So I understand that, the perception may be that they quit, but, they wanted to avoid the potential for conflict.
The city manager, is this the same person who's had multiple legal conflicts that, has resulted in the planning commission not having quorum? Because the fundamental challenge that I've seen in the planning commission, a lot of my items are tabled and not discussed because multiple commissioners have legal conflicts, and that results in them not being able to have a quorum. Like, are we not doing a review of legal conflicts before you guys recommend them to us?
I don't believe that's accurate, council member.
I have the records of meetings being canceled for not like a quorum for conflicts of interest.
Yeah, I can just speak to the last couple of months, and I know that there have been specifically issues the last couple of months. One was more related to a death of a close family member, and that was the reason that an individual was out. And another member was at the planning commission meeting, but had to recuse themselves because of a specific item on their.
My question, Kelly, is do you guys vet these individuals for legal conflicts before you recommend them to the body for appointment?
Yes, our staff does that in the interview process.
Council member, just like with today, where you had to recuse yourself from the P-bid vote because you're within 1,000 feet, occasionally we do have people that do own property that are within the vicinity of the city, and so they have to recuse themselves from a vote and conflict themselves out. So any commissioner who owns a piece of property at one time or another could have to recuse themselves due to a conflict. So if we were to exclude people who own property that might have a conflict if a project comes forward, I think we are excluding, a good chunk of qualified candidates. So it is not, yes, we have had times where we have had planning commissioners have to recuse themselves from votes.
That's not the question nor the criticism. The concern, city manager, is the planning commission hasn't been able to have a quorum because of so many commissioners having legal conflicts.
Yeah, and
That's a
having
different
two vacancies
challenge.
is part of that issue, though. If just one member has a conflict and there's 2 vacancies, they
But
can't meet
but
their
this has
quorum.
occurred when these 2 commissioners were also serving, and the commission
I'm sorry,
was full.
I can't speak to that.
So, council member, I would love to see the information that you have, the records that you have, because I don't believe that's been, I don't think he's referring to the current people, Mayor. I think he's talking to the people sitting on the commission currently. But we have had 2 vacancies. We've had a time where a current member has a conflict, and we've had where a member has been sick. So yes, quorum issues have been created, but I would argue that the quorum issues are principally derived from the fact that we have 2 vacancies.
In terms of the folks who were, resigned from the planning commission and now we're putting them back, they are going to reoccupy their positions, right? So we're not putting them on a new timeline track. They're going back into the same track. There was no shuffling.
So
Is that accurate?
I believe that's the case with.
Or are we reinserting them on a new track?
So once again, it's not a person seat. There are seats that have terms. So, for instance, Kathy Bray, I believe, termed out of her previous seat. So her term has an expiration date. So it's just a timing issue. We put people into the seat that's available. The seats that these people are going into are seats that expire in 2026.
Okay. All right. So I have Council Vice President punched up, and then Councilmember Carbasi.
If, Ms. Furtado, this might be a question for you. If the current commissioners all serve out the natural length of the remainder of their terms, when would be the next appointment this council would need to confirm?
So reappointments would be
What's
necessary.
the soonest one
Yeah, the
coming up?
reappointments, I believe they're coming up. There's 2 of them coming up in the end of June of this year. So
Okay.
next month, within the next 30 plus days.
I would be open to some policy suggestions from my colleagues about amending the planning commission to where if somebody vacates in the middle of their term, that we would need to replace it with a unique individual after that. And also maybe strengthening some of the policies we have around the planning commission about people who are planning or are running for office, also serving on that so we don't run into those conflicts in the middle of somebody's term. I think those are not bad ideas, but I'll talk to my colleagues about
So are we saying that every time someone ends up running for office, we ask them to step down? Is that the policy of the administration?
I don't think that it is or has been. Yeah, it was the, in these particular instances, we understand it was the individual's choice. I mean, I worked in this world for a bit, previous stint, and there were instances whenever there is a potential incompatible office, people just don't want to have the appearance of some sort of a conflict, and they do tend to step down. It's not my understanding that the administration asks them to do so.
Good afternoon, Council. If I could just interject a really quick. I serve as the advisor for the Planning Commission right now, and the most recent person who had to leave due to a pursuing office, they moved out of Fresno. So you need to be a resident of Fresno to be on the Planning Commission. So the person called me, confirmed, told me he had moved, so he resigned that day.
City Attorney, some of those suggestions that I threw out a second ago, would those be allowable policies for the council to make?
I would say these are mayoral appointments, and you can certainly offer us recommendations, but I don't
But
think.
the city
Go
council
ahead, City
can't
Attorney.
shape this by policy, the planning commission process?
Some of the requirements for the commissioners are in the charter. They are mayoral appointments. You, as the council, have the ability to accept or reject
I
the
understand
appointments the
that.
mayor brings forward. And you could do so based on policy that the council would set.
But official policy as to who can serve in those seats, is that allowable or not? Some of them are by charter, but does that preclude the council from making additional requirements?
We could look into what we may be able to do as far as what you as a body could do as a policy. However, they are mayoral appointments.
I'd be interested in looking into that, just so we don't run into the instance of high number of vacancies and inability to reach quorum going forward would be my intended goal, but we could talk about that offline. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. City Manager White, I'm going to ask you a question. I feel like we're getting away from ourselves because it looks like the issue is people aren't happy because they want to stack the deck a certain way. The two individuals, Kathy Bray and Robert Fuentes, in your experience in the history of this city, having been here, are these individuals qualified to be planning commissioners or continue being planning commissioners?
I personally have not worked with either of them, so I'll have to defer to the mayor and the mayor's staff. And then I know that the planning director has worked directly with them, so I don't feel comfortable saying me personally.
Sure. So let me just say both of these individuals. First, the one individual, Mr. Fuentes, was, I wasn't familiar with him, quite frankly. He was recommended to me by Council President Esparza. I interviewed, or folks interviewed with him, and I found him to be very good. And he's an attorney, and so he's very detailed in his research, and he's willing to put in the work, which oftentimes is about 20 hours a week for a planning commissioner. And according to the planning department to our planning department director, she said that he did an outstanding job. He was reliable, he was read the material, and he did a great job. And I think you know the other one, Kathy Bray, she was the chair of the Planning Commission, very detail-oriented, took charge of the meetings, and I never had any complaint or criticism about her in my time here. So these are two quality candidates, I believe, and I hope we don't get sidetracked with any other decisions, but in Robert's case, he was going to run for office. He moved out of the city, but he had a desire to serve, so he's back in the city. And in Kathy's case, she too was going to run for office, I believe school board. She made the decision not to, and so now she's back on. So it was two people that, quite frankly, thought they were going a different direction and didn't. So I would appreciate the council's support. And honestly, if you know, in reading the charter on the Planning Commission, it's really the mayor's voice, because I don't have any other vote on land use issues. I think you know that. And you do as a body. And so I don't even have veto power over that. So my only voice is really that Planning Commission. And so I appoint the people I think are going to be fair and thorough and objective and reliable, and present them to this body for approval. And I hope you approve them both. So thank you.
You just convinced me, Mayor.
Just a minute. I have the floor.
See that? Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
You know?
Yeah, I still have the floor.
It's that
Mr.
charm,
Mayor, I wanna-
Miguel. I'm waiting
Yeah, I
for
wanna
it to
thank-
work on you. I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
want to thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. It was kind of meant to be rhetorical because I'm familiar with both candidates. We are not supposed to directly get involved with the Planning Commission or our district implementation committees, and there's a reason for that. There needs to be some level of objectivity. But look, I'm glad they're back in Fresno. I'm glad they're both stepping up again to serve. Like you said, next to council, it's a pretty big position, a lot of reading. It's important to actually read their packets before voting. And we've got two good candidates. Let's just move forward because we have a lot of business today. This is very important. So I appreciate you taking the time to vet good candidates and bring them forward to us. That's
Thank you.
And just for the record, Council President, I wanted to put my comments. The motion that we had made was to table. It wasn't to vote against anyone. I think that, in my opinion, I think it's valid to bring up the issue that we're reappointing the same people. Fair. I listened to your comments, Mayor. If these are the people that you desire, I don't think that they're not qualified to be there, but I did have a concern. And my concern is always, are we really doing the broader outreach to make sure that, you know, people have a shot at getting considered for the office? Again, yes, I have the power in terms of making my own vote here to represent District 1 on land use issues, or ultimately. So I'll respect that. I don't have a problem with either of the folks in terms of their qualifications. My concern was what I mentioned earlier, and that was it. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, I mean, Robert has 3 degrees from Ivy League schools, so his qualifications probably are
Off
the
the
most
chart.
significant from any commissioner.
Yes.
That's not the concern here. It's the fact that we have a city of 500,000, and we funded a community affairs department that's supposed to be doing outreach. And my expectation is that we're actually bringing in new bodies to every district implementation committee, to the planning commission, because a lot of feedback that I get is there wasn't community voice, there wasn't community participation, there wasn't community awareness. And for years, I was told, while somebody has a business in District 3, so they can represent District 3. While somebody has a church in District 3, so they can represent District 3. We finally got somebody in District 3, lost them, and I expect to have a commissioner that definitely is qualified, but also understands the neighborhoods and can take the criticism and show up and not have to be overcoming a bunch of legal conflicts that they can't actively participate. So, but as Soria indicated, you've convinced me. I think you've heard our concerns.
Yes, sir.
They're public. And the next 2 that we get in June, if it's a reappointment of people who left 2 years ago, then we're going to have probably the same conversation.
Sure. And I'd really, from all of the council, if you have people that you come in contact with day to day, you think would be good candidates, please forward them to us. That's how we got Robert. And more than willing to take a look at those positions. We just want good people that are fair and objective and hardworking, and are going to give us the time that we need to make good decisions. So thank you. Appreciate it, Council.
Yeah, Mayor. You know, this is what happens when you step up to the plate and you take a swing. Sometimes you connect, and you're going to get a home run today, I think. And I know these are important to you because, you know, planning commission appointments are one of the only few sightings I've seen you in the council hallways.
That's right. Well, you know, you can't hit the ball, hit a home run if you're sitting in the dugout, so.
Well, hey,
Appreciate
glad
it.
you got out.
Or in your office.
Well, actually, you know what? We have two folks punched up. Councilmember Bredefeld, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, I just want to say, look, I don't think we should be coming up with any other policies. The mayor has the appointment that's clear, that's in the charter. We get to weigh in on it, and I don't think we should be creating any more standards for him to bring somebody forward or for us to approve it. He has the right to appoint. That's his job. If you don't like it, run for mayor and be the one who makes the appointments. It's as simple as that. So let's respect his role. I think he respects ours, probably overly, and probably should push back on a lot of things that come from this council. But let's respect what he wants. These are good folks. There's no question about it. You got somebody from who made a recommendation from District 7. I don't think you can ask for more than that. He's certainly a highly qualified people, and if people want to serve and they want to continue to serve, we have the right to say yes or no, but I don't think we should be creating more rules for us, for the mayor. It's very clear what the roles are, and we should respect them.
All right, sounds good. And for the record, that recommendation came from the first time the individual was appointed. This second time around, that was actually the administration's idea. All right, seeing no more folks punched up, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote on item 1Q.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Council Vice President Maxwell to approve the item as is. Councilmember Soria? Yes. Councilmember Carbasi?
Finally, yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
President Esparza?
Aye. Item passes 7-0. Let's move on to item 1R. That was pulled by Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a couple questions in terms of, I'm super excited about the program. Have we reached out to Central Unified to see if they're going to be doing something similar, or are we already partnering with them? I know in the past that we have, so just wanted to get an update on that.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Council. Aldi Ramirez, Parks Assistant Director. We did reach out to Central. The last time we partnered with them was 2019. This year, they've let us know they don't have a plan to open up for lessons or rec swim, but they will be doing swimming and water polo out there.
So will it be open to the public, or they're just doing it for their own?
Yeah, just private. We let them know that we're interested. So if they, come around and say we'd like to, then we're ready to.
We would have the resources, or would they have to pay?
So it's less about that and more about recruitment of lifeguards. So if we don't have lifeguards, we can't open up pools beyond. Right now, we have enough lifeguards to open up our City of Fresno pools. So we are doing additional recruiting to go beyond that.
So do you guys think that, like, if we go talk to Central Unified, because west of the 99 kids have nowhere to go, and they're not going to hop on that one bus that goes out there to come across the city for, some activities in the pool. And so I would love to be able to have folks that live west of the 99 have easily accessible pool, especially during the hot summer. I'd like to see if we can work together to reach out to them and see if we can make something happen for this year. So
Absolutely.
I don't know.
We're open to a conversation. We've reached out to them and they've let us know that, but we're happy to be at the table if we want to have additional conversations.
And you think that we can hire enough lifeguards to cover?
We can try, but even with Fresno Unified, we're really relying on them to come to the table with recruitment, because a lot of the lifeguards are their students, their water polo, their swim students.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Motion to approve.
We have a first, second,
Second.
and third on that one.
Second.
So let's go ahead and take a roll call vote on item 1R.
Okay, motion to approve by Councilmember Soria. I have second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld? Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Council Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
That's an aye. All right, item passes 7-0. Item 1T, also pulled by Councilmember Soria.
Yeah, I had just more questions regarding the long-term issue that we are probably going to be faced with, given the fact that we are starting to continue to see just increase in more building and development in the city. One of the things, and I guess maybe I didn't understand correctly in the staff report, was that we're not meeting the state guidelines on the CASP.
Right. So a couple of points on this particular item. So as you know, over the past few years, as we've expanded staff, so has the economy. The economy, we're about one step behind the economy. I never want to get one step ahead of it in terms of hiring. We talked about that briefly earlier during the budget discussion. So really, this is what we call our relief valve. This is when we have more plan checks than we can process within the department, and when we have more inspections than we can process in the department. We would only go out if we do not have the staffing capacity. And as this is a commitment that we've made not only to you as a council, but to our represented labor groups as well. As it relates to CASP, we do have a funding source for CASP. We continue to do training. It is a very extensive training and testing program. Right now, we have 3 staff members that are certified as CASP, under the CASP, which is for accessibility. Those are an architect, a plan checker, and a building inspector. According to state law, 50%, at least one half of our CASPs that are employed or retained must be building inspectors. So because we actually added a CASP certified staff member, one of our plan checkers got CASP certified, we now dropped out of compliance. So we will continue to train our staff and we will get into compliance. But that is, we actually added more CASP certified folks in the team than we had, but it actually, because of that, it dropped us out of compliance.
And so how many building inspectors do we have right now?
Currently, we have approximately 18, and that varies. We're in the process of hiring. The council added additional positions. We're in the process of recruiting for 2 positions right now.
Okay, yeah, I was just concerned in terms of kind of the long term, because it's not like the activity is going to let up. So I just wanted to make sure that obviously addressing the immediate need, but that we are, kind of in line to make sure long-term we're in a good position. I know I've been supportive of, the additional dollars so that when we do need to ramp up, that we do have the outside staff support to help us with the volume of work. But I just want to make sure that this is not, beginning to be just, an issue much more than what we've seen in terms of ramping up.
This is actually a lower amount than what we have dedicated in prior fiscal years. So we think that we have a good handle. We don't outsource a huge number, but we do know we're coming into a new building code cycle. All standard plans will have to be replan checked. Those are the types of things that can get outsourced, because when you have 250 that walk in the door one day and they need to be back out the door in 21 days, it's not something our staff can handle.
Okay. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Let's do a roll call vote on item 1T.
Motion by Councilmember Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradfield?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
Council President Esparza?
Aye. Let's move down to item 1II. Take on this item. This is pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld, sponsored by myself, Councilmember Chavez, and Councilmember Arias.
Yes, I'd like to defer to Councilmember Chavez before I ask any question.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Bradfield. Let me just kind of give a little bit of background and some context. Obviously, this has been quite a bit of time in the working. I want to thank my colleagues, Council President Esparza and Councilmember Arias, for really tackling this.
As you recall, Councilmember Bitterfeld, this conversation has probably gone back, God, I want to say 15, 20 years. You know, and earlier we had the speaker talk about Charlie Waters and Bill Dietzel too, that was involved in that process as well. But what we did is we kind of wanted to present some options for the council to really give direction before this comes back for a final vote and ratification. So I believe we do have the consultant that worked on this, Mr. Tavlian. Council President, is he queued up on the Zoom? Maybe he could answer specific questions if there are any after I give the overview. So when we started this process, Councilmember Bitterfeld, we really looked at mirroring what Clovis was doing over there with their Memorial District. And obviously during that process, we found out of what the district is and what it is not. And obviously the process having to go through LAFCO, having to go through that process was a little bit more challenging. But one of the things that we honed in on was the fact that the Clovis Memorial District is strictly focused on the facilities aspect of this only. So they're restricted by state laws and provisions on what they can provide. And it's not to say that they don't provide services for veterans, but it's more on a partnership basis with those organizations. What we wanted to do is provide that, but also provide a little bit more deeper into the real challenges that our veterans face, i.e. Mental health, substance abuse, and I know I'm preaching to the choir because that's what you did for a number of decades, serving our veterans. So we wanted to present that kind of framework for providing these services for them. And then also, obviously, we have the beautiful Veterans Memorial Hall that based on the needs assessment we've had is upwards of $10 million that we really need to bring it back up to what it should be. Then beyond that, obviously, I think that will serve as kind of the hub for what Fresno can provide for our veterans. Quick overview on what the assessment will look like. It's an eighth of a cent. Our analysis shows us that it will yield approximately $9.8 million a year, dedicated specifically for veteran facilities, veteran programs and services. And also along those lines, we also want to work with our VFW post. As you know, a lot of them have, facilities that are not where they should be, and they provide services already for our veterans, but do it on a very limited budget, and obviously with the restriction of that, I think this will help them bring those facilities up as well, and then also augment the services that will be located more centrally within the geographic area. So if you kind of just visualize, the Veterans Memorial Hall, the VFW post, and then any subsequent facilities that we're able to build, kind of giving our veterans a place to go to and receive services, whether that's mental health, substance abuse, workforce development, all of the above. And then the last component that I think will be helpful for the conversation is the oversight that we envision for this will be comprised of veterans themselves, organizations that are already providing the services, that are already providing the programs and the support that they need. So we really want them to serve as, that body that presents these recommendations, and more importantly, the oversight, so that the public knows, hey, these resources are going specifically for veterans and support of veterans. So that's kind of in a nutshell what, if you had any additional questions, and that's really what this process was designed to do. Obviously, we had 3 council members. We couldn't, reach out to anybody else, but this is the perfect public venue to have that conversation. I know that the administration has weighed in, and I believe they are supportive. City manager, is that correct? I think the mayor gave a statement earlier about Measure V, what this would look like.
Yes, the mayor is in support.
So, Councilman Bitterfeld, do you have any specific questions or anything you'd like answered?
Just a question, the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, their boundaries actually encompass my city council district, so which was kind of surprising. So they have kind of unusual boundaries that also include Fresno, even though they're called Clovis. What are the boundaries? Do you know what the boundaries will actually be for Fresno?
So the city of Fresno, one thing, you're right. What Clovis Memorial District does is they follow the Clovis Unified School District. So they actually come into my district as well, Fowler and Kings Canyon northward, and then obviously the Clovis West campus area that you represent as well. What this would envision is the city of Fresno limits, obviously with this being an assessment on that, that would encompass us. Where we see the opportunity is, given that with their restrictions of only being able to provide facilities, we do envision a collaboration with them a little bit down the road where they can actually use some of those funds to build the facilities, and we can come in and augment those with services. I think that would be a win-win situation. And obviously, we started the conversation. We did meet with their director, Lorenzo, that
Right,
you
Lorenzo
know
Rios.
that is over there, and their board. And so they came to the table and they're willing to have that conversation, and I think that's a little bit farther on, but we wanted to obviously, in understanding the process, because there's a lot of work, and I want to thank our legal team and our city attorney's office, Raj, particularly for doing a lot of the legal legwork on this. There's the one aspect is the district, but then there's the funding for it. And so what we're trying to do is obviously secure the funding and ask, our residents to support that. And then once we have that, obviously, making sure that we're leveraging all of those resources as much as possible. But should the council vote today to move ahead and give direction, what you will see is this framework that we're now discussing verbally come back in written form with exactly what the projections would be, with exactly what the oversight body would look like, and then exactly what the type of expenditures would be, obviously working with our veteran associations on program services and support for them.
Well, and you're looking at, should this pass, that these services will be provided at the Fresno Memorial Auditorium down the street?
Yeah, that was one of the conversations that we've had. Obviously, that would be the central location, but like I mentioned, I think with especially the other VFW posts that are providing services already, partnering with them as well, I think would be beneficial to our veterans, particularly those that don't have access to transportation. I think that would be helpful for them to be able to walk into a local neighborhood VFW post and get those types of services as well.
Well, I appreciate very much what you have done and your colleagues have done. I think it's a wonderful thing. Just like when this council built the memorial outside for our City of Fresno veterans, I think that's something we can all be very proud of for recognizing, true heroes for many years who served and sacrificed and gave the ultimate sacrifice. I'm certainly a proud veteran and proud of my service, and I'm proud of having served veterans for 27 years as a clinical psychologist. And so I'm happy to support this. I think this will be something, should the City of Fresno pass it, this will be something that all of us, when we're long gone from this council, will be proud of, that we initiated this, started this, and gave back to the veterans who have given so much to the City of Fresno and, of course, to our entire country. So I'm happy to support this, and I commend you and your two colleagues for bringing this forward.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, did you have any input, feedback? Councilmember Carbasi, I don't know if he's still on Zoom.
Carbasi is still on. Right now, I only have Councilmember Soria punched up.
Thank you, Council President. And I was just going to add, I think you already mentioned it, Councilmember Chavez, about some of the VFW posts in our community. West of the 99, we have VFW post 8900, and so I do think incorporating them, I did see some language that is very general, but I think honing down on and getting the input directly from the post of, what are some of the needs. This post actually almost closed down during the pandemic as a result of the lack of funding to operate a pretty decent facility. Obviously, it needs additional TLC, but the City of Fresno, if you guys recall, had the nonprofit dollars made available to organizations that were providing critical services, and so that allowed them to stay open. And so I think a fund like this that would provide some predictability and sustainability for some of these posts will allow them to continue to service and be the hubs for veterans to not just get services, but continue to gather. And that's important to them. I just went to their 75th anniversary, and the type of camaraderie that exists, the type of support that they give to each other, and not just to each other, but the level of work that they do to give back to the community, scholarships and projects to support even the future generations is awesome, what these veterans are doing. So I'm super excited that you guys have taken leadership on this issue, and just super excited to be able to support this process and moving this forward today.
Yeah, Councilman Soria, I think what would be helpful too is for each of my council colleagues, and obviously you have great relationship with the VFW Post on including them as we're kind of working through the framework. Obviously, our consultant will take the lead and facilitate those conversations, but I think their voice at the table will definitely be crucial, especially in the early phases. And I'll just go ahead and ask that from each of my colleagues. I know we all work with our veteran organizations in our respective districts, and I think we really do need to include that from the VFW Post there to the one on Shields and Furs, to our Southeast Asian veterans, SUU, Lao Veterans, and the other organizations that we have in our area. And then obviously, Councilmember Butterfield, you are very well connected to a lot of the organizations, not just the ones you worked for the memorial, but in your professional duties in the past.
Can I just add one thing? You know, the Clovis Veterans Memorial District and out in Clovis, run by Lorenzo Rios, I think they do a phenomenal job, and I think they set the standard. And should this pass, should we move forward, it's my hope, expectation that we will work with them. They will work with us, obviously, to enhance what they do and bring it and extend it to Fresno. Because at the end of the day, and really what it's all about is serving our veterans. And so I think their success is something that can, is an example and something that we can utilize with them to ensure that we provide the best services and facilities for Fresno veterans.
No, agreed. And I think last thing I'll say on that, and I think this is one of the things that we really need to hone in on, is obviously to your point, the example of the Clovis Hall. We know that they rent that facility quite a bit, to the point where it actually generates revenue for the facility. So that's something that we obviously want to look at it, what our crown jewel would look like once it's back up to, you know, the standards that it needs to be, and build that into, you know, the framework that we're trying to codify here with that. I think we got that, Council President. I don't know if other of my colleagues had any.
I would just simply add that, as Member Chavez indicated, please send us the contact information to all your VA posts and organizations. You can send them directly to Council Member Chavez's office, and he'll get it to the right people. But we want to start developing the oversight committee, the committee who's going to provide us feedback on what types of services, and also categorizing and inventorying all the VA facilities within the city of Fresno that are in dire need of improvements. I specifically have one in Parkway. Most people don't recognize there's a VA post there, right in Parkway, one in West Fresno, and then of course the Veterans Auditorium, all of which need some level of improvement. But what we're hoping to achieve is, as our veterans continue to age and have different needs, that they find a facility near their neighborhood. You know, I was this week with one of my World War II veterans, and he was telling me that as he drove me around in his BMW, that he's losing his license this year because he's 95 and his kids don't want him to drive anymore. And so before he had the ability to hop on his car and go socialize with his friends across the city, that won't be the case going forward. So we're trying to essentially, you know, right a historical wrong. These folks have given so much to our city and our country, and we think they deserve the best facilities and the best support services possible. And we think this is a step in the right direction. But there's still quite a bit of work to do, and that's kind of the next few months before we bring it back to council with the full proposal.
All right. I think we are ready to vote. I want to thank my colleagues for their hard work, and the consultants on this project have done a phenomenal job thus far. I think we're headed in a great direction. Seeing no further discussion.
Council President, just really briefly, I just want to double check with our legal counsel, acting city attorney, shall we say. Do you guys have enough information to go forward and bring back exactly what the discussion captured today?
Yes, we can work with the consultant to iron out the details of what you want in there.
All right. Thank you. Just want to double check. Council President.
Councilmember, I just want a little bit of clarification. What is being voted on today?
The framework that will subsequently come back with the 1/8 of a cent assessment, the total dollars that it will outline, and then the green light to begin the process of working with our veteran organizations to come back for a list of all the programs, services, and support that we will be providing as a result of this assessment should it pass.
So is this to put it on the ballot?
Not yet.
Not
It
okay.
comes back. That has
Thank
to come
you.
back for final
Okay,
ratification.
I was confused on that.
Because
Thank
we
you.
do have a deadline of, I believe, August. We have to do this, so we anticipate doing this in July, by the way.
Thank
maybe
you for the
before.
clarification.
Council and City Manager. So the recommendation from the City Attorney's Office is that at this point, you table this item, and we will bring it back within the framework that you've discussed today for reintroduction, along with the resolution, et
No
cetera.
vote needed then today,
No vote needed.
just direction.
You got everything clear, so they'll come back with the framework.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. All right then. We're good consensus. We're going to table this and bring it back. But it looks like there is full support across this council. All right, moving on to item 1FF. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Didn't you ask on this one?
For the record, council, we do have, including this item, 3 contested consent items left, as well as 5 other items, as well as 1 other item. We have to hear some closed session stuff before that last item. Do we need
you're ordering
dinner? I'm not
dinner,
sure we
right?
need dinner yet. We'll see here soon.
You order it on Gary's credit card.
All right, Councilmember Arias, item 1FF.
City staff, just a quick, I've been getting quite a bit of inquiries from the residents in West Fresno about the condition of Jensen Avenue. Parts of that street are owned by the county, they're part by the city. This particular item would make improvements near Cornelia and Chateau, which looks like the direct benefactor would be the city itself with the wastewater treatment facility. Can you provide me a quick summary of when Jensen from wastewater treatment facility to 99 and 41 would be completely reconstructed?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Randall Morrison, Assistant Director of Public Works. This contract specifically addresses the Cornelia to Chateau Fresno, and it is a little over 60% city because of the wastewater treatment frontage, and then the rest is in the county, and we've coordinated with them. The remaining segment from between this and SR 41, there are a handful of projects, one of which the city is taking the lead on, and that's from SR 41 to MLK. We have a federal grant, and we are working through the right-of-way acquisition and design on that project, and we are anticipating having that complete by summer of 2023. And then the remaining portion from MLK to West Avenue is actually led by the county. They also have a federal grant, and we're working with them on that, and they're also in the middle of design, and they have some right-of-way acquisition as well. And they're anticipating, I believe, somewhere around summer of 2023 as well.
So what happens from West to Cornelia or Chateau?
So I believe the remaining portion would be in the county between West and Cornelia. And I'm not sure if there is a capital, I'm not aware that there's a capital project that they're working on. We would have to check with the county on that.
At this point, our city, this project is also improving the county side of the road, right?
For this segment, yes, we are improving the entire stretch of the roadway, and there's just a jurisdictional boundary in between.
So we're utilizing city funds to improve the county side of the road, correct?
We are utilizing federal funding to improve this stretch of the road, and it's in coordination with the county on the other segments. We actually have a project supplemental agreement that we're working with them on the cost sharing between those various segments.
So to your understanding, we still don't have a plan to completely rebuild Jensen? There's still parts of it that are unfunded?
I don't believe we have any intention or plans right now to rebuild Jensen in its entirety. We are looking at individual segments, and as the need comes up, we are trying to identify the funding to, do various projects to make improvements based on the need.
City Manager, to your knowledge, is this part of the Measure C proposed renewal to complete Jensen, or is that something that we're going to have to commit general fund resources or apply for some grant? Can we get back? You guys can just get back to me. Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Thank you for that, and make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Motion second. Nobody's punched up. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
President Esparza?
Aye. Item passes 7-0. Let's move on to item 1JJ. That was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Councilmember Butterfield, can you do me the favor? I know we provided some updated language to the city clerk, but I don't think it's been provided to the full council. So if you don't mind, I'd like to table this to the next meeting. That way the full council gets the updated language.
Perfect.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to table this to the next council meeting.
Do we need to vote on that? City clerk, city attorney? We do need to vote on that, okay.
I'll second.
Councilmember Arias' motion.
All right, we have a motion, second and third, to table item 1JJ. Roll call vote.
Council President, just for clarification, it's 1JJ and 1KK. They're both companion items. And thank you to our City Attorney, Christina, for all the work that you've done in responding to some of the feedback. So the motion is to table 1JJ and 1KK to next council meeting.
Okay, so motion is amended. There's a second by Council Vice President Maxwell. Roll call vote to table both items.
Councilmember Soria? Yes. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
President Esparza?
Aye. Okay, those items are now tabled. We finally finished consent here at 3:50 p.m. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get through some of these other open items. At some point, we do have to go to closed session and then come back out because there are some closed session items we'll need to hear before finishing the public agenda. But for now, let's move on to the 10 a.m. item number 1 here, hearing to receive public comment on the 2021 housing element.
Thank you, Council President Esparza, members of the council. I'm Sophia Pagalatis with the Planning and Development Department. And this afternoon, you are being asked to hold a public hearing on the general plan and housing element annual progress reports from 2021 and accept those reports. I do have brief presentations on both of those, and I will give those if you would like, or I can just answer questions.
Council, what's your pleasure?
I'll leave it up to my colleagues that are on the committee.
So I'm hearing just questions.
Yeah.
I'm hearing just questions. Okay. We'll skip over to questions on this 10 a.m. item number 1. Did anyone punched up? Let's see. No one on Zoom, no one on here. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, I apologize.
We haven't opened it yet.
Council President, I apologize. There are 2 individuals that are punched up on Zoom.
Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. So we're going to open the public hearing. And so first speaker that we have is going to be Brandy News-Villegas. Welcome, Brandy.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I wanted to thank, I've had the chance to hear this public comment, the presentation on this twice from Sophia, and appreciate the information. I think it really, it drives home the issue we have with affordable housing. And I really want to, I really appreciate what was been said by Arias and Soria and others earlier about the fact that for 40 million may be a lot, but it is a project. It is one project, and we have a dire need to be able to increase affordable housing. We really need to invest more of our budget this coming year in affordable housing, and consider our priorities. I appreciate the focus on those priorities and ask that this housing element be considered in funding. We may have a lot of unprecedented amount of money coming in, but we also have unprecedented, we have a huge housing crisis and a potential looming financial crisis and other things that we don't know about that we need to. We have people who are on the streets that need the housing. So I ask that that be a major, that this housing element be drive the idea that of putting more money. I would rather have it no increases in other budgets like police and other things to be able to and focus on and make sure that this is a priority as this takes care of a lot of needs that in other areas. And thank you for that information. I also want to point out, and I've mentioned the other things, how much I appreciate that there was 120 vouchers for housing in high opportunity areas. And that is one thing I'll bring up again in the ARPA thing, but I really appreciate and we need to focus on is getting housing in high opportunity areas that are close to resources, to schools, to jobs, to good jobs, to other groceries, to transportation, other needs, and hope that that increases and continues and that the city council will encourage more investment into affordable housing in high opportunity areas. Thank you so much, and thank you for the previous presentation, Sophia.
Thank you, Brandy. Next on Zoom, I'm going to have Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. Just really quickly, want to say that we recognize the efforts have been made, such as creating the local housing trust fund, but the city has not done nearly enough to help families remain housed. The city has just had its proclamation for Affordable Housing Month, yet it has not done its due diligence to ensure that all individuals have access to safe, healthy, and affordable homes with vibrant communities. Our annual progress report reflects it, and the city is vastly behind on the RENA allocations for low and extremely low incomes. There have been 0 building permits issued for very low and low incomes compared to 2,000 unit permits issued to above moderate income. For those who argue that the solution to make our housing more affordable is to build, this clearly shows that this is not the case, and we have met all of our above moderate income units, and our housing crisis has only worsened. This is something we should all be alarmed about as we continue to mention the ongoing housing crisis here in Fresno. More actions need to be taken to close this gap, especially as Program 12A to annually gather data on lease rates, vacancy rates, rent burden, rental rates, and restricted affordable housing covenant expirations. Program 27 to rezone in high opportunity areas, and Program 16 to develop small and large lots have not been complied with. The state is starting to crack down on cities' housing elements, with the most recent denial coming from Riverside, who is at risk of losing their state funding for housing. This is avoidable and preventable, and the city must do its job to ensure we are providing safe and quality affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay, next person on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I just want to let you guys know that I have to agree with the previous speakers. One of the things that Fresno is lacking is if you want to build a subdivision, there's open arms in Fresno. Low-income housing, not so much, and it's always in the poorer parts of town when it should be really scattered throughout the community. And it should not be concentrated in one spot. The other thing also that I'm not seeing a lot of is duplexes and triplexes being built. I have this opinion about taking out farmland. Because, when you can't feed your people, your country's in a decline. So I like to think about, does everybody need a single family residence? And the answer is no. Do duplex works? Can you fit like 2 families on one property better? Yeah, it works. Because then it also reduces the amount of natural resources that you use as well, specifically water. And also transit, they go hand in hand. Because right now you're not approving livable communities. You're basically approving strips of subdivisions. And it really should be more focused. Your planning and your housing element should be more focused on walkable, sustainable communities. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one on Zoom, seeing no yellow cards for this particular item, 10 a.m. item number 1, going to close the public hearing. Any further questions from council or motions?
Motion to approve?
I'll go ahead and
I'm going
second.
to second that. I just wanted to make a comment, Council President, if that's okay.
I've been waiting, yep.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Soria? Yes. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias? Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
President Esparza?
Aye. Okay, we're moving on to 10 a.m. Item number 2, actions pertaining to the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan. I do have a few cards for that item already, so I'll go ahead and open up the hearing for this item.
For this next one.
10 a.m. number 2. The first card I have here in person is going to be for Leticia Campos. Leticia, are you with us?
Yeah, will the staff present? Or-
With council, like the presentation to proceed the public hearing
Yes.
portion? Okay, so Leticia, I'm sorry, we're gonna, council's asking me to, it's kind of torn, but yeah, we'll have a presentation by the staff and then we'll proceed to the public hearing portion.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Karen Jenks, the manager for the Housing and Community Development Division. This afternoon, Council is considering for adoption the draft 2022 to 2023 Annual Action Plan and holding the required public hearing. Each year, the city receives entitlement funding from HUD through 4 formula programs: the Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, Home Investment Partnership, and Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS or HIV program. This year, the city was allocated a little over $11.9 million in entitlement funding. In order to receive these funds, the city must prepare an annual action plan that describes the projects it will undertake to carry out the strategies outlined in the 5-year consolidated plan. Following a NOFA process, the draft 2022 annual action plan, which covers the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th of 2023, was published on March 18th for a 30-day public review period. The city received 18 public comments, which were addressed and included in the draft plan. Any public comments received at today's hearing will be included for the final submission to HUD. At this time, we ask that council hold the public hearing and consider approving the 2022 annual action plan.
Thank you. So again, we're going to open public hearing, and our first speaker is going to be Leticia Campos. Welcome, Leticia.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, Council President and council members, thank you for having me here today. I am Leticia Campos. I am the Deputy Director with the Marjorie Mason Center. Most of you are used to seeing our Executive Director, Nicole Linder, up here, but given the annual action plan, I wanted to show face and actually speak up a little bit here today in place of her. So I'm sure you received her letters. I'm sure you received letters even from our Fresno Chief of Police. So again, I'm the Deputy Director of the Marjorie Mason Center, overseeing all of our direct client service departments, with the largest department being our emergency response and domestic violence housing, safe housing operations. You have heard time and time again from us that we are the only domestic violence service provider for victims in Fresno County, in the city of Fresno. I know that there's other agencies that specialize in certain areas of domestic violence, such as supportive services, restraining order support, and so forth, but we are the only comprehensive DV safe house in Fresno County. Typically, you don't hear from me, but not nearly as much as you hear from our executive. But given the important topic of today's discussion, I thought it was time, and as we move forward, that you do begin to hear from me more, given my experience, knowledge, and direct oversight of all of these departments. More so because we are headed into summer, and I'm anxious thinking about what's coming our way, given that we had about 8 homicides just last year, from those that were at least reported. I've been with the agency for well over 10 years now, and before becoming deputy director, I had the amazing opportunity to work in direct services, providing advocacy and crisis response support to victims coming in at such vulnerable moments and times in their life. I have seen the direct impact of domestic violence at every level imaginable, from clients losing their life, on the verge of losing their life, and the detrimental impact it has had on their children. I not only have the professional experience, but it's bittersweet for me to stand up here today and tell you that I actually have lived experience as well. I grew up in a home with an immense amount of domestic violence, and that's an understatement. And I grew up in a home of a Latino culture, and we know that we don't speak of our home problems. And then shortly after, unfortunately, falling into a learned and normalized cycle of violence as a young teenager and almost losing my own life. I will spare you those details because I'm not here about me today. It's about homelessness and our efforts in ending homelessness. An intentional plan has been developed and ready to move forward, but unfortunately a plan that does not involve homelessness within those experiencing domestic violence. But that has become the norm. Homeless plans that do not see victims of domestic violence as homeless. Oftentimes, victims of DV are hidden homeless. There's no doubt in my mind that chronic homelessness is a priority. We know even with the chronically homeless population, DV exists. But we also know that many victims will stay in their homes in order to provide a continued home for their children. The idea of living on the street with their children is the worst case scenario for them. We try so hard in this city to ensure that those that are homeless do not end up perishing in the streets, but I'm asking you today, what about those that are perishing in their homes?
Leticia, I'm gonna have to stop you, move on to the next person. We're well over time, but we appreciate you taking the time to come down and join us and speak to us. The next person I have here in the chamber is going to be Burnett.
My name is Brunette Harris, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. This annual action plan, we're trying to figure out where did you come up with it from. You want us to speak on it? Now, we spoke to this gentleman back here, Mr. Sisk. He handed us this in March. We didn't know anything about your annual action plan before that. Then he want to stick my name into this annual action plan. It didn't have anything to do with it. I came here in January. This is March through April for a comment. He done put my comment in it. And I was here in January. You're falsifying documents, and we're gonna let HUD know. So they can look at everything that's in here with all of the community that had something to say. I didn't have anything to say on this annual action plan. We don't even know what's in it. We haven't even finished reading it. For it to come before this board, it doesn't even make any sense. We're tired of coming here. You guys sit here just like the president did. So far as with this, when she sat down, Sophia, we don't have any yellow cards on it. We don't know anything about what Sophia done either. So far as the report, we don't even have that. And you guys are study passing things. You're sitting here giggling and grinning and having fun, and we having problems in District 3. We're not being informed as to what's going on, and you guys are still passing it. It don't make any sense. We've talked to Miguel, and talking to him is like talking to a ghost because he don't listen. He talking about he for our community. He haven't even had a community meeting. Last year, 2021, everyone know that you doing Zoom, it does not represent Southwest Fresno because we don't have Zoom. And you guys study doing the same thing you do over and over and over again.
All right, next speaker is going to be Diane Smith.
My name is Diane Smith. I live in Los Sierra Drive in West Fresno, just west of Chandler Airfield. The only thing that I have to say is the same thing that I've been saying ever since I've been coming to city councils is lack of community input, is an ongoing problem that hasn't been resolved. It's not following HUD guidelines. Residents can't speak on things that they don't know anything about because the information isn't coming out to the community. So therefore, the things that are being passed does not have the community support because the community isn't aware of it. Just like we came today on a thing that was on at 10 o'clock this morning. Here it is, 20 after 4. I'm still here. Our time is just as important as everybody else's. The things that you guys were just recently talking about, that could have been put at the back end of the calendar because it was city business that city members, city staff could have handled after everything else for the community was taken care of. You guys need to rethink how you're handling this. You're supposed to be representing the people of Fresno, and I don't see that happening.
All right, moving over to Zoom, we have Brandy News Villegas.
Thank you. I want to echo the last two speakers on that. I saw them earlier, and we really need to work on making things more accessible, of making sure they have the information. I realize the housing element report should have been given so that the community could hear it, and also that public hearings like this should be in the evening so that people can engage, and that that we work on ensuring that everyone knows and understands what is on these things so that they can engage. So I agree with them and ask that there be investment in that. I appreciate some of the things are on this that are on annual plan as far as Valley Caregiver Resources Daycare Center, the West Care work with AIDS survivors, and their work with assisting veterans that can't get housing assistance through VAST. Those are extremely needed. However, I've been to almost all the public needs hearings, and of those, which it wasn't highly attended because of that lack of outreach and feel like of those who did speak up, that this didn't reflect many of the important needs that were stated. I wanted stand support with Marjorie Mason Center. I didn't realize they weren't on there. And domestic violence is a huge need with our homeless women. And I ask that you include them in there and reconsider and ensure that they are part of the annual action plan and funded as much as they can be. I heard from unhoused that want mobile medical services and mobile mental service. They want people who are trained. We need to have, I appreciate, Arias, that you mentioned that mental health is, other than crisis, is not on the budget. We need people in mental health professionals in all areas of contact and outreach with our unhoused. The county has Kingsview. This is critical to understand since the population that's been traumatized just by being unhoused. There should not be police part of general homeless outreach unless absolutely needed, but any police or code enforcement contact should have mental health, social services and mental health outreach personnel there with them. I have been at sweeps and worked with people who are preparing to deal with this, and they have high anxiety that affects how they engage and function. And that's not even some of the most severe challenges that they may have. Actual social workers should also be part of an outreach team due to the high needs and challenges, and these are not reflected in the contracts and in the annual plan. Both of these are crucial to have successfully addressing the needs of unhoused and the homeless efforts. I also ask that because of that, that you put money towards a governing body that is led by the unhoused so they can be able to have sufficient, robust input in policy and programs as they're put forth, and work on outreach to overcome accessibility issues so that the unhoused and those who are left out and marginalized can be able to have a say in things that affect them. And so it's not just me and other people, but those who are unhoused who have a say in these things. So I ask that you consider these things and demand that there be mental health as part of these things, and domestic violence and other things that have been overlooked that have been asked for during, and medical services.
Brandy, we're well over time, but thank you for joining
I'm so
us.
sorry. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for your time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So don't see anyone else punched up on Zoom. No more cards. Go ahead and close the hearing for 10 a.m. item number 2. I'll entertain a motion. We have a motion from...
My hand's raised, Councilmember.
Oh, yeah, so we have a motion from Councilmember Bredefield and a second from Councilmember Arias, and I have Councilmember Carbasi, then Councilmember Soria.
Okay, thank you. I suppose this will go towards the city manager unless there's a council committee that came up with this plan I should be talking to, or the mayor.
The recommendations were all scored by city staff and recommended by city staff.
Yes,
Okay.
staff is here, Councilmember
Great.
Karbasi.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, and I understand that there's scoring, I get all that. I just wanted to get a feel for something. What is this city's position on domestic violence and victims of domestic violence? Do we consider when they decide to report and leave their home, do we consider that they're homeless and their children?
Councilmember, yes, they are.
Okay. With that, and I'm not quite familiar with your scoring system, but and maybe this is a question for the police chief, I'm not sure, but what happens when you're a domestic violence victim and you finally reach out and say, okay, I'm going to do something about it. I need to get out of my home. I've watched with my own eyes multiple times where an officer will call the Marjorie Mason Center, but because that's the premier provider. Maybe there's other providers, but I'm not aware of any, and that have the hotline. So do we know what the capacity is? Because I'm sure you read the letter that we got, the email from the Marjorie Mason Center this morning. I think Chief Balderrama also provided an email too. They're claiming that their emergency safe house holds 40 beds. Right now they have 57 families in 40 families. They have 57 families right now, and we haven't even hit the heat wave. Is it correct that some crimes tend to go up, like domestic violence, when it's hot? That may be a PD question.
Yes, that really is a PD question, but yes, there is often correlation between seasons and additional cases.
Okay. Well, for the following fiscal year,
right.
Do we know if we're going to be able to meet the demand? I don't want people turned away. What exactly is the city's plan when it comes to housing, when it comes to homelessness, specifically with domestic violence victims?
So Phil, as a part of this package, was there the housing inventory? I'm trying to put my old homeless hat on. Well, we used to have to do
HMIS?
Yes, and the number of units available by category.
Yeah, so Councilmember Karbasi, this is Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. The only part of this, of these dollars that, as it relates to domestic violence, we received 2 proposals as it relates to potential services that could be provided for those that Marjorie Mason serve and would be eligible for. They had applied. We received a second proposal, as the staff report indicates, from the Poverello House. This is for ESG funding. These are entitlement dollars. They are the smallest pot of dollars that we have, and unfortunately, they continue to shrink. We received our allocation a couple of weeks ago from HUD, and these dollars were reduced again. And so for ESG, of the 2 proposals, the stronger proposal that was having the most direct impact upon homelessness was the Poverello House's application, which is why it was ranked higher, and ultimately staff has recommended funding of that proposal.
Okay, that's fair. I appreciate the information. Now, what type of individual, what are they facing when they go to the Poverello House versus the Marjorie Mason Center? Because I'm sure that they're in critical place too, but can you provide us some clarification on that?
Yeah, there were different proposals. So for this funding that
For
is
the ESG, right?
Correct. Yeah, for ESG, we are not funding shelter beds. That is not what this is funding in this particular annual action plan. It is funding a specific team of outreach workers that are directly reaching those that are on our streets to provide services, direct services, including connection to access points that offer services to a wide range of providers across the city and beyond. So we're not funding shelter beds with this pot of money. We are funding an outreach team. That is staff's recommendation.
But we could fund shelter beds if we wanted to, correct? That does qualify under ESG, like in the past.
We can, yes.
Okay, so
I would just
Councilmember-
note,
oh,
go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to
One
note,
follow-up
I mean, it's
question.
$197,000, and so when we talk about
It's
shelter
not a
bed,
lot. Right,
yeah,
It's not a
it
lot.
doesn't stretch very far or very long.
right. Well, okay, maybe then I was going to ask about, well, before I asked, did you want to say something, city manager? I mean, maybe there's money we're going to find somewhere else
Yeah,
for the next fiscal year?
So I do know that we did fund Marjorie Mason Center through the housing stability portion of the ERAP dollars. I believe it was $500,000 in funding.
I think it was 750.
Okay, I think it was 2 payments. This was
Right.
before my time in this chair. So I do know that when, due to COVID and the center coming in and having issues, they were funded with those dollars pretty significantly as opposed to the amount of funding that's available. So I just wanted to add
Right.
that to your,
No, that does help. And we do know that domestic violence is shot up with shelter in place all over the world, including here. Now, I'm just trying to understand, though, that for this coming fiscal year, starting July 1st, what financial commitment is this city going to be making towards victims of domestic violence? Now, I mentioned Marjorie Mason Center because, like the Poverello, they're a very well-known provider, and they have a long track record. Does the mayor have a plan? Are there any commitments?
so,
Victims of domestic violence are in every council district, including District 2.
so I guess I'll go, are you talking specifically shelter beds?
I would think that's the most critical thing, so that the capacity is there, so it's not just 40.
Right.
And they have overflow. That way, if an officer or a service agency calls, maybe it's one of these folks from the Poverello house, says, oh, you're a domestic violence victim, I'm gonna call the Marjorie Mason Center. That
Yes.
way that there is capacity.
Right, so they do have an ARPA proposal pending that is in the review stage as part of the CBO proposals. In addition, I want to reference you back to the mayor's statement earlier about the $40 million for housing that right now is unallocated. So that is going to be, and domestic violence shelters are discussed in the mayor's One Fresno housing plan. So as we start implementing policies, it is possible that a portion or whatever part, as we discuss, of the $40 million could be available for shelter beds.
Now, unfortunately, that also requires the council to approve it, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's where I worry. Okay, no, I appreciate that, city manager.
Well, I
So
think,
there are,
yeah, every dollar that the mayor proposes does require council action, unfortunately for us.
sometimes I agree with you, because then the politics plays in. I just want to be very clear, because there have been questions in the past for some reason. I mean, Marjorie Mason herself was a Black woman who was unfortunately a victim of domestic violence. It was tragic. Yet comments are made that, well, they don't service enough people of color. They don't ask what your race is or your religion is. They just have a victim and families and kids, and they serve them. And then we say, oh, we've given them too much money already. We gave them a kitchen, for example. That's great. That's before the COVID days. Go and visit their facility and see how tight things are and try to socially distance. Frankly, with all the money we've been spending, which is very important, all the motels, that's great. But imagine if we could double their capacity, what that would do for victims of domestic violence that are instantly homeless and don't have the safety net, because part of them being groomed by their abusers is their position's taken advantage of. They don't have control of their finances a lot, or they won't have the ability to get out. And they finally make that decision, which is really difficult, in fear of their lives. And, well, sorry, we only have 40 beds in the entire city, maybe county even. That's a problem. So I wanted to understand, when are we going to come forward with the ARPA proposals, city manager?
I believe we said earlier that the review committee is meeting on June 2nd. And I believe we told the council previously that we would have the decisions in place by the budget adoption.
Okay. And I understand there's an objective process for that. I don't want to interfere with that. I just, for me, especially with this budget rolling out, this is going to be a priority because, you know, we talk about putting in a senior center, which is awesome. We're going to do a big effort for our veterans, which is awesome. But victims of DV, well, they're just as important as all the other groups. So I hope that we do see an actual commitment and support for the Marjorie Mason Center moving forward. And I really want to see the mayor come out publicly on this, but I also want to see the council come out and put the politics aside. We're just trying to help people. That's it. So that's all I have. Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate your help.
All right, Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have questions on a couple items on the action plan. One, on the domestic violence and homelessness issue. I know that every time that HB was up here, talking about the new shelter spaces that we were going to be rehabbing or that we were going to be making available, I made it a point to make sure that families and kids were made a priority. I don't know how that is being implemented as part of your guys' policies as you guys are trying to temporarily house people experiencing, you know, homelessness and also DV at the same time. Can you speak to that? I know that at least from the council's perspective at that point when we were having those conversations, we made it clear that children and families should be prioritized. Has that not been the case?
It is the case, and so we have, as it relates to the demographics of those that are unhoused and unsheltered currently on the streets, it would not surprise you that, council member, that the minority of those on the streets currently are families. The minority, right? The majority are individuals or couples. So we have prioritized our shelter beds according to, you know, those that are on the streets and what the demographic is there. So we have shelter beds for families, we have shelter beds for individuals, we have shelter beds for couples.
How many shelter beds do we have for families right now?
Yeah, you know, we have one entire triage center dedicated to that, council member. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I could get that for you.
Yeah, I think that would probably be good to notify or, you know, educate us on how many beds are out there, because I would like to at least make sure that the public knows it's not an issue that we haven't paid attention to. We have highlighted it in the past, and I know that H worked on making sure that there was a whole triage area that was focused on this. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, because I don't want people to get the impression that we haven't done that.
Yeah, I can say in general numbers, I mean, we have dozens, so I will say that for the record. And then, of course, we have other providers. Mayor was just reminding me. Of course, we have other providers like Rescue the Children that is intended specifically for families.
Okay, and then, and I know it's a big issue that impacts, unfortunately, our community. And, you know, if we do have the opportunity to figure out ways how to support work that is happening across the city, Marjorie Mason is one of them. I think Centro La Familia also provides, you know, some education and outreach services. You know, and there may be a couple other providers. I can only think of those two right now. But I think that we've demonstrated as a council that we, you know, we want to put resources to help support the work that is happening in the community. So I just wanted to make sure that we put that for the record. The other thing that I, aside from that issue that I wanted to raise, I know that in the annual action plan, there was a request for a couple neighborhood infrastructure projects that were not funded, one of them being in District 1. And this area is of great need. It's a CDBG area. The infrastructure is crumbling. I think it mirrors a lot of the streets that were, you know, showed earlier by Councilmember Arias. So given the fact that it's not receiving an allocation as part of the annual action plan, is this being incorporated in our public works plan? Do you guys have any idea what is happening since they're not being funded through CDBG?
Sure, Councilmember. I'll make a brief comment. Brian Russell is also here, Assistant Director of Department of Public Works. But the the process as it relates to the annual action plan and the ultimate selection of one streets project as opposed to 3 or 5 or 7 streets projects was really a capacity issue as determined by Public Works. And so I would just say that the housing division, who is stewarding these dollars and ultimately facilitating the public process to receive project proposals, these streets projects have been very successful and very impactful in every district, and we favor them. Despite that, Public Works just did not have the capacity this year to do more than what was included in the annual action plan, even though there is greater need. So I'll turn it over to Brian, in case Brian would like to make additional comment.
Hello, Council. Brian Russell from Public Works. So the project I think you're referencing is Clinton, Hughes, Shields West neighborhood, and there's another one, Gettysburg First, Fairmont, Millbrook area. And as Phil was mentioning, capacity really is the issue. So one of the issues will be self-performed, or one of the neighborhoods will be self-performed by city crews in PY23, which is the 10th and Roberts area. But the other two that you're talking about would be designed this fiscal year and then constructed later in this PY23 federal year. So basically,
So even though it was not funded through CDBG, it's going to be funded through what?
I'm drawing a blank of what the fund source.
Okay,
Scott
but the
Mosier
fund
knows that,
is-
but
yeah.
there's going to be another fund source in Public Works that'll handle the design of the two projects, and then they'll be constructed using CDBG in PY23 federal fiscal year.
Okay. And there's going to be enough dollars for the neighborhood improvements, for those neighborhood improvements for fiscal year 23?
Program year 23, so that's the following fiscal year for the city of Fresno. Yeah, we anticipate that being the case. I mean, year after year after year, community development block grant dollars as allocated by HUD, I mean, we have enough. We anticipate having enough. We can't speak for HUD at this point, for the federal government, their budget, but we anticipate, historically looking back, that we will have enough.
I guess because in the document where it says the proposed funding allocation, I guess I don't understand your chart. Even though the amount requested is there, the funding recommendation is not there. And then it says under subscription, the 11.5 million. So that's why I was wondering. So is this project in the queue to be funded? It seems like the design phase is, or is it not? I'm just trying to understand from your chart. It's not very clear.
Yeah, there are a couple of things to consider, council member. One is that, as this council knows well, what leads us to this annual action plan is a pretty robust, but I will acknowledge that we are working incredibly hard to improve our outreach even more. And your council districts, your offices have helped us with that, and we're grateful. But there's a lot of community input that determines the priorities for these dollars. So barring any changes in community priorities, community continues to say next program year that public infrastructure projects are a priority. And assuming that Public Works presents those projects to us, I would anticipate that they would be competitive projects. I can't commit at this point to those projects because it's a process that requires public input and it is competitive. Now, as it relates to resource, I just wanted to mention, right, that if you look at this last year, there was $7.1 million in CDBG. This year, we allocated $6.8 million. So that just speaks to the amount of money that is potentially available. And if you forecast a year out, as best we know, we would have enough money to fund other infrastructure projects.
Yeah. Councilmember,
I'm just concerned because I want to know, is the project going to be funded? If not, do I need to make a motion so that it actually is funded through CDBG or through the budget process? I just want to know because it's not very clear.
Hold on, Phil. I just want to get clear, because I'm a little unclear. So for the neighborhood street and sidewalk improvements, we're funding $375,000. The project in Councilmember Soria's district is $6.6 million. So I don't know how much of that is design as opposed to construction, but I don't think it's realistic to say that in the next program year, we are going to fund a $6.6 million project with CDBG funding, because that would take up our entire entitlement, not just the portion for neighborhood streets. So I think, council member, we need to go back and look at the rest of the budget. Obviously, it's not being funded with CDBG dollars. That's very clear, because we don't have, if we were to fund this project, it would take up the entire allocation.
Well, what are we proposing, I guess? Because right now, this says you're under subscription by 11.5.
Right.
So it means that we haven't allocated those funds. And so I guess, and so that's what I'm trying to understand.
No,
It's
we're
not
oversubscribed. We're oversubscribed by $11.5 million. We had $11.8 million in requests. We only can fund $375,000, which means we need $11.5 million more. Our entire CDBG allocation is anywhere between, I don't know, 4-ish and 7-ish, depending on the program year. So I think we need to go back and just get a clearer understanding of where in the budget outside of CDBG this project could be, because I don't think we could ever have enough money to fund this one project with CDBG dollars.
Yeah,
And Councilmember-
understood. I guess it wasn't clear. That's why from looking at the chart, that's what I'm like trying to figure out.
Councilmember, one of the things that we need to remember with regard to any of these entitlement dollars is that they all have expenditure deadlines, right? And so when you have larger infrastructure projects, like a $6.6 million project, we have to ensure that we can spend it all by March of next year, which is always a challenge, though Public Works is fantastic. What we typically would do to address a larger project is we would do it in phases, kind of program year by program year. So to the city manager's comment about the size of that particular project in your district, that could be a strategy. Back to this annual action plan for consideration for this council today, the reason it is not part of this plan was because of capacity issues.
Okay, that's fair. And so I think we just got to figure out, because I would like to get it in the queue, and I know that, it's something obviously that you guys put forward, because I didn't put it forward. You guys have made assessments in terms of the needs in neighborhoods, because I know that a lot of that, the projects come from you guys making recommendations, and I know that this area in the central part has not received any investments in a long time. And so I would like to see that's why I'm glad that we're having this conversation. Budget is happening. We have to figure out where some of those ARPA dollars will be allocated. And while this may seem like a big investment, 6.6 in one neighborhood, it's a huge neighborhood, and it's going to service thousands of families. I think here in numbers, almost 3,000 families. So thank you again for clarifying that. I guess we'll, go through the process and figure out how we can get it in the queue so that it gets done, probably not in my tenure, but at least it's in the queue so folks know that it'll get done at some point. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, I believe we had a motion and a second already on the table. Seeing no further comments on Zoom or anyone punched up, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Motion was made by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria? Yes. Councilmember Carbasi? Is out. Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza?
Aye.
6-0.
So unfortunately, we do need to take a few time-sensitive items in closed session before we proceed here. Again, due to time sensitivity, for one reason or the other, some discussions need to proceed. Public actions. So let's go ahead and do that. So the plan right now is to go to closed session, do the bare minimum that we need to do in closed session, come back out here, wrap up public session, and then at the very end of the meeting, proceed back for the remainder of the non-time sensitive closed session items. City
Council
Attorney?
President? Oh, City Attorney. I was just wondering, which ones do we have to do now that are time sensitive that we got to come back? Because I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah, well, some of them, the attorneys are, available at certain times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's also one item that relates to an open session item.
Okay.
Yeah, that needs to precede open session.
But I'll go ahead and announce all the closed session now.
Please do.
In closed session today, we have conference with real property negotiator for the property at 4343 and 4323 through 4333 North Blackstone. Existing litigation, Centeno versus City of Fresno. Existing litigation, Silva versus City of Fresno. Existing litigation, JA Mash and Barrel versus Superior Court and related claim by Adventure Church. Public security related to COVID-19. Conference with labor negotiators, all labor. Public employee performance evaluation, city attorney, and we would expect there may be an announcement after that one. And conference with real property negotiator regarding the UMC campus, for which Councilmember Chavez has already registered a recusal. That's it.
All right, thank you. The ability to zoom folks in. We will move as expeditiously as possible through closed session. We're going to do the bare minimum that we need to, and then resume public session. Okay. We are back from closed session. We did not complete closed session. We'll be going back after the balance of this open session. But for now, we're going to resume open session. And before we do that, we do have an announcement, one announcement from closed session. City Attorney?
Yes. In closed session, council unanimously voted to approve the Rena Gonzalez as the interim city attorney. She's an attorney here in the city. She's very qualified, so congratulations.
Congratulations.
She is, her effective date is going to be June 3rd, close of business. That'll be the same day Doug Sloan is effectively no longer going to be here at the city. We will come back into open session on June 9th for approving her contract. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Rena.
Includes a free case of vodka.
Paid for by Councilmember Chavez out of his personal funds.
Rena, I did want to say that, you're taking over a very strong team. There's plenty of strong, qualified individuals, and I'm glad you have the confidence of the council, and we look forward to, the next few months as we go down the process of a permanent search. But welcome and good luck, and I'm sure you'll have all our unanimous support ongoing.
Yes. Sounds great. All right. Well, that was very eventful, and we're all very excited. Again, you heard the unanimous support from the attorney's announcement. So going forward, we do have a few more open session items to proceed with. Again, we're going to complete the balance of open session before going back to closed. We are now on 10 a.m. item number 3.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to open the hearing.
Okay. Do we want to hear staff first, or do we want to? Number 3. Yeah, we're on 10 a.m. number 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and proceed with the hearing then.
Just point of order, I don't know if council wants a presentation. I'm prepared to make a motion to approve.
Okay, well, let's go forward with the hearing, get public comment. I think that's probably the direction we're headed.
Yeah.
All right, so I do have a couple of cards for 10 a.m. item number 3. First up, I have Brunette.
Once again, my name is Burnett, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. That's a good move. Excuse me, why are you guys so rude? Even if you don't care about what we say, we would appreciate your attention. We sit here all day and deal with you guys, so at least listen. That was a shrewd move for you to want to go ahead and approve it. We don't even know anything about it. That's another one we don't know anything about. But we know you guys going to approve it anyway because that's what you want to do. You want to do a rush job. So you like I say, you do what you got to do, and we do what we have to do with HUD. That's why you've been audited, because you don't do what you're supposed to do for the community, especially Southwest Fresno. And like we heard you said, you're going to take care of your community. We're not being taken care of. So, hey, I give you all the applause that you take care of your community, but please be respectful to us, because we sit here all day and listen to you guys, Skinny Green and Miguel, you and Esmeralda, please. It don't even make any sense for what you guys do.
We're hearing you.
Well, won't you pay attention? We have to pay attention to you guys. So we know the minutes go on, but like I say, our community did not know anything about these annual reports that you guys are doing. the annual action plan. So, hey, we know you're going to pass it, so we just have to do what we need to do, but we're here to object to it.
Okay, next speaker we have is Diane Smith.
Diane Smith, La Sierra Drive, West Fresno. I don't even know what to say to you guys. I really don't. You know, we are put on ballots to vote for people that are supposed to represent our community. Our mayor talks about one Fresno. I haven't seen it. Southwest Fresno is still not where it should be. Used to be a thriving West Side. We had barbershops, we had own businesses. Redevelopment came in years ago, said we're gonna change things, we're gonna make things better. Did they do it? No. What they did is they left land vacant. Then vacant land became blight. And CDBG money is supposed to be used to eliminate blight. I've lived in Southwest Fresno for over 30 years, and I have not seen it come up, I've seen it go down. So for people to say, you're representing me, when we talk about one Fresno, that means every city council person sitting up there is supposed to look out for the other districts. I have not seen that happen. And you need to look at it because sooner or later, it's coming back on you because it says in the Bible, you reap what you sow, and so shall you reap.
Okay, I don't have any more cards here in person, but I do have a couple folks punched up on Zoom. First up on Zoom, we have Brandy News Villegas.
Hello, thank you. I want to ask that, again, as Miguel said, housing in all areas of the city you mentioned earlier, and I appreciate that. As I mentioned in the housing element, I ask that if with these goals of gaining affordable housing, that the priority be that they be placed in high opportunity areas that are well resourced, that the city council put in motion that this be the focus, that they are in well-resourced areas in in many districts, which would benefit people for not only because of being in high resource, high opportunity areas, but being closer to their community, whatnot. I ask that you ensure that the city works thoroughly with the community to gain public confidence on affordable housing. I know right now there are community members that are currently speaking against affordable housing project to the Public Planning Commission in Central Fresno with a lot of negative concepts about affordable housing. And we need the city to invest in ensuring that they feel like they are heard, that the questions are answered, and that you work with the community to deal with these, so that more affordable housing can go into neighborhoods where there might be resistance. I also asked and bring back some of the requests I had for the annual plan, because I know that had passed, and asked that the homeless resources that you invest, and I'm going to keep asking, in a committee for the unhoused, for them to be able to speak up, for them to have a say in these things, for them to be able to look at the projects and be part of assessing and telling you how the projects are going and give input. So if you have items like the Hope Team, which I would like to see, like if there are other options as far as outreach that would include mental health and trained social workers, that they can give input on how that is going, how they can improve, how services can be better directly from the in-house. So please consider, I know that these are, it's not specified how these are going to be used, and this will be used by the city, but I ask that the city council pursue having a response from the ongoing input from the in-house community, part of these plans, so that we can ensure that all this money going to the in-house is successful. Thank you.
Okay, next on Zoom, we have Lisa Flores.
Good evening. My first question, and actually it's still a request, and it's been a request for the past year, if not longer. When you announce what you're going to be talking about, great, it's 1E, 1J, 1VV, whatever. Could you tell us what it is? Because for those playing at home, we don't have the luxury of having the agenda per se. And I would really appreciate that so I know, how my comment should go. And that kind of dovetails into, the continuing issue that the city of Fresno has as far as communication style and getting out to the public. And I think when you come up with these plans for housing expenditures budgets, it's great that you guys are all going to go out and talk to your districts about the budgets, but there should really be something more actual. It probably will cost you a little bit of change from your annual budget, office budget, but it would be nice to see postcards sent to everybody's house in a timely manner, like 2 weeks before something comes up at a city council meeting that people could actually, excuse me for a moment. That's my 6 o'clock place. But like information card of the big ticket items that are coming along, like the housing plan, like the budget, what dates those are, because they really aren't, that information really isn't getting out to the community, and it really needs to, because I think that the more that you guys reach out and interact with the community, the less long-term problems you'll have, because you'll know exactly what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. So seeing no other folks punched up on Zoom or other yellow cards or folks here in the chamber, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on 10 a.m. item number 3. I believe we had a motion on the table.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
So that would be the
Second.
That would be the second, I think. Yeah, so the motion was by Councilmember Bredefeld, second was by Councilmember Arias.
And if I may, Council President, for the benefit of the public, I do want to just clearly indicate that this agenda item simply recognizes that the federal government has awarded the city of Fresno approximately $12 million to provide housing and support services for the homeless residents of our city. And we have until September of 2030 to expense the funds. And beginning, hopefully in July, the city will send out a notification for proposals from providers across the area who want to receive some of that funding for the purpose, again, to house and to provide support services for the homeless. So all we're simply doing is recognizing that we are receiving an additional $12 million from the federal government's American Rescue Funds for the purpose of servicing and supporting our homeless residents in the city.
Okay, Councilmember Bredefeld, you were punched up as well?
Just a quick question. Assistant City Manager Barfield, I'm just curious about the community being noticed about this action plan. The speaker said that hasn't happened. Has that been happening in terms of the community being engaged?
Yes, and I see Phil coming up.
Okay, Phil.
Yeah, Council member, so in the staff report, we outlined the level of citizen participation and outreach for this plan to notify the community, including visual media, email. Your office has helped to get the word out. We send notices to over 500 people who are on our listserv. We've held multiple community meetings, both virtually as well as in person, and we've met with many of the folks that have expressed their dissatisfaction that they didn't know about the plan.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. No one's punched up. I don't believe we have any members on Zoom. So let's go ahead and do this by, well, not consensus, but is there any opposition to approving the 10 a.m. item number 3?
We have to go by roll call? Okay.
Roll call is not necessary at this time. All right, seeing no opposition, item passes 6-0. All right, we're going to move on to 10 a.m. item number 4. Give a colleague a second to step out.
Thank Thanks, Phil.
Yes, Council President, for the record, I'm recusing myself as I live a little bit above 1,000 feet from the boundaries of the PBID.
Okay, so for 10 a.m. item number 4, is there a staff presentation?
I'll be very brief, Council President. I was going to go down there, but I'll stay here. You have on the line Jimmy from the Downtown Partnership, in case you have any questions of the PBID itself. But basically what staff is proposing right now, we're the go-between here, the PBID and the property owners. We've received the ballots. We verified that the 50% plus one do want to move forward to from the petition to the official ballot. And we would ask that you call for a public hearing on July 21st, 2022, anytime after the hour of 9 a.m., where those ballots would be then counted by the city clerk's office for the renewal of the official renewal of the PBID. And again, Jimmy's on the line in case you have questions. And I believe Kelly from the consultant is also on the line.
Do we need a motion for this one? Or is it just?
No, this was really, look, it's been so long since we've done this that and some of you were not here the last time. So we just wanted to just educate everyone that, we have collected the petitions. We've worked with the clerk in the attorney's office, the public hearing immediately after tonight. Sometime.
We do need a resolution, I thought.
Oh, yes, you do need the resolution. Right. I'm sorry. Yes, you do need that.
Motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you.
So we do need to open a public hearing, correct? I see that here.
Yeah.
All right, so at this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for 10 a.m. item number 4 regarding the downtown PBID.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, seeing no one punched up on Zoom or any yellow cards up here, go ahead and close the public hearing. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving 10 a.m. item number 4? Seeing none, item passes 4-0.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Jimmy, and thanks, Kelly and Lupi for sticking with us today.
All right, moving on to 10:05 a.m. item number 1. Is there a presentation from staff on the 10:05 a.m. item? And council, just FYI, dinner is here, so when we excuse ourselves from open session, we can maybe grab a quick bite on the way into closed session. I know some of you are getting hungry.
If I may, council, this item is a simple amendment to a master agreement in my district. In essence, and the developers on the room, if there's any questions, in essence, this is part of the plan to build single-family market-rate housing, multi-family market-rate housing in and around the Fresno City College campus. It's under construction as we speak. As we approved the master development agreement, it entailed a specific amount of single-family homes. As the developers have made progress towards the production of those homes, they've reached an agreement with a builder, and the builder would like to add, I think, approximately 30 additional single-family homes, and take some of the area originally designed for commercial, brick and mortar, towards single-family home. As you know, we're in a housing crisis, and in the world of online purchasing, the brick and mortar is not as in high demand, given the online economy that we have. So the applicant seeks to amend the agreement to allow for additional single-family homes as part of the project. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve and open the hearing up.
Second.
Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and open the hearing on 10:05 a.m. item. And I do have a few cards here in person. So the first card I have is going to be Emily Brandt here in the chamber. Emily, are you with us? Emily does not seem to be here at the time. So we're going to move on to Brunette.
Well, short of repeating myself, I'm with the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. This Southwest Fresno Specific Plan, I'm with the HEAT. And we object to this. And the thing is, this is not in accordance with the federal guidelines. You're doing a substantial amendment, and you're having block grant dollars for this project. We didn't have anything to say. Yes, it is. It's block grant dollars going into this Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. You're talking about you're okaying them putting more houses in. This is a substantial amendment. There's no way you can say that it's not, because you're adding to it. You might try to say that it's not because you're putting retail more retail at the end over by church. Then you're adding more down by Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. That's housing. You're talking about traffic. You got to have more traffic to put in all this stuff. I don't know if anybody been down Walnut. You have to widen that street in order to put all this junk that you guys are talking about. We didn't have anything to do with this plan. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you guys have a copy of this draft that was drafted in 2008. And it was drafted by Frazier. It's the same identical plan. And they say we had an input into what they're doing. We didn't. This project goes back to 2008. It don't even make any sense. And she, Esmeralda, should have recused herself. She never did. We showed her this when she was at Westside Church. This is a conflict. But she never recused herself. She sit here and voted. This is the same identical project. We're going to give you guys a copy of it, but you go ahead and do what you normally do, and that's pass it. And it will go to HUD. It doesn't make any sense in what you guys are doing. And we object to it.
All right, next speaker is going to be Diane Smith.
Diane Smith, La Sierra Drive, Southwest Fresno, member of HEAT and a resident of Fresno, West Fresno, that is. I had a list of things that I was going to say here, but I think the bottom line, the best way I can explain what's happening is this. I have to ask each and every one of you, have you actually read the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan? Because what you're seeing in the specific plan, and you're talking about City College, and you're talking about the Shahadi project, and they want to keep it separate. Okay, but you can't because they're all intertwined. You can't come into a community and say, we're going to put this over here, but it doesn't affect this over here. You're going to do this over here, and it's not going to affect anything over here. But what you're doing is when you affect one part of the community, you affect it all. If you don't live within 100 feet or 300 feet of the area, you don't get notified. So a lot of people in the community weren't totally aware of the Southwest Specific Plan. Now City College and this City College and the Shahadi Plan are the catalyst for what the city wants to do, and that's gentrify our neighborhood. You can say what you want to say, read it. You'll see it for yourself because it's in writing, and it says in the paperwork that the city may not even have money in the general plan to do, in the general fund to do what's in the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. So why would you spend 3 years working on a plan that you're not going to do anything with? You're gentrifying our neighborhood. This is not the end of it.
Okay, so seeing no more cards or folks here in the chamber, seeing no one on Zoom, we're going to go ahead and close this public hearing. We had a motion and a second, is that correct on this item already?
Correct. Council President, I just want to clarify the record on a couple of fronts. I think they're really important. This development is 115 acres of bare land. There is no dislocation. There is no residents being impacted. And the development agreed to build 481 residential units. They will continue to build 481 residential units. The density will not increase. They're simply being given flexibility to determine how many of them are single family, how many of them are attached, how many of them are multifamily, so that the construction of those units can be done in a most appropriate and well-planned way. So I want to just be crystal clear. This is 115 acres of bare land that would be in and around the City College campus, which is what the community wanted, was a complete neighborhood with market rate housing, a college campus, retail and commercial, all within the vicinity of West Fresno. So with that, I'll ask for a vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to approving the 10:05 a.m. item? Seeing none, item passes 5-0. All right, moving on to the last public item of the night. This is going to be item 3A. Is there a consensus on tabling this to the following regular meeting?
Motion to table to the next meeting of January 9th.
Second.
Okay.
June 9th.
June 9th.
January.
I really want to table it.
Motion to table to June 9th of 2022.
It's been a long day for the council vice president. We gotta get some food. Okay, so we have consensus about tabling item 3A. That'll come back on June 9th. Council was a long public meeting. We still have to go to closed session, but all of you did good. I don't think I touched the gavel one time today at all. So it was great. Yeah, it was great. So we're gonna continue in the closed session. There is dinner if you want to grab a bite, and we'll wrap up the other half of closed session that we have not completed yet. Oh, City Attorney, do we have to report closed session?
There will be no report out after
Thank you.
closed session.